This video is crafted to assist you in unwinding or drifting off to sleep. Before we start, if you anticipate dozing off, please introduce yourself in the comments. Additionally, don't forget to like the video and subscribe if you haven't done so already. As always, I'm eager to learn where you're tuning in from, so please share your location in the comments and the current time there. Once again, thank you for joining me. Get comfortable, pour yourself a glass of water, ensure your door is locked, and turn off the lights. Remember to greet everyone in the comments section. It's time to close your eyes. My father passed away about 2 years ago, leaving just my mother, my sister, and me. To help me cope with his loss, my mom took me to the animal shelter to choose a dog, as having a large dog was something I had always dreamed of. In one of the cages, a small shepherd husky mix was curled up in the corner, and I instantly fell in love with him. When this event occurred, he was about 1 year old, weighed 90 pounds, and was my closest companion. My mom worked night shifts, and my older sister, taking advantage of my mom's absence, would frequently leave me alone. I didn't mind too much because it meant she couldn't boss me around. When she was home, she would try to act like our mom, telling me what to do and when to go to bed. We lived in a modest, middle-class suburb with low crime rates, so I wasn't afraid of being home alone. I was sitting in the living room playing video games and decided to head into the kitchen to grab a drink. From the kitchen, I had a clear view through the back door and could see. The garage door stood ajar, and I assumed I must have left it open after storing my bicycle. I stepped outside to close it, leaving my dog asleep in the basement. He preferred the cool floor during the summer months, and I didn't think to bring him along. As I moved about 5 feet from the door, I noticed a crouching shadow shifting within the garage. I froze, trying to adjust my eyes to discern what the shadow could be. Realization struck me when I saw a figure rise and turn towards me. Terror rooted me to the spot. I was certain the person could see me clearly, illuminated by the back porch light above. In that instant, the figure began sprinting in my direction. Paralyzed with fear, I managed to emit more of a yelp than a scream, but that was enough for my dog to hear. The next moment, I heard him behind me, snarling and growling. I could tell it was a man, though his features remained indistinct. The intruder, now frozen by the sight of the 90-pound beast behind me, turned and bolted toward the back fence, with my dog in hot pursuit. The man reached the fence, barely 4 feet high, and leapt over just as my dog closed in on him. After he escaped, my dog returned to me, and we went inside. I barricaded the doors, though I can't explain why I didn't call the police or share the incident with my mom or sister. What troubled me was the thought that he must have known someone was home, given that the lights were on and the blinds were open. So why take the gamble of targeting a house with someone inside? Early one morning, the day after my mom returned home, I stepped outside to finally close the garage door. It was then I noticed that someone had rummaged through my dad's toolbox. I secured the garage and kept the incident to myself. Later, I took my dog on a walk to McDonald's and treated him to a burger and an ice cream cone for being my little hero. When I recount this story, many people are skeptical, but it's true. I have a job that allows me to work from home, which is quite convenient given that most of the local employment opportunities are in the automotive or medical fields. Fortunately, I found a well-paying position that lets me operate from my home office. While it certainly has its challenges, it is without a doubt the best job option available to me at the moment. It isn't flawless, though, and has its drawbacks. For instance, there are times when I have to remain at my computer even if there's no work to complete. It's also easy to become distracted. My biggest concern, however, relates to the house itself. It's a bit eerie. The house is an old Victorian, dating back to the mid-1800s. A family friend owned it before selling it to me at a very reasonable price, practically a gift. I was thrilled because it meant I had a spacious house to call my own, along with my girlfriend. I'm naturally introverted and not particularly fond of social interactions, so having a large house to share just with my girlfriend and a job that involves minimal interaction with others was essentially my dream life. Nonetheless, the age of the house suggested it was going to be SC. Sometimes, the house feels eerie, not because of ghosts or anything supernatural, but due to the inexplicable sounds it occasionally makes. There have been several instances where I'm seated, engrossed in my work, when suddenly, I hear an unaccountable noise. I then find myself wandering through the house, only to discover that nothing has changed. This is as unsettling as it is vexing. So, I did what most people would probably do. I began using background noise to drown out the disturbances. Initially, I tried those soothing instrumental tracks on YouTube. The ones that are 5 hours long and meant to help you relax. Unfortunately, they didn't work for me because my computer speakers weren't powerful enough to mask all the sounds, and the music failed to hold my attention. There was this one week when my workload was particularly light, with hardly anything to occupy my time. I still had to remain at my computer, under the understanding that I could do whatever I wanted as long as I was available should my coworkers need me. Not knowing quite how to utilize this downtime, I started watching documentaries on YouTube. It turned out to be quite enjoyable, and I ended up learning a lot. So, when the following week rolled around and work began to pick up again, I instinctively turned on a documentary. Although I couldn't devote my full attention to it, it was far more engaging than mere ambient noise, effectively helping to distract me from the unsettling sounds. The usual sounds of the house seemed to escape my attention. Perhaps my mind lacked the focused energy to register them. If that makes any sense, it had been about 2 weeks of me watching documentaries while I worked, everything seemingly in order. One Friday morning, I started my work day at 8 o'clock, and around 10 o'clock, I found myself seated in my office chair, engrossed in a documentary on various conspiracy theories. Suddenly, an abrupt banging noise resonated from upstairs. By that point, I had not been distracted by any noises for a while, so the fact that I noticed this sound suggested it might be significant. My fight or flight response kicked in. You might chuckle at this, but while I work, I keep a knife nearby. Grabbing it, I dashed upstairs in search of any suspicious activity. The banging had ceased, and I couldn't determine its origin. I knew the general area of the house where I had heard it, but nothing seemed amiss. I stood there momentarily, and then heard it once more, this time right on the other side of my door. I braced myself, anticipating perhaps an animal or something else trying to get in. Uncertain of what to expect, I opened my door to discover that the screen door hadn't been properly secured. My girlfriend had not closed it completely when she left for work that morning, and given the particularly windy day, it was swinging back and forth, causing the banging sound. When the wind picked up and turned fierce, it marked a breaking point for me. I was tired of living my life under the constant cloud of paranoia and fear, always dreading the possibility of an intruder invading my home. We reside in a safe neighborhood, where a serious threat has never been present, yet I had found Ms. LF prowling around my house with a knife more times than I cared to admit. It made me feel quite foolish, to be honest. So, I resolved to change my mindset. I decided that I would no longer jump to conclusions that someone was breaking in whenever I heard a noise. I placed the knife in my bedroom dresser and committed myself to focusing on my work, with the exception of my documentary, of course. The following week, on Wednesday, I was in my office, immersed in my work while ignoring any strange sounds and listening to a documentary. I vividly recall the precise segment of the documentary I was engaged with when I heard it, the loudest noise I'd ever encountered in the house. Initially, I reassured myself that it was nothing and reminded myself to resist my paranoia. However, the noise persisted, and I couldn't shake it from my thoughts. After about 5 minutes of enduring what sounded like rummaging and footsteps, I decided to investigate upstairs. It's important to note that I didn't have any weapon with me, and I was expecting to find a logical explanation. Upon reaching my kitchen, I discovered the front door wide open, the cabinets ajar, and a strange man rummaging through my belongings. Unbeknownst to me at the time, he had been eating something. I recall screaming at him, although the details of what happened next are a blur in my memory. What I said was something along the lines of, "What are you doing in my house?" Obviously, he didn't respond. Instead, he bolted, not uttering a single word. He took a loaf of bread with him, but I don't believe he took anything else beyond what I had eaten before I came upstairs. I reasoned that he must have been a homeless man or something similar. Who else would steal a loaf of bread from such an ordinary-looking house? This was the worst scenario I could have imagined. On some instinctual level, it confirmed my deepest fears. There was a threat in my home. Naturally, it was the one occasion I didn't have my knife with me. I was fortunate he didn't try to harm me, but the experience was still terrifying to witness. Now, I just work at a local coffee shop, which honestly is my only means to maintain my sanity. I was in my senior year of high school about a decade ago. Growing up, I was somewhat of an outcast. I wasn't bullied, but I also didn't really have friends. I didn't mind that solitary lifestyle. I went through school and then would come home to play video games, immersing myself in those digital realms as my escape. My real life wasn't bad either, it was just my dad and me. I love my dad, and he worked tirelessly to provide for me. When I was around 10 or 11 years old, my mom got involved with some unsavory people and their questionable activities, if you catch my drift. My dad didn't want me exposed to that environment anymore, so he eventually relocated. It was a chaotic period, but ultimately, it was for the best. She had refused assistance over the years, but eventually, she disappeared entirely, which was disheartening. Yet, both of us managed to move forward. As I grew older, my father had to be away for work one weekend each month. Leaving someone my age home alone for a weekend might seem reckless to some, but my father had faith in me. During one particular weekend in my senior year, my father left for the night, and I followed my usual routine. He would leave me some cash to order pizza and soda, a rare treat since we typically didn't keep soda in the house. Having 2 liters of it along with a pizza felt like a bonus treat for me. The evening was unfolding like any other night when I was by myself. I devoured the pizza, consumed most of the soda, and after a brief rest on the couch, I headed to my room to play on my PlayStation. Normally, I would be immersed in Call of Duty, but since Grand Theft Auto Online had recently been released, I found myself investing time in that. After several hours, I decided to switch to the single-player story mode. As I mature, I found myself engaging less with story-driven games, but for some reason, I craved a narrative experience that night, even if it was GTA. No longer playing online, I removed my headphones. Despite being an avid gamer, I disliked wearing headphones for extended periods. I had been engrossed in the story mode for a while when I thought I heard something coming from downstairs. The noises weren't loud or startling, just subtle enough to catch my attention. These subtle tremors and minor jolts were starting to catch my attention. Although I traversed this path countless times, I couldn't recall ever experiencing such vibrations or hearing noises of this nature. Despite this, the sounds weren't unsettling enough to truly frighten me. It was shortly after 1 a.m., and I suppose it's natural to feel slightly uneasy when you're alone at home during those hours. Every few moments, I detected a faint scoffing sound. I paused my game, trying to listen closely. When I focused, I primarily encountered silence, interrupted occasionally by a soft thud. Naturally, being alone, the fleeting thought of an intruder crossed my mind. I'm even a bit embarrassed to admit that, for a moment, I wondered if ghosts might be real. However, I quickly dismissed the notion. This internal debate persisted for about half an hour. Eventually, I paused the game and moved to sit at my computer desk, intending to listen intently for a few minutes without the distraction of gameplay sounds. The noises began occurring more frequently. The light thuds, which I initially attributed to creaking pipes or typical house sounds, started happening more regularly. The subtle vibrations I felt were now occurring almost constantly, as if my dad were downstairs. The only thing missing was the sound of his voice. The idea that my dad might have come home early even crossed my mind, but he would have called or at least peeked into my room to see if I was awake. I convinced myself that I was merely being paranoid, getting unnecessarily agitated over nothing. To calm my nerves, I resolved to head downstairs and investigate, aiming to reassure myself that no one was inside the house. Clearly, my imagination was running wild as the night wore on. I tiptoed cautiously down the upstairs hallway, gradually approaching the top of the staircase. As I moved slowly in that direction, the muffled noises grew significantly louder, and my fear of the worst-case scenario began to escalate. The thought of calling the police immediately crossed my mind, yet I found myself too anxious to act on it. I worried, what if no one is here and I end up wasting the police's time? Upon reaching the foot of the stairs, I noticed a light casting an eerie glow on the dark walls from the opposite side of the house. It was the kitchen light. While it was possible I had left it on, my compulsive nature made me almost entirely certain that I had turned it off before going upstairs. I practically crawled toward the kitchen, proceeding at an agonizingly slow pace. Within a few feet of the kitchen entrance, I could distinctly hear sounds of rummaging, as if someone were sifting through my cabinets. This was accompanied by a soft, unsettling humming. The sound was so eerie that I half expected to encounter a large, intimidating burglar, yet the voice suggested something different. I cautiously peered into the kitchen, and there, in the corner by the sink, stood a very small woman. Her hair was untamed, flowing wildly in all directions, and I found myself caught off guard by her presence. I held the phone in my hand, poised to dial the police, yet I found myself paralyzed by a mix of sheer terror and overwhelming curiosity. Suddenly, I recognized the melody the woman was softly singing. She was humming, "I've Got No Strings," from Disney's Pinocchio. The realization hit me like a bolt of lightning. It was my mother. This was a song she often sang to me when I was a child, one of the few memories of her that lingered in my mind. I was rooted to the spot, trembling, which must have caught her attention. She turned around, a wide smile brightening her face. However, this was not the mother I remembered. Her teeth appeared decayed, and her eyes seemed sunken into her face. Her voice, which should have been comforting, instead left me feeling uneasy. "There's my baby," she said. "What are you doing awake at this hour?" I didn't answer, standing there as if I were a statue. She approached me and placed her grimy hand on my shoulder, saying, "What am I going to do with your father? He's always swapping out cabinets. I swear, that man never listens." She started to laugh, but it was a grotesque, cartoonish laugh, far from endearing. Afterward, she turned back around and resumed humming while rummaging through the cabinets. I snapped out of my daze, retreated to my room, and locked the door. I called the police and my father right away. My dad ensured that I stayed in the bedroom with the doors securely locked. He didn't provide any details, but he mentioned that there was a possibility my mother could pose a danger, and I needed to ensure my safety in case the police arrived. Soon after, I heard a minor commotion as my mother shouted at the officers, demanding they leave her house. The police were already familiar with the situation involving me and my father, who had called after me. I overheard a brief struggle, followed by a moment of silence. Shortly thereafter, a police officer called my name, assuring me it was safe to come downstairs. I spent some time talking with the officers while another officer took my mother away. To help me feel more secure, one officer remained parked outside my house throughout the night until my father returned home, which I greatly appreciated. My father arrived home early the next morning and conversed with one of the officers. By observing my father's body language, I could sense his unease and realized we were likely fortunate to have avoided something dreadful. It turned out that my mother had been carrying 2 knives when she was apprehended. One was likely with her when she broke in, and the other was a sharp kitchen knife that belonged to my dad, which she must have slipped into her pocket while in the kitchen. Although she neither used nor threatened to use them, the mere fact that she possessed them was enough to unsettle me. Perhaps the most frightening aspect of this ordeal was that my mother shouldn't have known where we lived. When we moved, we relocated a significant distance away, and my father had never disclosed our new address to her in order to protect me. She had managed to break into the house regardless. Breaking into the house by shattering one of the downstairs windows and crawling inside, I didn't hear anything, likely because I had my headphones on. The mere thought of my mom humming and moving around downstairs, possibly waiting for my dad while I remained upstairs, still sends chills down my spine even today. It's been nearly a decade since that night, and I've only encountered my mother twice since then. She has spent years in some sort of institution and has no recollection of that evening. To be honest, she doesn't remember much about anything at all. It's disheartening. Every time I hear that silly song from Pinocchio now, I tend to freeze. I just hope that one day I can let go of the fear I experienced that night and find a way to remember my mom in a more positive light. I was raised in a shotgun house in Louisiana, a type of home shaped like a rectangle with doors at either short end. They are termed shotgun houses because you could hypothetically fire a shotgun through the front door, and the pellets would exit through the back door. These were modest homes built for low-income families, and my mom worked tirelessly to acquire ours through a rent-to-own arrangement. Her long hours meant that I grew up quite independently. Sometimes, I had to get myself to school in the morning because she was working such erratic hours. More often than not, when I returned home, there would be a hungry man frozen dinner in the freezer for me, accompanied by a note indicating when she'd be back. I didn't get to see her as much as I wished, and I am grateful for all the effort she put in to keep us afloat. Keeping us afloat during her constant absence from home opened the door to one of the eeriest experiences of my entire life. It all began one afternoon when I returned from school. After walking through the door, I grabbed some food and settled in front of the TV. As I ate, I was just finishing my meal when I noticed something moving out of the corner of my eye, near the front window. Instinctively, I turned my head to see what it was and saw a man with dark skin standing there, peering through the window at me. For a few moments, he simply continued to stare, and then his lips twisted into a sinister smile. I still remember his face vividly, even after all these years. The lower half appeared to be smiling, yet his eyes were icy and devoid of warmth. Overwhelmed with anxiety, the only thing I could think to do was look away. I was a timid child, and I still grapple with a certain level of social anxiety as an adult. Back then, I rarely interacted with anyone, let alone complete strangers. I sat there, trying to focus on the TV and ignore the man, until his face finally vanished from view. I waited a few more minutes, too frightened to close the curtains in case his face reappeared suddenly. Eventually, I summoned the courage to walk over and draw them shut. I think I had resumed my seat for maybe 5 or 10 minutes, believing I was finally free of him, when I heard someone pressing the buzzer to our house. My mom had always instructed me never to answer the door to anyone I didn't recognize, and that anyone unfamiliar would always answer. Once I heard the buzzer, I remained seated on the couch, continuing to watch TV. Although the buzzer went off several more times, I stayed put, hoping it wasn't the man with the unsettling grin at the door. However, when I finally heard the voice calling out to me, a chill ran down my spine because I instinctively knew it was him. The voice was unmistakably matched to the face, and it made my skin crawl. "Little girl, I know you're in there. I'm a friend of your mommy. Come and open the door because we need to have a little talk," he said. I froze like a statue on that couch. I had never seen that man before in my life, and as far as I knew, I was familiar with most of my mom's friends, at least by their faces. If someone else had said those words, perhaps even mentioned my mom's name, I might have opened the door to hear them out. But the man's smile and the tone of his voice gave me a sense of dread. Even at such a young age, I understood he didn't mean well. I was petrified, so I remained silent and unresponsive. Eventually, the buzzing ceased. It took me a while to calm down, but once I did, I picked up my lunch tray and headed to the kitchen to throw it away. As I walked in, something again caught my eye, and this time, I nearly jumped back, dropping my tray in the process. I quickly ran to the window and peered out into our small backyard. I didn't see anything, but that didn't mean I wasn't aware of something being there. And I had a strong suspicion that it was the man who had been attempting to persuade me to open the door. Just as I was peering outside, I detected a faint rattling, followed by a squeaking noise emanating from the hallway. I stepped back, trying to discern the source of the sound, and it was unmistakably coming from the back door. I couldn't quite determine where exactly until one of the screws securing the door handle dislodged from its socket. I watched as it dropped, striking the wooden panel, and then observed another small screw begin to rotate, unwinding from its socket and loosening with each turn. Someone was clearly attempting to break into our home, and it was merely a matter of time before they succeeded. I bolted for the front door, bursting out into the street and dashing toward a neighbor's house, the very neighbor my mom always advised me to contact in case of an emergency. I pounded on their door, fervently hoping they were at home, while constantly glancing over my shoulder, expecting the eerie, smiling man to emerge from behind their house. To this day, I vividly recall the overwhelming terror as he suddenly appeared on the side walkway, that same grim smile twisting his lips as he started to approach me. I began to scream, slamming my fists against my neighbor's door, pleading for them to answer. I heard a voice from the other side just before the door swung open, revealing my neighbor with a towel wrapped around them, asking why I was so distressed. I implored them to call the police, explaining that a man was trying to break into my home. They asked who was after me. I spun around, ready to point out the man with the unsettling grin who had been lurking near her house just moments before. But when I turned and gestured towards the spot where I had last seen him, he was nowhere to be found. When the police arrived and my mom returned home, they confirmed that someone had indeed been trying to remove the lock from our back door. Mom was deeply upset and kept apologizing for not being there to protect me. From that day on, I always waited at a neighbor's place until she got back from work. The man never reappeared, and I didn't spot him in our neighborhood again, which was undoubtedly a relief. Yet, the thought that he might still reminisce about the time he nearly abducted a child continues to haunt me. If I hadn't noticed the tampering at the back door, he could have been mere minutes away from doing whatever he intended. This incident occurred earlier last year, and it still unsettles me when I dwell on it too much. To provide some context, I work as a delivery driver for Uber Eats, which I've been doing as a side gig over the past year to earn some additional income. Also, I'm female. Anyway, Uber Eats is a pretty laid-back job, though the pay leaves much to be desired, especially during nighttime shifts. Typically, any orders that come in after 10 p.m. are just quick fast food requests, with the likelihood of receiving tips being even lower than usual. Late-night deliveries are seldom lucrative, which is why I rarely take them on. However, on this very night a year ago, a special incentive was in place. Make 15 deliveries within a designated time frame, and earn an additional $75. To me, that was music to my ears. Late-night deliveries are particularly advantageous because there's no traffic to contend with, and the pickup locations are irrelevant. The allure of bonuses is undeniable. The quicker you complete them, the sooner you can head home and crash. I was in the zone and wrapped up my final McDonald's delivery by 2:30 in the morning. I secured my bonus and called it a night. To give you some context, this all occurred in downtown San Diego. The heart of downtown San Diego boasts lively restaurants and clubs, but as you extend outward, the atmosphere turns more dubious. Beyond 16th Street, it becomes noticeably sketchy, with numerous homeless encampments and other unsettling sights. I generally strive to steer clear of that area, but to reach the freeway and head home, I had no choice but to drive through the neighborhood. Additionally, I should mention that I drive an old 2002 Ford Focus, one that's decidedly low-tech. To raise or lower the windows, you have to physically reach over and crank a lever. Because it's cumbersome to roll them up and down manually each time, I usually keep both windows down to facilitate easier pickup and delivery. On this particular night, my windows were down as usual, and I intended to roll them up before passing 16th Street, where the homeless camp was located. However, I didn't make it too far. As I turned down a side street en route to the main thoroughfare ahead, my headlights illuminated a man wearing one of those orange reflective construction vests, standing ominously in the street. On the side of the road, there's always some form of construction happening downtown, and it's quite typical for such activities to occur at night. Therefore, I didn't pay much heed initially. As I drew nearer, however, a man dashed into the middle of the street, frantically waving his arms to signal me to halt. I began to decelerate, assuming he intended to direct traffic or perhaps redirect me. I slowed to 10 kilometers an hour, then to 5, maintaining a safe distance while trying to discern what I was expected to do. He broke into a jog toward my vehicle, positioning himself directly in front of it, effectively preventing both me and my car from proceeding. An immediate sensation of unease engulfed me. This situation was bizarre, and I found myself wishing my windows were rolled up. It was 3 a.m. on a dimly lit road, devoid of any other souls except for me and this man. People often discuss the fight or flight response, and I had always been curious about how I would react in a scenario demanding such a reaction. Now I understood. My instinct was to freeze, as it dawned on me 5 seconds later than it should have. This man was not a construction worker. He wore a hard hat and vest, yet his grin was the most unsettling I had ever encountered. Initially, I assumed he was merely smiling to appear friendly, but maintaining a smile longer than a few seconds becomes deeply disconcerting. Try it yourself. Count to 5 in your head while grinning, and you'll grasp what I mean. That's precisely what this man was doing. Now that he stood in front of me, I could perceive he was either homeless or something else. I couldn't quite tell. He seemed to be an older gentleman, perhaps in his 60s, but homelessness can often distort appearances. Towards the oncoming vehicle, everyone seems to age in their own way, so it's uncertain how old he truly is. He gazes at me with wild eyes and a broad, toothy grin. His smile and behavior eerily remind me of Twisty from American Horror Story. The man appears unhinged. Clearly, I should have reversed, but my mind was in a state of panic, unable to react swiftly. I sat frozen in my car, convinced this was the end for me. Throughout this entire ordeal, he remained silent, leering. Then, like a ninja, he leaps onto the hood of my car, slamming his fist against it. Paralyzed by fear, I watch as he pounds on the hood, crawling around on his hands and knees. He continues to stare at me without uttering a single word, which is the most terrifying aspect. His continuous eye contact and unwavering grin make my stomach churn at the thought of my windows being open. Yet, looking away to roll them up seems more frightening, as if it might provoke him to attempt entry into my car. His silence is unsettling, and the situation might have been less frightening if he had spoken. Instead, he just pounds his fists on the car, never breaking eye contact. In reality, this entire encounter probably lasted only about 15 seconds, but it felt like an eternity. I am panicking, and before I can gather my wits to do anything sensible, I notice headlights in my rearview mirror approaching from down the street. The man notices them too, and in a flash, he jumps off my car and sprints away towards the oncoming vehicle. I pressed the accelerator hard and refused to glance back until I was halfway home on the highway. At that moment, it became a lengthy procession in my mind. After that incident, I ceased making deliveries at night and absolutely avoided that part of downtown. I opted for a longer route back home, keeping the windows rolled up if I found myself in even a slightly dilapidated area after dark. This experience taught me about my own gullibility, how quickly I could place blind trust in someone simply because they wore a uniform. Initially, I didn't even question the idea of slowing down, despite the obvious sketchiness of the situation. I found comfort in the notion that someone reliable was on the road. My subconscious reassured me with thoughts like, oh, great, a public servant is ensuring I don't take a wrong turn. By the time I actually stopped, it could have already been too late if the individual had intended to harm me. The thought sends shivers down my spine. Eventually, I managed to calm myself by convincing myself that this man was likely under the influence of something and had no harmful intentions, which, hopefully, was the case. For my own peace of mind, I choose to believe that. What truly unsettled me, however, was the fact that this individual was dressed as a road worker and initially acted in a manner that misled me into thinking he was legitimate. Why else would he be out there, and why was he trying to flag down cars? I still don't know the answer, and I'm relieved I didn't discover what he wanted from me. To provide some background, I reside in Michigan, though I won't disclose exactly which part. The city may be bustling, but it's remarkably secure. There's virtually no crime, apart from domestic disputes and the occasional theft. It's almost like living in Mr. Rogers' neighborhood. Perhaps that's why my friend and I became targets. Just down the street from my house, there's a rather sizable dog park. It features a playground, some trails, and an expansive parking area. During daylight hours, it's frequented by many people, as it's an open space surrounded by residential areas. All the nearby roads are lined with various housing associations, including mine, which is less than a mile away. At night, however, the park attracts a different crowd. Given its safe and open nature, it becomes a popular spot for people to enjoy their cars without being bothered, often while smoking. My friends and I stopped there for precisely that reason. We parked our car midway along a row, leaving a few spaces between us and the other vehicles. We rolled the windows down a bit and began chatting and smoking, something we'd done countless times before. The parking lot is shaped somewhat like a large shovel. Once you enter, you must go all the way around to exit. Morgan, my friend, parked the car facing the entrance on the opposite side, with a divider in the middle. This positioning was strategic, in case we needed to make a quick getaway if we sensed any trouble. You never know when you might need to. But enough background. Let me get back to the point. Morgan and I had been sitting there for approximately 10 minutes. A few cars passed by, each time causing us to watch intently. We wanted to be constantly aware of our surroundings, perhaps due to a slight sense of paranoia. We kept a vigilant eye out until we felt there was no threat. Eventually, a large, bright yellow truck pulled up. When I say large, I mean you'd need to climb up into this vehicle. It was hard to overlook. The windows were heavily tinted, making it impossible to see inside the cab. The driver maneuvered through the parking lot and headed straight for the exit, neither too slowly nor in a hurry, as if he were merely turning around. Morgan and I exchanged a few sarcastic comments about the choice of color and then moved on, thinking it was no big deal. We lingered for another 15 minutes, engaged in a deep and meaningful conversation, and smoked a bit more. It was nearing midnight, which obviously meant it was time to head home. Morgan began to pull out of the park, checking both directions along Main Street, and I did the same. Instantly, something caught my attention. The same yellow truck was driving by, headed in the same direction as us. A little background on me. I suffer from severe anxiety, and I always have. It's likely something I'll always deal with, making me constantly on edge about ordinary things. Past experiences have left me extra wary, and I get uneasy if I spot the same person twice in a grocery store. So, my reaction to the truck was typical for me. Its conspicuousness made me tell myself I was being irrational, getting anxious just because I noticed it. It didn't necessarily imply danger. I kept quiet, and we continued on our way home. My neighborhood is structured somewhat uniquely, so let me explain to make this clearer. There's a long, winding road running down the center. It's a straight path leading to the very end of the houses, but branching off the main road are smaller clusters of homes. Mine is the second to last. As we arrived at my house, we began OU. We were in the midst of exchanging farewells when our conversation came to an abrupt halt. Both of us sat in silence as the familiar yellow truck passed by, moving from the exit of my neighborhood circle onto the final circle of the main road. Morgan turned to me and said, "Isn't that the same truck from earlier?" I nodded in agreement. Yes, they drove past us when we were leaving the park as well. We observed the entrance carefully. There was no other way in or out. Just one entrance and one exit. Moments later, the truck was driving by again on the main road. Panic began to set in as I wondered why this person was lingering around. The presence of the truck was so conspicuous that it couldn't simply be a coincidence. Desperately, I urged Morgan to come inside, pleading with her to wait for a few more minutes to ensure the truck left and didn't tail her home. She tried to dismiss my worries, insisting it was nothing and there was no chance the driver was following us. As we continued to argue in the car, the truck turned into the first entrance of my circle, parking immediately and switching off the engine. My anxiety was screaming at me to run. There was no doubt in my mind that this person was indeed following us. Morgan yelled, "Forget this, get inside." We bolted from the car, and I rummaged frantically through my purse, struggling to find my keys. I was pleading with any deity or spirit that might be listening to let my key work so we could get inside immediately. I don't live alone. My younger sister shares the place with me, and my grandparents were visiting at the time. They were just inside, and all I could focus on was the fact that my tough, West Virginia, redneck grandfather was sitting downstairs with his rifle by his side. He would know exactly what to do. With Morgan close behind, I swung the door open at the first twist of my key. We dashed inside, slamming the door shut as relief washed over us. Trembling uncontrollably, I rushed down to where my grandfather was, shouting his name in a state of panic. He jumped up and began to reassure Morgan and me. After explaining what had happened, we started to recognize how foolish we must have sounded. He suggested that we were likely just paranoid from smoking. Gradually, we calmed down, and my grandfather assured us he would investigate. He just needed Morgan to move her car from in front of the door. We agreed to go out and reposition it together, sticking to the buddy system for safety. We tried to laugh off the situation, joking about how ridiculous we must have looked bursting through the door like that. However, any sense of security vanished as soon as Morgan descended my front steps. She gasped and spun around so quickly that I barely had time to respond. She screamed, "He's right there." Apparently, when she glanced around the corner, she saw the truck heading straight for us, just a few feet away. We scrambled back inside, and as I closed the door, I caught a glimpse of the truck speeding past. We hurried back into the house and into the kitchen, which offered a view into the circular driveway where my family stood, watching the scene unfold through the windows. They observed the truck circling the main road, continually returning to my house, creating a sense of being hunted in my own home. Nausea overwhelmed me, and I strew. GG led to hold back tears. Once more, the truck drove off, and my grandfather decided he needed to take action. Holding a gun, he prepared to leave and asked if I wanted to accompany him. For a long time, I felt an overwhelming urge to uncover what this creep's issue was. We jumped into his car and merged onto the main road. Almost immediately after, we noticed the truck emerging from another cul-de-sac. I began to panic, shouting incessantly, while my grandfather urged me to stay calm and remain focused. The person in the truck hadn't spotted us in this vehicle and was unaware of our presence. We observed as he circled past my house and then headed towards the exit, the very same exit our car was nearing. My stomach was in knots, and my trembling intensified as we approached. Just as the truck attempted to pass by us, my grandfather maneuvered our car directly in front of it, illuminating the inside of the cab with his high beams. Behind the wheel of the truck was an older man with wire-rimmed glasses and a balding head, wearing a plain white t-shirt. He couldn't have appeared more ordinary. I saw him shout, "Oh," before reversing and making a sharp 180-degree turn towards the other exit of the circle, back to the main road. My grandfather was determined to drive this guy out of here. He floored the gas pedal and sped closely behind him, navigating the winding road at 80 miles per hour in a 25 miles per hour zone, an experience that was nothing short of terrifying. We pursued him out of my complex and down the street, but unfortunately, other vehicles obstructed our path, allowing him to escape onto the highway. I managed to hold it together until we finally decided to turn back home after unsuccessfully searching for the truck. Once we did, I broke down into tears. The man bore a striking resemblance to my estranged, abusive father, who was suspected of causing harm. Supposed to be several states away, I asked my grandfather if he noticed what I had seen. In response, he merely patted my back and reassured me that everything would be all right. Upon returning home, we informed the rest of the family about the incident. They had seen us drive away and pursue the car, but the view from my porch was quite limited. We contacted the police and filed a report. When we first provided our address, the operator amusingly asked if we were certain because crime was rare in our area. It gave me a good chuckle. Nothing substantial came from the report. No one else had seen the truck in the vicinity doing anything suspicious, and we never managed to get a license plate number. There was no explanation of who this person was or what they wanted. As a kind of side note, my sister and I experienced an odd moment before everything happened. She later confided in me that, just before I burst through the door, she sensed that something was amiss. She was contemplating whether I was all right. Perhaps just intuition, but I like to think it was something more. Anyway, to the unsettling bald man who seems to follow young women, you better hope we never cross paths again because my grandfather is ready. This disconcerting episode took place in July of 1996. I had just completed my military service and was stationed at Fort Hood, Texas. At midnight, I decided to begin the out processing and make my way back to Wisconsin. All day, I was so eager to depart that I struggled to sleep. Finally, at 11:45 p.m., I got out of bed and went to check out with the desk sergeant. Knowing that people were eager to sign out at midnight, he decided to do his rounds. You can't leave until you receive your final sign-off from The sergeant finally returned at 2:45 a.m., allowing me to hand over my key and get the necessary sign-off. By 3:30 a.m., I was on the road. Initially, I was so charged with adrenaline that I felt I could drive endlessly. Unfortunately, that rush didn't last long, and by the time I reached Dallas, I was fighting to keep my eyes open. Just past Denton, I resolved to pee. Pull over at the next stop for a brief nap until sunrise. Barely able to keep my eyes open, I parked as soon as I found a suitable spot, stepped out of my car to stretch, discarded some trash, and took in my surroundings. There were only a few other vehicles around, 3 cars and 2 semi-trucks. It was a picnic area rather than a full rest stop, so no restrooms were available. After disposing of my trash, I glanced at a poster displaying missing persons but didn't pay much attention to it. I returned to my car, a simple Geo Metro lacking a radio, power windows, or power locks. I cracked the windows open, turned on my boombox for some music, and settled down to sleep. I had only been asleep for 5 or 10 minutes when I felt my car shake slightly. Peeking through the window, I saw nothing and dismissed it, attempting to drift off again. Shortly after, I heard the unmistakable sound of someone tugging at my door handle and scratching at the keyhole. Sitting up quickly, I saw no one around. I checked all the windows but found no one, attributing it to my exhaustion. I lay back down, turned off the radio, and tried to sleep despite the sweltering Texas heat in July. I was utterly exhausted and just wanted to get some rest. A few minutes later, I heard the door handle rattle once more, and this time, the car shook even more vigorously. Sitting up quickly, I noticed a man standing by the passenger side, peering in. Despite the oppressive heat and humidity, he was clad in a red sweatshirt with the hood pulled up, obscuring his face. Young and freshly discharged from the military, I shouted at him, "What do you want?" He merely gazed at me without responding. I exited the car, and although I stood only 5 feet 6 inches and was visibly angry, he nonchalantly walked away toward the picnic tables, as though nothing had transpired. While continuing to shout that I would deal with him if he returned, I decided it was best to depart. I got back into my vehicle and resumed my journey. However, after driving nearly 10 miles, fatigue washed over me once again. Fortunately, another 10 miles further at mile marker 35, there was an additional picnic area. North Texas might lack many rest areas, but it offers these picnic spots. I pulled into the second picnic stop, reversing into a spot just in case a quick getaway was necessary, though I wasn't sure why. I observed there was only one other car present, and no semi-trucks in sight. Once again, I locked the doors, cracked the windows slightly, and turned on my boombox. I drifted off to sleep almost immediately, but roughly 30 minutes later, a loud thud startled me awake at my driver's side window. I sat up abruptly, scanning the surroundings, but saw no one. With my military instincts kicking in, I exited the car, which was a rather foolish move, yet found no one around. I concluded it must have been my nerves frazzled from the earlier stop. Returning to my car, I locked the doors again and closed my eyes. Though still on edge, I lay there with my eyes shut, feeling as though someone was observing me. I suddenly opened my eyes and spotted the same guy in the red hoodie, head held high, grinning at me. In a rush, I attempted to unlock the door to confront him, but the child locks on my Geo wouldn't budge. He retreated, still fixated on me, and by the time I managed to get out, he was about 30 feet away, shrouded in darkness. He appeared lean, yet stood around 6 feet 2 inches or 6 feet 3. Although my military background made me confident I could handle him, I noticed something gleaming in his hand, likely a machete. Swiftly, I grabbed a baseball bat from my backseat and began shouting at him to come and face me, though I wasn't quite sure why I provoked him. He started advancing toward me, and just as I took a few steps, a yellow van swiftly pulled up and parked just beside my car. Realizing the situation, I saw two more guys inside the van, both wearing hooded sweatshirts. Before they could exit, I dashed my vehicle, grateful it was a manual and didn't stall as I sped away. The first guy was nearly at my car when I made a sharp right turn and accelerated onto the interstate. I didn't halt until I was approximately 20 miles into Oklahoma. There, I stopped for fuel and used the restroom inside. I noticed a bulletin board I had barely glanced at during the first picnic stop. It displayed several missing persons and cautioned people against lingering at rest areas for extended periods. It described a potential suspect as about 6 feet tall, wearing blue jeans, green shoes, and a red hooded sweatshirt. I turned completely pale. Since it was daylight, I continued driving the rest of the way to Wisconsin. Wide awake and unsure of the reason why, I never reported the incident to the number on the flyer, nor did I share it with anyone. Now residing in North Texas, I pass by those two rest areas every day on my commute to work, and the memory of that night frequently crosses my mind. I often wonder if they caught anyone else or if the perpetrators were ever apprehended. I've attempted to find information about it online but found no news stories or reports. A few weeks ago, an experience left me bewildered, and I'm still trying to make sense of it. My name is Kyle, and I had rented an isolated cabin in the woods for a weekend getaway. I was eagerly anticipating some tranquility and solitude, but what I encountered was anything but relaxing. The cabin was nestled deep within the forest, miles from the closest town. I arrived on Friday evening and spent the night settling in and savoring the peacefulness. Everything seemed idyllic until around midnight, when I heard peculiar noises coming from outside. Initially, I dismissed them as branches scraping against the cabin walls or perhaps some nocturnal creatures. However, after hearing a loud thud, I felt compelled to investigate. Armed with a flashlight, I ventured outside to inspect the area around the cabin. The night was eerily quiet, with only the occasional rustling of leaves breaking the silence. I checked the locks on the doors and windows, and everything appeared secure. Despite feeling slightly uneasy, I convinced myself it was merely my imagination and returned inside. The following day, I spent the afternoon hiking and taking in the natural beauty of the surroundings. Upon my return, I noticed the lock on the back door seemed tampered with. My heart sank, as I was certain I had locked it before leaving. Upon departing, I meticulously inspected the cabin, yet found everything in order. I attempted to contact the rental agency, but there was no cell reception. A growing sense of unease settled over me, but I resolved to remain and make the most of the situation. That evening, I took additional measures for safety. I rigged makeshift alarms by tying cans to strings around the cabin and repeatedly checked the locks. Despite my efforts, sleep eluded me. Archer, my German shepherd, was unusually restless, pacing and growling intermittently. Around 3 a.m., a loud crash jolted me awake. Instinctively, I grabbed a large kitchen knife and headed toward the living room. To my dismay, the back door was wide open. Archer barked fiercely as I heard footsteps retreating swiftly outside. My heart raced as I stepped into the night, clutching the knife. The forest was shrouded in darkness, and visibility was poor. I heard the footsteps growing fainter and then noticed a shadowy figure emerging from the trees. Before I could react, the figure lunged at me. He was a frail, disheveled man, his clothes in tatters and his face contorted with desperation. I swung the knife instinctively, causing the man to stagger backward, clearly weak and unsteady. He attempted to seize me, but I managed to shove him away. He let out a guttural cry and tried to retreat into the forest, but his movements were slow and uncoordinated. I could see the terror in his eyes as he fled deeper into the woods. Still trembling and fueled by adrenaline, I quickly secured the door and windows once again. My initial instinct was to leave immediately, but the prospect of traversing the dark, unfamiliar forest alone was intimidating. I understood I needed to leave and seek assistance. I grabbed a flashlight, a few essential items, and Archer, and set off toward the trail I had hiked earlier. The forest was menacing at night, with every shadow and noise causing me to flinch. Archer was on high alert, and I held the flashlight tightly, using it to light the path as best as I could. The darkness seemed to stretch endlessly. The trail was overgrown, forcing me to push through dense underbrush. Every snapping twig and rustling leaf felt like an imminent threat, and my anxiety grew with each step. I knew staying at the cabin was not an option. After what seemed like an eternity, I stumbled upon a small clearing where I finally got a weak cell signal. I called the police and described the situation as best as I could, despite being breathless and panicked. They assured me they would send help and advised me to remain in place until they arrived. I waited in the clearing, holding Archer tightly and trying to stay calm. It was nearly dawn when the police eventually arrived. They took my statement and conducted a search of the area. They found evidence of the man's presence but were unable to locate him. They advised me to leave the area immediately and head to the nearest town. Exhausted and shaken, I followed their advice. The drive out of the woods felt surreal, and I couldn't shake the sensation of being followed. When I finally reached the town and found a safe place, I felt relieved but still haunted by the experience. Since the unsettling events of that night, I've been in continuous communication with the police, who are still probing into the incident. The entire ordeal has left me feeling apprehensive, and I'm now hesitant to wander into the woods by myself. The lingering sense of vulnerability and fear has stayed with me, and I'm striving to overcome it. This all transpired just a few weeks back, and it's left me feeling exceedingly paranoid. I reside alone in a small apartment in New York City. My name is Lucas, and I'm accustomed to the constant activity of urban life. I've always felt secure in my apartment, but that perception shifted dramatically a few nights ago. I was home alone for the weekend, as all my friends had left town, and my girlfriend was visiting her family for a few days. I spent Friday evening unwinding by catching up on some TV shows and ordering takeout. Everything seemed perfectly normal. By 11 p.m., I was ready for bed, so I locked the front door and meticulously checked the windows. I live on the 10th floor of a high-rise, and my apartment offers a decent view of the city. The streets below are typically lively, but they quiet down at night. I turned off the lights and was in bed by midnight. I had just begun to drift off when I heard a faint scratching sound emanating from the living room. Initially, I thought it might be the building settling or perhaps a stray cat on the window ledge. I decided to dismiss it and attempted to return to sleep, but the scratching noise persisted. Then, I heard what resembled a muffled thud. Now fully alert, I got out of bed and retrieved a flashlight from the kitchen. Rawr! I tiptoed to the other bedroom and into the living room, scanning the area with the flashlight. The apartment was deserted, and everything appeared in order. I examined the front door, which was still locked, and the windows, which were securely closed. I tried to reassure myself that it was probably just the building's antiquated pipes or some city noise. Just as I was about to return to bed, I heard the scratching sound again, this time emanating from the kitchen. My heart began to race as I cautiously approached the kitchen door. I took a deep breath, turned the handle, and switched on the light. Nothing seemed Out of place in the kitchen either. I decided to inspect the small utility closet where I stored cleaning supplies. As I opened the door, the scratching noise intensified. The closet was empty except for a few mops and cleaning products. Feeling increasingly anxious, I turned around and noticed the back window was slightly ajar. I was certain I had closed it before going to bed. I promptly shut and locked the window, but my unease only deepened. I called building security to see if they could swiftly check the hallways and exterior. They assured me they would send someone up immediately. While waiting for security, I decided to take another quick look around the apartment. That's when I discovered something chilling. The window to the fire escape was open. I was convinced it had been closed earlier, but now it was wide open. My stomach dropped as I realized someone could have easily climbed up from the. I climbed the fire escape and slipped into my apartment just as the building's security guard arrived. He conducted a meticulous inspection of both the apartment and the fire escape, yet found nothing out of the ordinary. He reassured me that the fire escape was now secure and advised me to remain vigilant, as there had been several reports of petty thefts in the building of late. After the security guard departed, I found it difficult to return to sleep. I left the lights on and stayed in the living room, attentively listening for any unusual sounds. Although I heard nothing else that night, the feeling of vulnerability persisted. The following day, I decided to examine the locks and security features on all my windows and doors. I hired a locksmith to install more robust locks on the windows and the escape door. Additionally, I subscribed to a new security system with cameras for extra safety. The incident has left me quite unsettled. I'm beginning to suspect that someone might have attempted to enter my apartment, or perhaps there are security flaws in the building that I was unaware of. I've become significantly more cautious, checking the locks on my doors and windows more frequently. There's one more thing I feel compelled to mention. For the past month, I have been unable to locate 2 of my knives. I owned a set of 5 large knives that were always either in the sink or on the stand, and I can't seem to find them anywhere. They weren't particularly costly, so I don't understand why anyone would take them, but I am certain they haven't simply been misplaced. This is a continuation of the story I previously sent to Mr. Chilling. I need to talk about the unsettling night I experienced while alone at home with my dog, Charlie. I wish I could dismiss it as mere imagination, but it turns out there was something much more sinister at play. I'm sharing this because I need to make sense of it all and to alert others. After that night, I remained on edge, becoming particularly cautious about securing doors and windows. To ensure my safety, I decided to have a security system installed. The following Monday, a technician came to set it up. As he was installing the cameras and sensors, I mentioned the strange noises and Charlie's peculiar behavior. He listened attentively and reassured me that installing a security system was a wise decision. A few days later, I received a notification on my phone from the security system app. It was a motion alert from a camera in the hallway. I was at work, so I opened the app to view the live feed. I nearly dropped my phone when I saw what appeared on the screen. A person dressed in dark clothing moving through my living room. They were clearly attempting to be stealthy, but the camera captured their every move. I immediately contacted the police, frantically trying to convey the urgency of the situation. They assured me they would send someone over right away and instructed me to stay put, advising against returning home until they gave the all-clear. Although it felt like an eternity. The police arrived at my house within about 20 minutes. They reviewed the footage and then entered the house to investigate. I was anxiously waiting, paced anxiously outside, trying to distract my thoughts until the officers returned. They brought unsettling news. The intruder had definitely been inside. They had accessed several rooms, including the kitchen and the living room, where they rearranged a few items. Strangely, nothing valuable seemed to be missing. The police found no evidence of forced entry, suggesting the intruder might have slipped in through an improperly secured window or discovered another entry point. They gathered fingerprints and took a comprehensive statement from me, thoroughly inspecting the entire house for any potential security breaches or overlooked evidence. They advised me to scrutinize the security footage meticulously to see if anything could aid in identifying the culprit. The footage revealed the intruder stealthily moving through the house, their face concealed by a hood and mask. They appeared methodical, examining various rooms as if searching for something particular. The most unnerving moment was watching them approach the door to my bedroom while Charlie slept on the other side. Thankfully, they didn't enter, but the proximity to where I was resting made my skin crawl. In the days that ensued, the police uncovered no new leads. They persisted in their investigation, but there were no additional updates. I enhanced the property's security by installing improved locks and motion sensor lights. I've also ensured consistent communication with the police to stay updated on any new developments. Charlie and I are still acclimating to this new normal. The sense of security I once felt in my home has vanished, replaced by a constant vigilance regarding our surroundings. I strive to remain as alert as possible, and Charlie seems more anxious than before, likely picking up on the lingering tension. If there is one lesson I've absorbed, it's the critical importance of security and vigilance. I am thankful for the security system and the police response, yet I cannot shake the disquiet knowing that someone was in my home without my awareness. If anyone has experienced something similar or has advice on maintaining safety after an intruder has entered your home, I would greatly appreciate hearing from you. This incident occurred just last week, and I have felt uneasy ever since. I am sharing this here because I cannot shake the lingering fear and dread the intrusion left me with. My name is Sarah, and I live alone with my dog, Charlie. He is a large, friendly Labrador who is usually my constant companion. Last Friday night, I was home alone, winding down after a long day. I had spent the evening watching TV and reading a book, and around 9 p.m., I decided to turn in early. Charlie and I headed to bed, and he curled up beside me as usual. Everything seemed normal until about 11 p.m., when Charlie suddenly began growling. It was a low, menacing growl that grew louder and more intense. I attempted to soothe him, but he wouldn't stop, staring intently. The moon filtering through the curtains. I felt a chill run down my spine as Charlie's behavior became more frantic. At the door to the hallway, I had initially dismissed his agitation, believing he was simply on high alert. I rose to investigate, but everything appeared calm. Assuming Charlie was merely being cautious, I attempted to soothe him and returned to bed. I thought perhaps it was just some outside noise that had unsettled him. Yet, Charlie remained uneasy, pacing restlessly around the room and occasionally emitting low growls. Around midnight, a soft sound startled me into stillness. It resembled someone moving stealthily within the house. I tried to rationalize it as the house settling or perhaps the wind, but Charlie's growling soon escalated into barking. I could hear him scratching fervently at the door, eager to escape. RMED with a flashlight, I ventured into the hallway. The house had returned to silence, but a creeping sense of discomfort was intensifying. I checked both the front and back doors to ensure they were securely locked. Everything appeared in order. Peering through the windows, I saw nothing unusual outside, just the enveloping darkness of night. Back in my bedroom, Charlie was whining and pawing at the door. I released him and followed, determined to uncover the source of his distress. As we moved through the house, I noticed a few minor anomalies. A chair had been repositioned in the kitchen, and a picture frame had fallen from the wall. It defied logic, yet I tried to dismiss it as mere figments of my imagination. Charlie led me to the living room, where he began sniffing around the couch and growling once more. The room was steeped in darkness, with only the moonlight sifting softly through the curtains. The flashlight I was clutching swept across the room, yet nothing was apparent, nothing overtly amiss. The sensation of being observed was overpowering, and my skin tingled with unease. I resolved to remain in the living room with Charlie. I illuminated every light and settled onto the couch, striving to maintain my composure. Gradually, Charlie nestled next to me, though his head remained raised, his gaze fixed intently on the door. The rest of the evening was fraught with tension. I couldn't dispel the feeling that something was amiss, and each creak or shift within the house made me startle. Eventually, the unsettling noises and Charlie's restlessness diminished, allowing me to snatch a few hours of fitful sleep on the couch with Charlie by my side. When dawn broke, I inspected the house once more. Everything seemed intact, no signs of forced entry or anything amiss. I attempted to rationalize it as merely a bad night combined with Charlie's keen instincts, but the fact that objects had been disturbed and the lingering sense of unease stayed with me. Charlie's behavior was entirely uncharacteristic, and I can't fathom why he was so unsettled. I'm still on edge, and I meticulously check the locks and windows each night. This incident occurred just a few days ago, and I can't stop dwelling on it. I'm sharing this because I need to express it somehow. My name is Emily, and my older brother Matt and I were home alone last Friday night. Our parents had gone out for dinner and a movie, and since Matt was visiting for a few days, we decided to make the most of the quiet house. It was around 7 p.m. when they departed, and we were both eager to make sure it stays that way. My heart pounded as I cautiously approached the door, my mind racing with possibilities. Could it have been the wind? Or was someone trying to break in? As I reached the entrance, the door was slightly ajar, swaying gently with each gust of wind. I hesitated, unsure whether to close it or investigate further. Meanwhile, the stillness of the night seemed to amplify every sound. The rustling leaves outside sounded like whispers, and the distant hum of traffic felt intrusive in the silence. I clutched my phone tightly, its flashlight casting eerie shadows across the room. Gathering my courage, I peeked out into the darkened street, half expecting to see something, or someone, lurking in the shadows. Finding nothing unusual outside, I closed the door firmly, making sure it was securely locked this time. I tried to shake off the unease that had settled in my chest, but the sense of being watched persisted. Returning to the living room, I noticed the power had come back on, the TV once again glowing softly in the dim light. I sank back onto the couch, trying to focus on the movie, but my mind kept drifting back to the strange occurrences of the evening. The metallic clatter, the flickering lights, the mysteriously open door, all of it seemed too coincidental. I couldn't help but wonder if there was something more to it, something I couldn't quite put my finger on. Eventually, exhaustion began to take over, and my eyes grew heavy. Despite the lingering apprehension, I decided to call it a night. As I turned off the TV and headed to bed, I couldn't shake the feeling that the night had been far from ordinary. Consistently ensured it remained securely locked whenever they were away. As I tiptoed towards the door, my heart thudded in my chest. Upon reaching it, I noticed it was slightly ajar, yet there was no one outside. I promptly closed it, locked it, and double-checked the back door to ensure everything was secure. Reassured, I returned to the living room and attempted to call Matt to see if he was awake, but he didn't pick up. I assumed he was asleep and simply ignoring my calls. Next, I tried to contact my parents, but my phone inexplicably died, which was peculiar since it had been fully charged earlier. With no means to reach anyone, I decided to wait in the living room, trying to remain calm despite every small noise making me jump. The oppressive silence was unsettling. I sat there for what seemed like an eternity until I heard footsteps from upstairs. My heart raced once more. I was aware Matt was in bed, but these footsteps seemed heavier, as though they belonged to someone else. Grabbing a flashlight, I ascended the stairs, each step feeling perilous. The house felt colder, and the shadows appeared to stretch ominously in all directions. I reached Matt's room to find him fast asleep, oblivious to the events unfolding downstairs. I shook him awake, recounting the situation with the door and the strange sounds. Though he was groggy, he agreed to investigate the house with me. We meticulously searched each room for anything out of the ordinary, yet found nothing amiss, though the sense of foreboding lingered. We locked all the doors and resolved to stay in Matt's room until our parents returned home. We arranged a makeshift bed on the floor and attempted to sleep, yet neither of us managed to get much rest. When my parents finally returned home at 1 a.m., they were puzzled as to why the house was so dark. We recounted everything that had transpired, and they conducted a thorough check of the house. They couldn't find anything amiss and reassured us that it was likely just a series of coincidences. They suggested it might have been a faulty fuse. Since then, I have felt uneasy whenever I am home alone. The entire experience left me on edge, and I cannot shake the feeling that something was wrong that night. I hope it was merely our minds playing tricks on us, but I cannot deny how bizarre and unsettling it all was. If anyone has any ideas about what might have occurred, I would appreciate hearing them. This incident took place just a few hours ago, and I am still feeling anxious. I want to share what happened because I need to express it and move on. I was home alone with my best friend Jake. It's a common occurrence when he visits. We end up spending time together while my parents are out. We usually head to the woods behind my house for some lighthearted fun, but tonight took a different turn. It was around 4:30 p.m. when we decided to leave. The sun was still up, but the clouds were dense, and the air had a chill to it. We walked down the familiar path from my house to the woods. The leaves rustled under our feet, and the scent of pine filled the air as we made our way. We joked around and talked about school. The path is usually easy to navigate, but today it felt. The woods seemed somehow more dense, as if they were closing in around us. We reached the forest's edge and pushed through the underbrush. This was part of our usual routine, finding some rocks, tossing them into the creek, and snapping sticks for fun. Everything appeared normal until we ventured further into the woods. The sky grew darker more quickly than usual, and the trees seemed to loom taller and thicker, blocking out more light. About 15 minutes into our walk, we heard something unusual. A strange scratching sound coming from behind us. We paused and looked around, but saw nothing. We shrugged it off as an animal and continued, though a sense of unease began to settle in. As we moved deeper, the typical sounds of birds and small creatures seemed to vanish. It was eerily silent, the only sound being the crunch of leaves under our feet. Jake and I both noticed the silence, but neither of us spoke. We simply kept walking, trying to shake off the discomfort. Eventually, we stumbled upon something peculiar. A tattered old Barbie doll lying face down in the dirt. Its clothes were faded and torn, and one of its arms was missing. It looked as if it had been there for years. We exchanged uneasy glances and moved on, attempting to laugh it off. Our plan was to venture further than we ever had before. We intended to explore a bit more and then head back. As we journeyed deeper, we came across the remnants of what appeared to be a makeshift campsite. There were some burnt-out logs and a few pieces of broken furniture scattered about. The debris lay scattered around, creating an odd and somewhat unsettling atmosphere, but we chose to continue our journey. After walking for a while, we arrived at a familiar spot. A bridge crafted from a fallen log that spanned a narrow river. It marked the farthest point I had ever ventured into the world of the woods. I had seen it before, but tonight it appeared different. Something small and white rested atop the bridge. As we approached, we realized it was a deer's skull, impeccably clean and eerily out of place. A shiver ran down our spines. The skull was positioned precisely in the center of the bridge, as if deliberately placed there. Jake suggested we turn back, but I wanted to press on, thinking we were nearly done with our adventure. On the other side of the river stood a steep hill with a small, seemingly abandoned house perched on top. The windows were shattered, and the roof was riddled with holes. While we observed the house, a loud creak emanated from that direction. It sounded as though it came from within the house or somewhere nearby. The noise was sharp and unsettling, causing us both to freeze. Then, in a whisper, Jake confided that he thought he saw a shadow move inside the house. That's when we both decided it was time to leave. We sprinted as fast as we could toward the edge of the woods. My heart was pounding, and I could hear Jake breathing heavily behind me. Suddenly, he screamed, and I stopped to check on him. He told me he had heard footsteps right beside him, as if someone were walking alongside him, but when he looked, no one was there. Finally, we reached the road and continued to sprint away. As we neared my house, we observed that the garage door stood ajar. We couldn't recall if we'd left it that way or if something else was amiss. Hastily, we entered, locked the door behind us, and thoroughly checked every corner of the house. I activated the alarm system and ensured that all the windows and doors were securely fastened. Now, nearly 2 hours since our arrival, an unsettling feeling still lingers. My thoughts keep drifting back to the deer skull and the mysterious sounds from the house on the hill. I hope this is nothing more than an odd recollection, yet the anxiety from tonight is difficult to dispel. If anyone has any insights into what might have caused that eerie sensation or those noises, please share them with me. I sincerely hope we never have to return there. Earlier, as the sun dipped below the horizon, I decided to take a drive with my friend Rose up into the mountains. Having grown up near the city's outskirts, I frequently traveled those winding mountain roads. Rose, a relatively new addition to my life, had only ventured into the mountains a handful of times. I was eager to reveal how captivating it was at night, especially when descending back into town and watching all the city lights fade into view as you leave the foothills. My penchant for listening to creepy stories and watching horror films perhaps prepared us for the night's events. We embarked on our journey in my reliable '03 Toyota van, a vehicle that had successfully navigated the route many times before. There is a section where the paved road ends, and a gravel path leads further into the mountains. Just beside the transition from asphalt to gravel, there's a patch of dirt where people used to park their cars. Rose and I drove past the trucks and trailers, and I observed that the turnout was vacant, as was typical for this hour. It was roughly 10 p.m., the sun had dipped below the horizon, and the town's streetlights, set on timers, had all illuminated the streets. I had never noticed any lights on the mountain before. Nearly every agricultural plot on the mountain is enclosed with fencing and secured by locked gates marked with "private property" signs, often riddled with bullet holes to indicate that the landowners are armed and generally displeased with trespassers attempting to breach their fields. Every mountain field is irrigated using central pivot systems, those extended arching structures with metal frameworks and wheels that are frequently spotted across agricultural regions in the United States. I had seen some irrigation setups in town fitted with lights on timers, so initially, I wasn't too alarmed when I noticed a light in one of the fields. We had only traveled about a quarter of a mile by then, but I suddenly recalled that not only had I never seen that particular light before, but it was also situated in an unexpected location. "Oh no," I muttered, which was probably not what Rose wanted to hear during her inaugural nighttime mail delivery trip. "What's the matter?" Rose inquired. "Well, I understand that farmers are in the midst of harvesting, so a light in the field is reasonable. However, I've never seen that particular one before," I explained, pointing towards a spot where a solitary amber light flickered at the field's edge. The darkness obscured the fences and the surrounding boulders, but I was sufficiently acquainted with the mountain to know something was amiss. As I approached the edge of the property, I began to tap the steering wheel anxiously, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within me. I was both excited and apprehensive. The mountains promised to be breathtaking under the light of the half-moon, and Rose had never experienced their nighttime beauty. Yet, a nagging voice in my mind reminded me that after consuming countless hours of horror stories each month, I should at least derive some understanding from them. "I'm sorry, Rose," I said. "I keep driving if those were tractor headlights, but I've never seen just a single light in that spot before, especially in a field that doesn't seem to be farmed. It wouldn't make any sense to waste energy or money to illuminate it." Rose, ever understanding, didn't mind that we were turning back after only a quarter mile. We reversed direction and headed toward the asphalt. An inexplicable urgency gripped me, as if an invisible clock had just begun ticking. "Hey, Rose, could you please hold onto the handle? I'm going to speed up, and you might want to brace yourself," I advised, reassuring her that we were safe. Rose quietly grasped the old handle above the passenger seat, and I pressed the accelerator. A sense of urgency propelled me to hasten our return to the asphalt. My anxiety only heightened as we reached the truck parking area, where a white truck and a flatbed trailer had appeared, seemingly out of nowhere, in less than 10 minutes. About 6 men surrounded the truck, its headlights illuminating the scene. One individual was maneuvering a UTV off the flatbed trailer. Just as I feared he might collide with one of his friends, I sped by, noticing someone dashing behind the car. I veered onto a road that would eventually lead me to a main thoroughfare. "Rose," I inquired while accelerating to 70 miles per hour, "were those pay Opal there when we drove by earlier? I just wanted to ensure I wasn't imagining things." "No," Rose replied. I exhaled, mimicking her tone, even as I increased speed to 75 and glanced into my rearview mirror. As far as I could discern, they weren't pursuing us, but we had 8 miles of straight, open road ahead before we could finally reach civilization. "Did they seem like they were in a hurry to you?" There was no other traffic, so we didn't have to decelerate for anyone, which helped us both maintain as much composure as possible. "Just a bit," she laughed nervously, peering over her shoulder to check for any following vehicles. Fortunately, none appeared. We drove to a bustling restaurant and remained in the car, attempting to calm our nerves. We tried to devise a reason why this guy had suddenly appeared in the middle of the night. Rose suggested that perhaps their friends were camping and in some kind of trouble. However, all the land in the mountains is privately owned, so camping there is not allowed. I was relieved that Rose and I left before discovering why 6 men felt compelled to rush up the mountain in the dead of night. Since high school, I've learned that some of the most gratifying purchases stem from the most frustrating transactions. At around 17, I decided to obtain my driver's license because I was tired of spending so much. Spending time at home with my parents was not unpleasant, as they weren't bad people. However, my mom would often engage in loud debates with the television during political broadcasts, with my dad chiming in, which quickly became overwhelming. After obtaining my driver's license, I initially relied on a messaging service called Qwerty. Unfortunately, it shut down, leaving me without a mobile phone. Since my parents considered having a cell phone essential, it became my responsibility to purchase one. They agreed to cover the cost, and I would repay them by doing chores around the house. I had to take care of all the necessary arrangements to acquire the phone. Although I didn't live in a dangerous area, the Radio Shack I needed to visit was located in a less reputable part of town, known for its escorts and dealers. While I'd never heard of any incidents occurring there, the atmosphere was certainly unsettling. A particular apartment building on the way to Radio Shack was infamous for housing addicts and was widely regarded as perilous. At Radio Shack, the purchasing process was unnecessarily convoluted. The young woman assisting me initially activated the wrong phone and even managed to break it. After a lengthy ordeal, we finally got everything sorted out, and they advised me to set up security on my new phone and create a backup passcode. I chose a swipe pattern code but promptly forgot it as soon as I climbed back into my dad's truck. It was around 8 p.m. when I approached the intersection near the infamous apartment buildings, heading west. The road was nearly deserted, with only 2 other vehicles traveling in the same direction. As I stopped at a red light behind an orange PT Cruiser, a truck made a right turn. A man stood at the northwest corner, waiting to cross the street to the east, just ahead of us. Although the traffic light turned green, the PT Cruiser in front of me remained stationary. I hesitated for a moment before honking my horn, which caused the vehicle ahead to back up slightly, triggering a wave of panic within me. In my confusion, I failed to shift the car into reverse and instead put it in park, frantically pressing the gas pedal, but the car didn't budge. I struggled to find the correct gear, and by the time I figured it out, the PT Cruiser had already sped off. The man waiting to cross the street then approached my vehicle. He was about 5 feet 6 inches, slender, with long limbs and a gaunt face that evoked thoughts of a zombie. His expression was twisted with anger. He wore a filthy, neutral-colored hoodie, and as he drew nearer, I noticed how bloodied he was. It was difficult to determine the extent of his injuries because his face was so dirty and covered in blood. As he attempted to open the driver's side door, I finally managed to shift into neutral. The truck emitted a peculiar noise, which startled him, yet I still wasn't moving. He then pressed his face against the window, appearing as though he was bleeding from his eyes, yet he showed no signs of pain as he tugged at the door handle. Despite being terrified, I eventually found the correct gear. I didn't want to hurt him by speeding away too quickly. However, when he brandished a gun, I screamed, slammed on the gas, and inadvertently dragged him a short distance as his arm was hooked around the side mirror. He yelled and released his grip, and I accelerated to 60 miles per hour, racing down the road toward my house, arriving in a full state of panic. I was reprimanded by M. My mother interrupted me while I was attempting to explain, overwhelmed by the situation to the point of feeling nauseous. I rushed to the bathroom, unable to hold it in. After I recounted the event, my parents remained dubious, suspecting I was overreacting. This skepticism led them to contact the police. The dispatcher informed us that mine wasn't the only report about a man with bleeding eyes. Shortly after, a deputy arrived at our doorstep. My mother, still convinced I might have fabricated the incident, insisted I speak with him. I provided a detailed description and pointed out the bloody face print on the truck window. The police collected a sample and later confirmed they had detained a suspect matching my description. The man had a severe rash and a dislocated shoulder, but he wasn't in any life-threatening condition. His story appeared on the local news, linking him to a series of attempted carjackings while under the influence of cocaine. Eventually, he was sentenced on a drug-related charge, and I haven't heard anything further about the situation. Approximately 29 years ago, after finishing high school, I relocated to Saitama, a prefecture neighboring Tokyo, Japan. A few months after my move, I purchased a used car, which was almost essential for getting around. I took great pleasure in leisurely drives after work, enjoying music and smoking cigarettes. One night, during an especially long drive through the mountains, surrounded by nothing but darkness and the sound of cicadas, something unsettling occurred. I usually drove with the windows down, particularly on the driver's side, since I was smoking. As I maneuvered along this dimly lit, isolated road, a scream pierced the silence. It wasn't just any scream, it resembled a child's blood-curdling, chilling cry. It's a sound that haunts me even now, so much so that I hesitate to speak of it. Instinctively, I slammed on the brakes. While I've never been one to believe in the paranormal, always trusting my five senses, something felt amiss. I pulled over onto the shoulder and stepped out of the car, feeling chills run up my spine. It was the dead of night, and there was no logical explanation for what I had heard. Scanning the surroundings as best as I could with my car's headlights illuminating the dense forest ahead, I was engulfed by fear and paranoia. I began to tremble, a physical reaction I had only heard of but now knew all too well to be real. Aside from the sound of my own heartbeat and the shuffle of my feet on the gravel road, the night was eerily silent. I tried to convince myself it was merely an auditory illusion, perhaps due to fatigue. Hearing nothing further, I decided to drive home, attempting to leave the incident behind me. 3 weeks later, while watching TV, the same mountain roads and passes appeared on the screen. The newscaster reported that Tsutomu Miyazaki had confessed to a murder, pinpointing the crime scene to the authorities. It became evident that the scream I heard, though not in real time, might have been a distant echo of past horrors. That scream was no ordinary sound. It was what I can only describe as a scream of finality, filled with terror and despair. The area I had pulled over, witnessing the very sight of unspeakable acts, as the details of Miyazaki's crimes were later documented by both the media and himself. The full extent of the horror unfolded. If you search for Tsutomu Miyazaki, you'll find chilling details, but I refuse to give his actions any further recognition here. That experience profoundly altered me, and I never ventured on nighttime drives through the woods again. The echo of that scream and the grim reality of what transpired in those mountains have lingered with me ever since. I was about 8 years old when this incident happened, and although my memory of the event itself is fragmented, I vividly recall my mother's reaction, which underscores how serious it was. I was with my mother and little sister on a road trip across Wyoming. This was a regular activity for us since we had family spread across the state, and my mom loved taking long drives. Anyone familiar with Wyoming knows that the roads there can often be mostly deserted. On this particular day, we had been following an older green and white truck for several hours. As we neared a gas station, my little sister got excited about picking up one of those wax juice bottles she adored. The green and white truck pulled into the gas station just ahead of us. We stopped too, used the restroom, grabbed some snacks, and my mom refueled the car. Soon, we were back on the road. Not long after, my mom asked from the driver's seat, "Is that truck behind us the same one we followed into the gas station?" I turned around. The tension in the car was palpable. I had confirmed that it was indeed the same truck, then settled back into my seat, continuing to indulge in snacks. However, I could sense my mom's growing unease. She kept glancing in the rearview mirror at the truck. For the next stretch of road, the truck would accelerate, edging dangerously close to us, then slow down again, maintaining this unsettling pattern for several miles. As we approached another gas station, my mom spoke with a seriousness that immediately alarmed me. "I'm going to pull in and open my door like I'm getting out." "I don't want you to open your doors. Don't get out. Just sit tight and hang on," she instructed. My sister and I exchanged puzzled looks, sensing the tension but not fully grasping the gravity of the situation. We pulled into the station and up to a pump, my mom using the rearview mirror to keep an eye on the truck as it pulled in and parked beside the entrance. The driver, a large man, popped his hood, got out, and began tinkering under it with his back turned to us. My mom seized the moment. She slammed her door shut and sped away. I twisted in my seat to see the man turn around abruptly, startled by the screech of her tires. He quickly closed his hood and stared as we drove off. My mom drove faster than I had ever seen her drive before. The road ahead curved sharply, and just before the bend, she slammed on the brakes, yanked the steering wheel to the right, and expertly maneuvered the car around the corner into a small parking lot behind a building. We were out of sight from the road, but the tension in the air remained. I could still catch a glimpse of the green and white truck speeding past the curb. We sat there, terrified, in complete silence until my mom broke it to ask if anyone needed a restroom break. I admitted that I did, but she decided it was safer to wait and drive to the next station. Then she said something that's stuck with me ever since, completely out of character for her. "I'd rather wet my pants in this car than be murdered on the side of this road." We eventually resumed our journey and never saw the green and white truck again. This chilling experience, shaped by my mother's quick thinking and fierce protective instincts, remains vivid in my memory, a stark reminder of the dangers that can lurk on desolate roads. Back in April 2005, I was leaving a friend's house and heading home. He lived on Lake Ariel in Lane County, Pennsylvania, about 15 miles away. I decided to take the back roads to save time and avoid the police. As I crossed the mountain road, I spotted a van pulled off to the side, its doors open and lights on. It was well past midnight, and the road was deserted. I slowed down my car, a 1989 BW with the top down, shifting into first gear, and scanned for anyone who might be in trouble. The woods were silent, and the van was not running, but all its lights were on, even the driver's door was ajar. I remembered thinking to myself that I wouldn't have cell service until I reached the top of the mountain and needed to call the police. So, I continued towards where I knew I could get a signal, going no more than 30 miles per hour. I sensed that the situation was strange, but things were about to get worse. About 3 miles away, as I drove along the roadside with a clearer view of the forest, I noticed some movement. I eased off the accelerator, not wanting to risk hitting a deer. Just as I eased up, a man drenched in fresh blood emerged from the tree line and stepped onto the road. He was so thoroughly covered in gore that I couldn't initially recognize him as a man. He staggered directly in front of my car, waving for me to stop. I was in my convertible with the top down, of course. He was shouting and clawing at my door. I quickly shifted into first gear and sped away. After driving another mile or so, I finally had cell service and was able to call the police. The man was clearly injured, and his attempt to grab my door had frightened me. There was a wide clearing on the mountain where I agreed to wait for the police. They arrived in under 10 minutes. While I waited, I raised the top and locked the doors. An officer took my statement and examined my car with a flashlight. The man from the woods had left a bloody streak down the side of my door. Another officer found the van, but they couldn't locate the man who had emerged from the woods. The police allowed me to go home, assuring me they would contact me if they needed any more information. A few days later, I received a call. They informed me that the van was stolen and asked if I could describe the man. They never found him that night, and as far as I know, they never did. Apparently, the van was stolen, and the police speculated that the man had patched himself up and fled in a panic. To this day, I remain vigilant, always on the lookout for a bloody figure emerging from the woods. This experience has stayed with me. I've been in a relationship with my girlfriend for a few years now. She's a petite blonde who consistently maintains an optimistic outlook on everything. We attend separate colleges, hers is in New Hampshire, while mine is in Massachusetts. Since she doesn't own a car, I usually drive up to visit her in my old, small red car, which was a gift from my grandmother. I'm not particularly fond of the car, but considering it was free, I have no grounds for complaint. The hour-and-a-half drive has never been an issue for me, but a few weeks ago, the journey turned out to be more eventful than I anticipated. On that visit, the day started to go downhill. We had hoped to have the dorm room to ourselves, but her roommate wouldn't leave, so we ended up spending time in the common area. After spending the majority of the day together, it was finally time for me to return to my college. I said my goodbyes and assured her that I would message her once I got back. By then, it was 6 p.m., and the darkness was settling in rapidly, typical of winter evenings. I usually opt for the New Hampshire back roads to enjoy a more scenic route and avoid traffic congestion. This choice doesn't affect my travel time, which is a bonus. Anyone familiar with New Hampshire knows that many of these back roads are either poorly lit or not illuminated at all. This isn't much of an issue for me, as I can simply use my high beams. About 30 minutes into the drive, I turned onto a road that resembled a wide path. According to my GPS, I would continue straight for about 7 miles, and given my familiarity with the quirks of New Hampshire roads, I didn't expect any surprises. I didn't think much of it at first. The street was barely wide enough for a car and a half, flanked by dense woods on either side. The road was entirely devoid of streetlights, casting it into shadow. I had driven about 3 or 4 miles when my headlights illuminated a man standing in the middle of the road, urgently waving to flag down my car for assistance. The road was too narrow for me to maneuver around him, which forced me to come to a stop. The man approached my driver's side window, motioning for me to lower it. Not fully thinking things through, I rolled the window down halfway. He appeared to be an average man in his early 40s, yet there was something unsettling about his demeanor. He claimed he was experiencing car trouble and asked me to step out of my vehicle to assist him. Being a 19-year-old with an average physique, nothing about me suggested any expertise with cars. I informed him that I knew nothing about car mechanics and that the best I could do was call a mechanic or a tow truck. Despite this, he continued pointing towards his old, rusted black pickup truck, insisting that I get out to help him. This started to send shivers down my spine, leaving me unsure of what to do next. That's when I noticed another person crouching behind the truck. Although the man couldn't see my reaction, internally, I began to panic. My fight or flight instincts kicked in, and I decided to attempt something bold. I told the man that I would pull over on the side of the road ahead and then get out to see how I could assist him. Surprisingly, this seemed to satisfy him, and he smiled as he stepped back from my car. At that moment, I pressed the gas pedal as hard as I could and sped away. I glanced into my rearview mirror and watched as both men rushed into the middle of the road, only to stop and stand there. I pressed on the accelerator, driving as swiftly as I could until I reached the end of the road. I arrived at a nearby gas station, where I paused to contact the police. I recounted my experience to the dispatcher and inquired whether I needed to remain for questioning. They assured me they would dispatch officers to investigate the area and that I was free to continue my journey. After hanging up, I called my girlfriend to explain what had transpired. She was simply relieved that I was unharmed. I still have no idea what those men's intentions were. I don't know if they genuinely had car troubles or if I was about to be carjacked, or worse. Needless to say, after that night, I decided not to drive the back roads alone at night anymore. This incident occurred nearly 20 years ago, yet it remains etched in my memory. I attended college in a tiny town in northwestern Maryland, nestled in the foothills of the Catoctin Mountains. My friends and I often drove through the mountains, becoming quite familiar with those roads. However, this story unfolded before we had mastered the routes, during our early days at school. One evening, several of my girlfriends and I set out for a drive. The roads were winding and narrow, with certain sections dropping sharply off the side of the mountain. Since it was nighttime, we proceeded cautiously. We seldom encountered other vehicles while driving, which was ideal. Yet, that particular evening, as we descended toward the parking area. As we drove through the parking lot, another car appeared, but we didn't give it much thought, assuming it was simply someone else seeking solitude. We veered onto the back roads, and initially, the car was no longer behind us. However, as we ventured deeper into the mountains, it reappeared, trailing closely behind. Its proximity unnerved us, especially since we were unfamiliar with the winding, unpaved roads that offered no opportunity to turn around. I accelerated as fast as I could to distance ourselves from the vehicle, but panic began to set in. We were convinced this person had malicious intentions. Eventually, we spotted a chapel with a parking area. We pulled in, turned to face the road, and watched as a man with striking red hair drove past, staring at us intently. We quickly made our way down Melvin Street, parked the car, and contacted public safety to report the incident. The next day, we received an email from campus security advising us to be cautious of a man with red hair, glasses, and a beard. He had been attempting to gain access to campus buildings and had been trailing women around the area. Although it might seem anticlimactic since we escaped so easily, I am utterly convinced that had he caught up to us while we were parked, we might never have been seen again. I was just 14 years old, and it seemed like an ordinary evening. It was approximately 9 p.m., and I was at my younger cousin's house, babysitting for the night. Both of our parents had gone out for drinks and were not expected back until late. We were simply lounging around, seated in the living room. In the living room, we were watching random shows on television. As we sat there, I felt increasingly uneasy, sensing that something was amiss, though I couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. I attempted to brush off the feeling and continued watching TV with my cousin, who was thoroughly enjoying my company. However, the sense of unease persisted. Deciding to take action, I got up and walked to the back door to ensure it was locked. Upon returning through the kitchen, I realized what had been causing my discomfort. There, peering through the window, was a very decrepit and homeless-looking man, intently staring inside at my young cousin. Instinctively, my protective instincts kicked in. I acted as though I hadn't noticed the man and told my little cousin that we needed to go upstairs because our parents would be home soon and they wouldn't want him staying up late. I took him upstairs and tucked him into bed, fully aware that there was a stranger outside who seemed intent on coming in. At that time, I was about 125 pounds and stood 5 feet 8 inches, having played football for my school, if I remember correctly. I headed downstairs directly to the kitchen and grabbed a meat tenderizing hammer. Turning back to the window where I had seen the man, I found he was no longer there. I swiftly moved to the front door to ensure it was securely locked, confirming that both the deadbolt and the knob were fastened. With the meat tenderizer in hand, I hurried back upstairs to my cousin's room and positioned myself in front of the door. When he asked what I was doing, I reassured him that there was no need to worry and advised him to keep his head down. I then called the police, followed by my dad and uncle, to inform them of the situation. The police mentioned they would. The ordeal began when I realized it would take my father and uncle half an hour to reach us, and they were already 45 minutes away. Out of nowhere, I heard the unmistakable crash of a window breaking, followed by the ominous sound of heavy boots clomping on the tiled floor. I urgently instructed my cousin to remain calm and conceal himself beneath the blankets. In hushed tones, I advised him to stay silent. The intruder was moving around on the lower level, and the situation was terrifying. Clutching the meat tenderizer tightly, I braced myself. Approximately 5 minutes passed, and then the footsteps ascended the stairs. My heart was pounding like a jackhammer, feeling as though I was on the verge of a heart attack. My cousin's door was a mere 10 feet from the stairway. I heard the intruder opening doors, first my uncle's room, then the bathroom. My cousin's room was next in line along the corridor. My body trembled with adrenaline. Suddenly, the intruder changed course and descended the stairs, and I heard him open the basement door. 15 minutes later, the police arrived, bursting into the house. They came to our room, and I informed them that I had heard the intruder enter the basement. They swiftly headed down there and apprehended the man without much resistance. It was revealed that he had escaped from a psychiatric hospital located about 20 miles away. He had the mental capacity of a child and had broken into several other homes in the vicinity. The incident haunted me with nightmares for months afterward. About a decade ago, I was living alone, with few visitors to keep me company. I was in a state of deep depression, having lost my girlfriend to a drunk driving accident. One evening, as I sipped a beer and watched the sun set from the back porch, I noticed a large, disheveled man emerging from the edge of the woods. My heart skipped a beat as he yapped. As I stumbled towards my home in a threatening manner, living alone often led me to use my backyard for target practice. At that moment, I was incredibly thankful for this habit. Instinctively, I rushed to secure all the doors while frantically calling the police. Unbeknownst to me, the intruder had broken in the previous day through a basement window and had spent the night hiding there. He had left the basement door unlocked, and now he was making his way inside the house, advancing up the stairs toward me. I clutched my rifle, aiming it at the man approaching down the hallway. I shouted at him, demanding he stop and lie on the ground, but he continued moving toward me. I fired the first round, loaded with rock salt, but he showed no response. Undeterred, I quickly followed with a rubber bullet to his chest, yet the man, obviously under the influence and out of his mind, continued to advance. This guy was enormous, at least twice my size, and I realized that whatever drugs he had consumed were helping him endure any pain a rubber bullet might cause. He was forcing me into a corner. Desperately, I pleaded with him to stop and warned him of the consequences, but he merely groaned at me like a zombie and lunged forward. I took my third shot. I can't remember whether it was buckshot or a slug, but it left a gaping hole in his chest. It barely slowed him down. He kept advancing, and in a frantic struggle, he wrestled me to the ground. He was groaning and coughing up blood when, suddenly, he grabbed my face. With both of his enormous hands, he began to squeeze my head, which was utterly terrifying. I could feel him trying to burst my skull open like a balloon. I'm not sure how long the ordeal actually lasted, but it seemed like an eternity. Eventually, his injury took its toll, and he died on top of me. I lay there, pinned under his weight for several minutes, my energy completely drained, struggling to breathe with him pressing down on me. His body forced my rifle into my chest, causing serious pain. When I finally managed to shift his body to the side, I found myself completely soaked in his blood, and the overpowering smell is something I can still remember vividly. I had entirely forgotten that I was still connected to the operator on the phone, who had listened to the entire exchange. It mostly consisted of me pleading, "Stop, or I'll shoot," while the man menacingly taunted me. The police arrived shortly after, and the incident was reported in the local newspapers. There was a criminal investigation, but ultimately, I was cleared of any wrongdoing. It turned out that the intruder was wanted for the murder of an elderly couple in Baltimore and had somehow traveled 50 miles up the road into a rural area. I was 18, relaxing alone in my friend's apartment. We lived in a duplex. He resided on the top floor while I occupied the bottom. Ironically, I was watching a horror movie when I heard something massive crash through the frame door and into the kitchen. Curious to see who it was, I ventured out. We often hosted large parties, so it wasn't particularly unusual for a stranger to show up unannounced. But when I first encountered this man, he was an enormous country fellow clad in overalls, clutching a massive butcher's knife, simply staring at me while standing in the kitchen. I might have uttered something. I can't quite recall, but I quickly dashed out through a side door, sprinted to my apartment, and secured all the locks. I can't remember whom I called or precisely what transpired, but I do know I waited until I no longer heard any movement upstairs before I stealthily returned. The big guy was sprawled out on the couch, unconscious. It turned out he was on parole for domestic violence charges, had gotten heavily intoxicated downtown, and stumbled into the apartment where he once lived. He was taken into custody, and we never heard from him again, so I presume his parole didn't go particularly well. I also have another tale from the same apartment, possibly linked to the previous incident. Once more, I found myself home alone, anticipating my friend's return so we could play some Xbox. It was around 1 a.m. when, suddenly, there was an aggressive pounding on the door. As I mentioned, unexpected guests were not out of the ordinary, but this kind of banging was anything but normal. As I approached the door, I heard a man yelling about money, repeatedly mentioning someone he called Big Man. "Open the door, Big Man." Apparently, Big Man owed him $10,000, and he had come to collect. He was wielding something metal. I assumed it was either a gun or a metal baseball bat, as I could hear the clanging noise when he struck the door. I was quite high at the time and unsure of how to react, so I simply stood on the other side of the door for about 20 minutes while he hurled insults and attempted to kick his way in. Kicking the door down was admittedly foolish, but I was young and naive. Eventually, he did leave, and whether he returned during a party or at some other time, I never heard from him again. One last incident took place in that apartment. It happened the day after a party. My roommate was once again out, leaving me alone at home. There was a knock at the door, and when I looked through the peephole, I saw a delivery man. I opened the door, and he claimed he had a package for me, already paid for. However, the delivery bag he was holding seemed suspiciously light. He asked for Jason, and I inquired who Jason was. He insisted that Jason had placed the order and that he could only deliver it to him because he had paid for it. I did not know anyone by that name, and the man didn't resemble your typical delivery person. I told him he must have the wrong address, but he wedged his hand in the door, pushing it open as I tried to close it. We had an intense standoff while I tried to explain that Jason didn't reside here, yet he persisted, insisting he needed to come in and check. He gave me a stern look and reiterated that he only needed to see Jason. He dropped the pretense of being a delivery man, making it apparent that he and Jason had some unfinished business. I was on the verge of allowing him in to prove Jason wasn't there when my roommate arrived home. The interruption made my roommate excitedly think I had ordered pizza. The man dropped his bag and left. It took some time to connect the dots of these strange encounters. The man on parole who had initially broken in was likely the same person who owed someone. We had both moved out a few weeks later after realizing that place was far too problematic. I had arranged for a taxi from a reputable company to take me from a friend's home to mine in the early evening, around dusk. As I exited the house, the driver arrived and headed towards me. On our way back to the vehicle, he momentarily placed his hand on my shoulder. Although the touch was fleeting, it was intentional. My first reaction was, "Why is this man touching my shoulder?" My intuition suggested something was off. But I was in my 20s, and this man appeared to be in his 50s. I rationalized that perhaps it was a customary gesture for someone from his generation. He was an older Muslim gentleman with a pronounced Middle Eastern accent. I settled into the back seat. The trip should have taken about 20 minutes, traveling from North to South London. During the first 5 minutes, we engaged in some small talk, during which he mentioned that I was his last fare for the day and he had no plans afterward. This statement sent a jolt of fear through me, but I reassured myself by remembering he was from a licensed company. He had undergone identity verification and had been approved for the job. His ID card, complete with his name, photo, and registration number, was prominently displayed on the dashboard. The firm he worked for was one my friend frequently used and had an account with, although she had never encountered this specific driver. Logically, I reasoned that he was easily traceable to me, so it seemed unlikely he would attempt anything untoward. As dusk settled over the bustling area, a sense of security enveloped me. By this time, we were already on the road, and I spent the next 15 minutes or so of the journey absorbed in my phone. I couldn't quite understand why I was so focused on it. Perhaps I was intentionally trying to distract myself from my inexplicable nerves. Though the anxiety felt irrational, it lingered. Given that it was the early 2000s, my phone was quite basic compared to today's devices, yet it must have had a game or something else that captivated my attention, as I refrained from looking out the window for some time. When I finally glanced outside, expecting to be nearing my home, I was alarmed to find we were in a desolate part of town that was completely unfamiliar to me. This area was certainly not on the route from my friend's house to my own. The drive should have been a straightforward one through the heart of London, but instead, we were in a remote location with what appeared to be an abandoned housing estate and deserted cars. Turning to the driver to inquire about our whereabouts, I paused when I realized he was repeatedly glancing left and right down the dimly lit alleys we passed. I noticed the car was slowing down, and his breathing was unusually loud and erratic. That's when an overwhelming sense of danger washed over me. He seemed to be searching for a secluded spot to stop. At that moment, a distinct voice in my mind warned me that he intended to harm me and then kill me. I needed to act quickly. Without thinking, I blurted out, "I don't know where we are." He did not respond. I remained silent at first, but then I spoke up, saying something along the lines of, "My friend asked me to call her once I was safely home. I should be there by now, so I need to inform her that I'm not yet home safely. Otherwise, she'll contact your company and alert the police because she's quite extreme in her reactions." This seemed to jolt him into considering the repercussions of whatever he was contemplating. These were the very early days of mobile phones, and not everyone owned one, especially the older generation. Maybe it was a lifeline he hadn't thought I might attempt to use. With that realization, he turned around and drove out of the deserted area. Eventually, we reached a main road, and after some time, I began to recognize familiar places as we made our way toward my home. He apologized, saying, "I'm sorry if I made you worried," but there was something off about the way he said it, and that wasn't the end of the ordeal. As we neared my home, I decided I didn't want him dropping me off directly outside my door. I lived with my sister, but she was staying at her boyfriend's house that night, and we resided in a communal building. I was concerned he might attempt to follow me through the main entrance and gain access to my flat. So, I requested, "Could you drop me off at the store on the next street?" Reet? He had no choice but to agree. I entered the store and lingered there for a while. I remember being completely broke at that time. My friend had paid for the ride with her account. After a few minutes, I left the store and walked the 3 to 4 minutes back to my flat. As I approached, I noticed a car parked facing the building. As I approached the main door, a sudden realization struck me. I couldn't believe it was him. I instantly knew you would notice that I hadn't purchased anything from the shop, as I was without even a bag to show for it. This would make my lie obvious. As I walked past the car, I couldn't bring myself to glance back at her, so I hastily retrieved my keys, quickened my stride, and swiftly entered my apartment. Once inside, I mustered the courage to look out the window, and there he was. Undeniably, that man. He had driven from the spot where he had dropped me off to my building and was sitting in his car, staring directly at my flat. Just then, my friend called. I told her I'd only just arrived home, and she was incredulous at how long it had taken me. I recounted the entire incident to her. While still on the phone, I peered out the window again, and at last, he was gone. At the time, I didn't report any of this. Now, from the secure distance of 20 years later, I do regret it. Nonetheless, I continued to doubt my intuition, even though I had such a strong instinctual feeling in the moment. Afterward, I convinced myself it was just a brief moment of panic, and my rational mind reasserted itself. My logic also suggested that reporting him wouldn't lead to any action, as he hadn't technically done anything wrong. I lacked evidence, and even if he admitted to taking the detour, he could easily claim it was a wrong turn and deny ever returning to my residence. Reporting him might have caused him trouble, and he knew where I lived, which frightened me even more. From that point on, I remained vigilant around my apartment, and thankfully, I never saw him again. Reflecting on those memories now, and understanding the manipulation that occurred, I realize I should have reported it. Although I am aware that nothing might have been done, since practically every governmental level had concealed the assaults for years, it would have likely posed a greater risk to my safety. Nonetheless, I should have reported it for the sake of others, and I regret not taking action. This incident transpired several years ago while I was bartending during college. I was driving down a stretch of divided highway around 3 a.m. when I noticed a car heading towards me in the wrong lane. Initially, I doubted my perception, thinking the vehicle was actually on the opposite side of the highway. However, a white Ford sedan sped past me at an alarming velocity. It's worth mentioning that I also drive a white Ford sedan. Being accustomed to encountering intoxicated and reckless drivers late at night, I pulled over to the side of the road to let the car pass. Then, a moment of clarity struck me, and I decided to contact the police, realizing this driver could harm themselves or someone else. After providing the dispatcher with the road and mile marker details, they assured me they would dispatch a car. The state police station was only a few exits away, so I assumed they would respond quickly. I resumed my journey home and, as I merged back onto the highway, I noticed lights a few miles behind me. Living in a rural part of southeastern Pennsylvania, I knew that traffic at 3 a.m. mainly consisted of truckers and law enforcement. The vehicle gained on me as I accelerated to cruising speed, prompting me to remain in the lane. I shifted into the right lane and waited for the vehicle to pass, but instead, they switched on their high beams, making it difficult to drive as they tailed me closely. At that moment, I felt as if I was about to be stopped by the police, especially since I had previously reported a different white Ford sedan. I reached for my registration in the glove compartment. Suddenly, the car behind me made an audible screech as it slammed on its brakes and came to a halt in the middle of the highway. It seemed they turned off their car because the lights went out, and I noticed what appeared to be the same Ford sedan from earlier. Still, I wondered if it could be a police vehicle and if perhaps they thought I was reaching for a weapon in the glove box. In a panic, I dialed 911 for the second time and inquired with the dispatcher if a patrol car had been dispatched to investigate. The dispatcher, sounding a bit curt, reassured me that someone had been sent. I explained that someone was tailing me and behaving oddly, and it could be an officer who I might have startled by reaching for my registration. The dispatcher attempted to contact the trooper they had sent as the car accelerated towards me, halting just inches from my rear bumper with their high beams glaring and brakes screeching. I told the dispatcher I was fairly certain it was not the police behind me. The car once more surged to my bumper and activated their high beams, this time blaring the horn. The dispatcher asked what was happening, and I explained that the honking was coming from the car behind me, and I doubted it was a police officer. I decided that I no longer cared if I got pulled over. As I drove, I began to accelerate, knowing that if they turned on their lights, I would pull over. I attempted to signal for an exit and then veer off, but they trailed me at the next exit. Taking the off-ramp, I continued onto the on-ramp, with the car behind me shadowing my every move. I contemplated heading to a well-lit, populated gas station, thinking it might be the only one in southern Pennsylvania at that hour. However, the dispatcher and I agreed that it wouldn't be safe. The dispatcher remained calm, speaking to another individual, likely a supervisor, who was trying to dispatch police to my location. The supervisor suggested I drive to the state police station. Realizing it was just one exit away, I informed her of my plan to head there, and she assured me that some troopers would be waiting for me outside. As I exited, the car continued to follow. I ran a few red lights in my haste to reach the police station, and the car attempted to overtake me or pull alongside. Once the police station came into sight, I turned on my signal. The car abruptly hit the brakes, turned off its lights, and veered into a parking lot. The story reaches a somewhat anticlimactic conclusion as I arrived at the police station and met with the troopers. Two of them went to search for the car, while I remained with the third trooper. I expressed my gratitude to the dispatcher, the supervisor, and the state trooper who later escorted me home after taking my statement. I was never contacted for a follow-up or to testify, leading me to assume the person was never apprehended. I'm an old man now, but this event took place when I was much younger. When I was younger, I felt compelled to share this story in the hope that it might assist someone. One evening, I drove to a secluded tourist spot and parked my car there. I was alone and had no particular plans for the night. At approximately 8 p.m., I began to feel sleepy and eventually dozed off. I'm unsure how long I was asleep, but I was abruptly awakened by a tapping sound on my window. As I woke up with a stiff neck, I turned my head toward the source of the noise. There stood a woman by my driver's side door, tapping urgently at the glass. She appeared young and was by herself. Though still disoriented and groggy, I could hear her speaking. I cracked the window open slightly, and she desperately pleaded for help, asking me to unlock the door. She claimed a man had been pursuing her. Despite having just woken up, I was convinced this was genuine. For a fleeting moment, I wondered if I was witnessing a ghost, but that thought quickly dissipated. This was real, and it was unfolding right before me. I rushed to unlock and open the door to assist her, but then I hesitated. Something didn't feel right. Her hair, makeup, and clothes were impeccably maintained. Not a single hair was out of place, none of her makeup was smudged, and she didn't appear to be sweating as one might expect after being chased. Though she seemed frantic and terrified, her demeanor felt somewhat forced. It was as if she knew precisely what to say before she arrived, as if it were all an act. Looking around from inside the car, I saw no one else in the vicinity and no other vehicles in the parking lot. I was frightened, and a part of me truly wanted to. I found myself pondering what it would be like if I were in her situation, or if she were a member of my own family. However, I just couldn't bring myself to believe her story. I decided to start the engine, thinking I could use the headlights to verify her assertions. As I scanned the area in front of my car, I saw nothing unusual. But when I adjusted the rearview mirror, something caught my attention. Several figures, identifiable by their silhouettes, were crouched behind my vehicle, resembling runners poised at the starting line. Once the woman noticed I had spotted them, she quickly threw a glance in their direction. I pressed down on the accelerator and swiftly exited the park. Initially, it was challenging to drive because I had adjusted the seat earlier to rest. Once I was a safe distance from the parking lot, I checked the time and realized it was just after 2 a.m. It dawned on me that those men had probably been trying to conceal themselves in my blind spot, fully aware of their intentions. Had I unlocked the door, I might have been robbed, or something far worse could have transpired. That night taught me the importance of parking in well-lit areas near surveillance cameras. Nowadays, I make it a point to park in the center of parking lots. Since that day, I haven't slept in my car in questionable places like that parking lot. If I do choose to rest in my vehicle, I ensure it is in a location with ample lighting, accessible restrooms, vending machines, and cameras. The one positive aspect of that night was that the woman didn't actually require my assistance, as she wasn't abducted or pursued. Although I resent her deceitfulness, I'm relieved she wasn't in any real danger. This is a story my mother often recounted to me about an incident that occurred when I was quite young, certainly before I reached the age of 5. My recollections of the incident are hazy, primarily because my mother endeavored to shield me from the distress of that moment. To provide some background, we had relatives dispersed throughout the country, and a significant part of my childhood involved traveling from state to visit family. We were experienced travelers. Moreover, as a child, I was remarkably sociable, often spontaneously embracing strangers and expressing my love for them, brimming with joy and affection. However, there was one stranger whom I instinctively avoided the instant I laid eyes on him, and this is the tale of that encounter. My mother was taking me to visit some relatives while my father remained at home with my brothers. She also had to house sit, and she generally paid more attention to me than my father did, so it made sense for me to accompany her. After hours of traveling, we finally paused at a rest area to use the restroom. There was a man in the parking lot who appeared to be observing everyone coming and going. As soon as we exited the car, his focus shifted to us. Holding my mother's hand, I abruptly let go to switch to her other hand, positioning myself further from the man. Reflecting on it later, my mother realized that even at such a tender age, I sensed some danger and wanted to keep as far away from the man as possible. I quickened my pace both to the restroom and back to the car, behavior that was Eerily uncharacteristic of me around strangers. When we returned to the car, the man had retreated to his own vehicle but began to follow us. As soon as we drove away, my mom quickly noticed that someone was tailing us. She attempted to shake him off on the highway, but despite her efforts, he persistently tried to close the gap between our vehicles. During this tense situation, a semi-truck driver observed her erratic driving, the desperation apparent even from his vantage point behind us. Grasping the seriousness of the situation, he maneuvered alongside us, and he and my mom shared a glance that conveyed their mutual understanding. The truck driver then used his radio to alert other drivers about our predicament. Several truckers from nearby routes converged onto our highway, strategically blocking the man's car, effectively isolating him from us. My mom took advantage of this opportunity to exit the highway and head to a nearby rest stop, with the original truck driver following closely behind. Once we were safe, the truck driver approached us to ensure we were okay and even accompanied us to a Burger King for a meal. We chatted for a while, and he stayed with us on the road until it was safe for us to part ways. I am eternally grateful to that truck driver and the others who came to our aid, likely saving our lives. Thank you. I live in a county that was rather rural until the last 10 to 15 years. The largest town in our county is now overcrowded, and I dislike it. I relocated from there to the countryside. I enjoy where I live, except it can be quite eerie at night because for miles, it is dark with no streetlights. One thing about this the main roads in the county tend to become congested quickly, particularly when there's an accident, so it's often better to take the back roads. Like in any rural area, these less traveled paths are darker, more isolated, and surrounded by dense trees, with no sidewalks in sight. A few years ago, an incident occurred that nearly made me reconsider using these routes altogether. It happened late one night while I was driving home. I opted for a specific back road that would cut 10 minutes off my journey. Exhausted and with an early morning ahead, I was speeding in an attempt to get home swiftly. This road is somewhat more populated than others, but it feels eerie in certain parts due to the towering trees lining the roadside. Their branches and leaves form a sort of tunnel. As I sped along and approached a curve, I spotted what I initially believed to be a giant garden flag, the type people display in their yards during spring. It seemed like an odd flag because it was unusually tall and large, positioned right in the middle of the road. As I drew nearer, my headlights revealed that it wasn't a flag at all but a person, a woman dressed in a red fez. Living in rural Maryland, you don't often encounter someone wearing a fez. She was clad in a long, flowing white dress with an orange reflective sash across her chest, which was peculiar given her location in the middle of the street. As I drove past her, the situation became even stranger. Despite the darkness, I could make out that she was around 60 years old, wore glasses, and had striking bright blue eyes. She gazed into my passenger window and began to perform a bizarre balancing act, making me think she might attempt to get into. As I drove, my mind was racing, and I must admit, I was speeding. There was something about her that unnerved me deeply. It wasn't that I thought she would rob me. Rather, I genuinely believed she was something otherworldly, like a soul snatcher or a skinwalker. I honestly doubted she was human. Words failed to capture just how unsettling she was. I zoomed past her as quickly as possible, casting frequent glances at my back seat to ensure she hadn't somehow appeared there. I prayed, recited scripture, and kept a vigilant eye on my rearview mirror. Despite it being spring, and thus expected to be warmer, I felt a bone-chilling cold. At last, I reached home and rushed to share the story with my mom. Upon entering, I found my brother already recounting a bizarre encounter he had while driving. Oddly, he had seen the same woman, but he spotted her at the intersection from the highway to the back road, whereas I encountered her further along the road. Our reactions were identical. She also attempted to peer into his car, and he noticed her erratically moving about. He mentioned that a car in front of him sped off frantically when they passed the woman. My brother was so disturbed by the experience that he refuses to take that route anymore, even during daylight. Eventually, I discovered that the woman resides in the woods. Apparently, her family once lived on that road. Her father was gravely ill, and she tried to get him to the hospital, but he passed away during the journey. She drove around with his body in her car for hours. It seems she struggles with mental health issues and either lost the house or was evicted. I have friends who live off that street. As I was discussing it, they immediately identified who I was referring to. I still travel that road, but I haven't encountered her since. I sincerely hope she's all right, though I truly wish to avoid another meeting with her. Years ago, during a Memorial Day weekend, I endured a nerve-wracking drive from Las Vegas to Los Angeles with 2 friends. After an extended weekend of revelry in Vegas, we faced the daunting journey through the desert, which typically lasts 5 hours but can stretch to 7 or 9 hours during busy holiday weekends. Still recovering from a 3-day binge, the trip was bound to be strenuous. Our friends, who were flying out, persuaded us to stay a bit longer to dodge the worst of the traffic. We indulged in a buffet and lounged by the pool, hoping to recuperate before setting off at 3 p.m. Aiming to reach home by 8 p.m. However, 2 accidents and heavy congestion severely delayed us. It took 6 hours just to get to Barstow, a destination usually only 2 hours away. After refueling and grabbing some coffee, we continued our expedition at 10 p.m. encountering more traffic and a wrong turn. It was 2:30 a.m. when we found ourselves passing through Santa Clarita, about 45 minutes from our target, when an unexpected loud noise erupted. It sounded like metal tearing and then bursting apart. I managed to steer the car off the freeway onto a side street and called for roadside assistance. They estimated a 30-minute wait, which seemed tolerable given the situation. The area was lined with multiple gated communities, yet the road was nearly empty, serving as a main thoroughfare between these neighborhoods. About 15 minutes later, I was startled awake by an SUV driving past in the opposite direction. The SUV approached with about 4 individuals inside, all gazing at us intently. Shortly after, Tripa called back to inform me of a mix-up. They had mistakenly thought I was in Santa Clara, which is 6 hours north in the San Francisco area. They mentioned it would be another hour before assistance could reach us. We decided to try and sleep again, but roughly 30 minutes later, the same SUV passed by once more, this time at a higher speed and shining a light into my car, which heightened my suspicions. For safety, I always kept a sturdy knife and a small bat beneath my seat. I grabbed the knife and handed the bat to my friend in the passenger seat, who was groggy and disoriented. 15 minutes later, the SUV parked about 300 feet behind us, turned off its lights, and the occupants started talking, validating our fears since we were stranded and outnumbered. As we sat there, devising strategies and paralyzed by fear, I observed 2 large men dressed in black exiting the vehicle. One leaned against the front grille, smoking a cigarette while glaring at us, and the other relieved himself on the sidewalk. It felt like a psychological game. Eventually, the passenger finished, exchanged a few words with the driver, and then 2 more individuals, one short and one tall, emerged from the car and began approaching us. In response, I gripped my knife, my friend prepared to defend with the bat, and my other friend clenched his fists, ready for a confrontation. They halted midway as the lights of the tow truck appeared in the distance. They quickly returned to their SUV and sped away as the tow truck approached. The tow truck operator finally arrived, and we didn't make it home until 5 a.m. unsure of the group's intentions. We speculated that they might have assumed the car was abandoned and intended to steal it or had other sinister purposes. If they realized we were inside, they might have mistaken my long-haired friend in the back seat for a woman. The ordeal was intense, and the lesson I learned was to never leave Vegas late if you're driving. I had blocked this story from my memory until my girlfriend reminded me of it a few days ago. I began dating my girlfriend at the end of my senior year, having previously used various dating apps before we started our relationship. I had listed my Snapchat in several of my dating app profiles, which is significant. Nothing meaningful developed from these apps. I would talk to people for a while, but eventually, the conversations would fizzle out. When I started dating my girlfriend, I deleted the apps but never removed my accounts, so people could still view my profile and find my Snapchat account. I realized this when a few people added me, but it didn't bother me much because I would simply inform them that I had a girlfriend. As you might expect, the conversation would typically end at that point. However, there was one individual who added me. Let's call him Adam, and he asked if I was available. Being straight, I was accustomed to guys adding me, so I gave him the standard response. Sorry, I'm straight and I have a girlfriend. I anticipated that this would deter him, but it didn't. Initially, his messages were normal, asking about my day and what I did, simple things like that. I replied to the seemingly kind guy because I assumed he was merely looking to make friends, and I had no issue with befriending a gay man. However, the messages he sent began to grow increasingly unsettling. He started inquiring about my girlfriend, but these were not just simple, casual questions. As the days went by, I began to notice that Tyler's way of speaking bore a striking resemblance to Adam's. Despite my suspicions, I refrained from jumping to conclusions. To investigate further, I shared Tyler's Snapchat account with my girlfriend, who added him. As soon as she did, Tyler had a meltdown, which confirmed that he was indeed Adam. Realizing this, I blocked him once more. After that, Adam seemed to vanish, and I didn't hear from him for about a month. I live in the suburbs of Chicago, and my girlfriend and I reside just down the street from each other. We often meet up, and our families are close friends. A month passed without incident until one day, I received a letter. It had no return address or name, just my name on the front. I opened it, and to my utter shock and horror, it was essentially a love letter from Adam. In it, he expressed his affection for me and his desire for us to run away together. Halfway through, the letter took a disturbingly explicit turn, detailing in graphic terms what he wanted to do with me. At that moment, I experienced two terrifying realizations. First, that he knew where I lived, and second, that he had personally delivered the letter, indicating he was in my town. I immediately called my girlfriend, who was equally appalled. After discussing the situation with my parents, we decided to contact the police. Regrettably, since I had blocked and removed him from all accounts. After reviewing Adam's social media profiles and noting that the letter lacked a return address, there seemed to be nothing we could do. Day after day, more letters continued to appear in my mailbox until they also began arriving at my girlfriend's home. Her letters were far more disturbing than mine. Adam expressed his intense hatred for her and described, in alarming detail, how he wished to harm her. His threats were intended to force her to break up with me. Like me, she reported this to the police, but they were unable to take any action. My girlfriend's family had planned a vacation to Hawaii, and I was entrusted with house sitting for them. The initial days passed without incident, but one of the last nights of the week took a terrifying turn. As usual, I was at their house, relaxing on the couch while watching TV, when suddenly the power went out. It was around 1 a.m., and complete darkness enveloped the room. The silence was abruptly shattered by the sound of a window breaking in the office. To help you visualize the house's layout, upon entering the front door, the living room was to the left, with the kitchen and stairs directly ahead. To the right were the office and dining room. Upstairs, a bathroom was immediately in front at the top of the stairs. My girlfriend's room was on the right, and the other bedrooms were on the left. Reacting quickly, I grabbed a kitchen knife and dashed upstairs to hide while dialing the police. I slipped into my girlfriend's room and concealed myself in the closet. As soon as I reached the emergency operator, I heard the intruder pounding up the stairs. Thankfully, I managed to convey all the necessary details to the operator just in time. She stayed on the line as we both remained silent. The intruder turned left upon reaching the top of the stairs, which bought us more time for the police to arrive and for me to prepare, should I need to defend myself. Several tense minutes passed until I heard the intruder approaching my girlfriend's room. In those precious seconds, I slipped out of the closet and positioned myself beside the door. As soon as he opened the door and began to enter, I drove the kitchen knife into his shoulder. The young man let out a scream of agony, and I heard the loud clatter of a heavy metallic object hitting the floor. I then dashed out of the house, where I was met by 4 police cars and officers with their weapons drawn. I raised my hands and shouted that he was upstairs in the right room. A few moments later, the intruder was dragged out, still screaming in pain, with the siren lights illuminating the street. I caught a glimpse of his face. It was Adam. Later, an officer informed me that the metallic noise was from him dropping his handgun. Adam was from Texas and had traveled all the way to my state to be with me. He had rented a room at a nearby motel and would leave letters in both my girlfriend's and my mailboxes every day, doing so in the early hours of the morning. This was confirmed by security footage from the motel where he was staying. On the night of the break-in, Adam intended to kill my girlfriend and her family. He was so determined for us to be together that he managed to tamper with the power box, cutting off electricity to her house and the neighboring ones, then broke in, hoping she would be there. Unfortunately for him, she was off enjoying a tropical getaway. Honestly, I can't even imagine how things might have turned out if they hadn't gone on vacation. I'm just grateful that my girlfriend and her family are still alive. So, a word of advice to any stalkers out there. Stay away from my girlfriend. This incident happened over a decade ago, but I will never shake the feeling that gripped my chest both that night and the following morning when the full reality of the situation hit me. It was late December in a quaint Texas town. We had just received 5 inches of snow earlier that morning. I can't recall the exact time, only that darkness had settled outside as I played in my room. It's worth mentioning that my room consisted of 2 sections. A mudroom with a door leading to the front, and my actual bedroom. The door was an old-fashioned wooden one, complete with vintage hardware and a window on the upper half. It did have a window shade, but that wouldn't deter anyone intent on peering inside. My room was located at the front of the house, with my parents' room situated at the back. Suddenly, the doorknob was no longer being gently nudged, it was being twisted with force. This door was one that had to be locked from within for the knob to turn and open freely. Fortunately, there were 2 deadbolts in place. Whoever was on the other side. As soon as I realized the doorknob was free to turn, I heard it twist all the way. Instinctively, I leapt to the wall about 5 feet from the door, pressing my back against it. The door fell silent, and I found myself frozen, unable to move. Then, the knob began to rotate slowly. I recall watching and waiting for it to complete its turn. Once it did, whoever was on the other side attempted to force the door open. Initially, they tried prying it gently, but soon they resorted to kicking it. After only 2 kicks, fear paralyzed me, and I screamed for my life. I dashed to the rear of the house to alert my parents. They asked what had happened, and I explained that someone was trying to break in. They rushed over and checked the area but didn't bother to look outside, despite my desperate pleas. They dismissed it as my imagination running wild, attributing the noise to either an animal or the house's old age. They took one final glance around my room without investigating further and instructed me to go to bed. It took me hours to fall asleep, and I don't even remember when I finally did. All I recall is staring at the door from my bed, never taking my eyes off the doorknob. Suddenly, my parents woke me up. They appeared visibly distressed and frightened. My mom grasped my shoulders firmly and stood directly in front of me, asking sternly why I believed someone had attempted to break in. This time, they seemed to take me seriously. Their seriousness worried me as they interrogated me about every detail. Once I finished explaining, they told me they needed to show me something. They took me to the front door and into the front yard, pointing toward my door near the driveway. You could distinctly see the footprints left in the snow, tracing a path from the street through our yard directly to my window in the mudroom door, where I had been playing the previous night. The police came and filed a report, but nothing ever resulted from it. I was never able to sleep soundly in that house again. I cannot forget how it felt as a child to endure that experience without my parents believing me. I'm just grateful I wasn't home alone and very thankful for that sturdy door. Hello, I'm a 20-year-old French girl. To set the scene, I reside in a suburb within a small community of 6 houses. My gate is frequently broken and often left wide open, providing easy entry to our modest courtyard. My home is a single-story building with 4 bedrooms, including my own. Downstairs, there's a guest room that we use as a treatment area due to my health issues. It's where we store all the medical equipment and medications. I also have a dog who means everything to me. He senses everything, even detecting my epileptic seizures before they occur. He can tell when the nurses are arriving just by the sound of their tires on our driveway. He never barks unless there's an issue. A nurse visits me 4 to 5 times daily for treatments, including infusions, which is a significant part of my story. One morning, as usual, my nurse, Sandra, arrived at 8 a.m. She administered my treatment, and we chatted as we always did. After about 40 minutes, she left, mentioning she might be a bit late the next time. It was a bit late, but I assured myself that there was no need for concern. On that particular day, my parents were at work, and I had a medical appointment scheduled for the morning. I found myself at home alone, except for the nurse who visited every 4 hours. After returning from my appointment, I settled on the sofa with my dog, awaiting the nurse's next visit. When I heard the sound of tires, I assumed it was Sandra arriving earlier than expected. My dog began to growl, which was out of character for him. A quick glance at the clock showed it was 11:50 a.m. I speculated that Sandra might have swapped shifts with the previous patient, as she occasionally did. A knock at the door drew my attention, and when I opened it, I was greeted by a young woman I hadn't met before. She introduced herself as Camille, a third-year nursing student, and explained that Sandra had sent her to prepare my treatment. I didn't find it suspicious, as I was accustomed to students visiting. However, I was a bit taken aback because Sandra typically informed me in advance or sent a message, and she never left a student unaccompanied on their first visit. I guided Camille to the treatment room, showing her the way as she washed her hands. My dog's behavior grew peculiar. He growled and circled me as she approached, so I decided to leave him in the living room and closed the door to keep him calm. I didn't pay much attention to what Camille was doing at first since I was preoccupied with my phone. Then it caught my eye. She was preparing a syringe, rather than using the pre-filled saline syringe as usual. I glanced up and noticed that my treatment ampules remained untouched, yet I distinctly heard the sound of ampules breaking. Something felt amiss. As she approached with the syringe, I received a text from Sandra, informing me she'd arrive in 5 minutes and asking me to begin arranging the equipment. I quickly fabricated an excuse, telling Camille I needed to use the restroom, and left her alone in the treatment room. My dog continued barking and growling as I made my way to the downstairs bathroom. Once there, I sent Sandra a message about the mysterious woman, but she was completely unaware of what I was referring to. Overcome with fear, I started crying in the bathroom. Camille came to check on me, inquiring if everything was all right. I reassured her that it was, and that's when I heard the front door slam shut. 2 minutes later, it reopened, and I recognized Sandra's voice. Emerging from the bathroom, still in tears, Sandra asked me what had transpired. I recounted the situation and showed her the treatment room. We contacted the police, who arrived to examine the evidence, taking samples from the syringe and other items Camille had prepared. The test results were alarming. The syringe contained a paralyzing agent potent enough to immobilize a 120 kilograms man, and the IV held a highly concentrated medication that could have stopped anyone's heart. To this day, we remain unsure of Camille's true identity. Thankfully, I never heard from her again. She had stolen all my opioids but left my tablet and computer untouched. Reflecting on the incident, I realize my dog sensed Camille's malicious intentions. I should have been more vigilant, particularly since she was a stranger and alone. My treatments are far from straightforward, and I often ponder what might have happened. Imagine what might have happened if I hadn't glanced at my phone that day. Before delving into the story, there are a few aspects about South Africa that I need to clarify for you to fully grasp the context. In South Africa, it is customary to have tall brick walls accompanied by electric gates, security fences, and alarm systems due to the prevalent crime rate, which is quite intense. Additionally, it's common to have spacious gardens. My family and I are passionate animal enthusiasts, so at that time, we owned 6 dogs, 2 Shar-Peis, 2 German short-haired pointers, and 2 dachshunds. With that in mind, our dogs roamed freely around the garden, as it was securely enclosed. We typically left the veranda door open during the day, allowing them to wander at will. Another typical aspect of life in South Africa is employing a domestic worker and a gardener, which is a norm for the average family, not just the affluent, unlike in some other countries. In our story, our housekeeper is Ellie, and our gardener is Vince. This incident took place in 2007 when I was 9 years old. My older brother was 10, and we had just received our first cell phones. That day, our dad surprised us with them after work. You might think we were quite young to have phones, but they were intended for emergencies or to communicate with our parents. Anyway, it's an important detail for the story. We typically don't leave the veranda door open at night due to security concerns. However, I remember it being an unbearably hot summer evening, so, naturally, that particular night the veranda door was wide open, and the dogs were out in the garden. My brother and I, my sibling and I were in our parents' room, eagerly setting up our new cell phones. Ellie's daughter, who was 18 and felt like an older sister to us, was lending a hand. My dad was somewhere else in the house, while my mom was in the bath. I distinctly remember the maid's daughter commenting on how the dogs wouldn't stop barking and how irritating it was. That's why it caught my attention as well. Sure, they would bark occasionally, but usually, it was the little dog yapping while the bigger dogs stayed calm. Besides, their barking typically lasted just a few minutes, and then they'd quiet down. Something was different that night. Even the larger dogs were barking continuously. My dad came into our room and mentioned that he, too, had noticed the dog's relentless barking and was going to check if everything was alright. No alarm bells rang for me, and I don't think my dad suspected anything unusual either because my brother asked if he could join him in investigating, and my dad agreed. I was obviously too absorbed in my new Sony Ericsson to pay much attention. My dad said he had an unsettling feeling because of the dog's bizarre behavior. When he called out to them, they would usually come running, but tonight, they simply looked at him, then turned back and continued their frenzied barking at a shadowy corner down the steps. My dad instructed my brother to go back inside and grab a flashlight, using it as a pretext to prevent my brother from accompanying him due to the eerie sense he was experiencing. When my brother returned inside, my dad cautiously approached the steps. He observed how the dogs appeared to be snapping at something lurking just beyond sight in the shadows. As he approached the steps, he noticed the lamp had been broken. Feeling perplexed, he cautiously moved toward the stairs, but by the time he understood the situation, it was already too late. My father, being a seasoned and passionate hunter, sensed a cold metal object pressed against his temple and instantly recognized it as a firearm. 4 men, clad in balaclavas, emerged from the darkness, all brandishing weapons. Stunned, he remained immobile on the steps. The man pressing the gun to his head was immediately hostile and demanded to know the whereabouts of my brother. He claimed to have seen my father exit with my brother, but my brother had returned inside. My father felt an inexplicable impulse and, before he realized it, found himself saying that my brother had gone inside to activate the panic button. As he uttered these words, he observed how the men began to visibly panic. They started conversing in Zulu, an African language, under the assumption that my father wouldn't understand it, as it was uncommon for white individuals to speak it. However, having grown up on a farm where he learned it fluently from the farm workers, my father comprehended everything. The aggressive man holding the gun said in Zulu, "The police will arrive any moment. Let's eliminate this guy, take whatever we can, and leave." The others appeared hesitant, and a small man seemed particularly anxious, repeatedly expressing his reluctance to return to jail and insisting they needed to flee before the police arrived, which would be any moment. He was clearly panicking. My father then seized the opportunity to exploit this man's fear. Caught off guard, they pretended not to understand English, speaking in another language. They mentioned that armed response vehicles regularly patrolled our neighborhood and that, since my brother had pressed the panic button quite some time ago, those vehicles would likely arrive any moment. This revelation seemed to do the trick. My dad observed as their scheme began to unravel before them. The smaller, more fearful men started panicking, urging the others that they needed to leave immediately or risk being caught. His anxiety spread to the rest, making them increasingly uneasy and causing them to lose confidence. Soon, they were openly arguing among themselves, and their plan started to crumble, as one of them noted. The aggressive one, who had been holding a gun to my dad's head, gradually lowered it as he got caught up in the dispute, his attention shifting from my dad to his bickering crew. My dad seized this chance to slowly retreat up the steps, turning quickly to dash towards the house. Fortune was on his side as he reached the veranda door just as my oblivious brother was coming out with a flashlight. Without hesitation, my dad swooped him up under his arm and sprinted into the house, not even bothering to close the door behind him. His priority was to get my brother inside as quickly as possible, acting instinctively. Meanwhile, the maid's daughter and I were entirely unaware of the unfolding danger until my dad burst through the bedroom door, slammed it shut, and urgently instructed us to head upstairs to the attic. "There are 5 men outside with guns. They're here to harm us. Get upstairs now," he commanded. My heart dropped as I felt my body react automatically to his words. As I sprinted toward the stairs, my mom emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel, not far behind me. We sat there enveloped in darkness and silence, so still that you could hear a pin drop. I believe we were all just anxiously waiting to hear something from below us. My mom cursed under her breath, realizing she didn't have a phone, nor did my dad. Fortunately, in my hand was my brand new Sony Ericsson, and if there was ever a time for an emergency, it was now. My mom quickly dialed the police, and to our disbelief, when they asked for our location, they informed us it wasn't within their jurisdiction. With a curt apology, the line went dead. We were left not only alone but also utterly bewildered. My mom began cursing like a sailor once more, and that's when my dad suddenly realized he hadn't closed the veranda door. What about Ellie and Vince, who were in their rooms, blissfully unaware of the peril they were in? He retrieved his firearm from the safe in the attic and instructed us not to venture downstairs, to remain hidden no matter what we heard. I was sobbing, pleading with my dad not to leave us, but he insisted he had to reach the others before something terrible happened to them. The tears flowed even more freely as the reality sank in that 2 other people were still in jeopardy. The maid's daughter was understandably hysterical, fearing for her mother who was downstairs. My dad vanished into the tense night, the air thick with anxiety. The dogs continued to bark wildly, a clear sign that those men were still on our property. My mom then dialed another number, reaching out to the armed security that patrolled the area. The message came through that they would arrive in approximately 10 to 15 minutes, instructing us to remain concealed until they rang the bell at the gate. We waited in tense silence, dreading the possibility of gunfire or any sign that these intruders had entered our home. But there was only silence. The sole noise came from the dogs barking outside. After Hat felt like an eternity, but was likely just a few minutes, we heard footsteps pounding up the stairs, causing my heart to race. I remember closing my eyes tightly and praying that it was my father with Ellie and Vince. Thankfully, it was them. We all stayed quiet for a time, no one daring to utter a word. The dogs seemed to have calmed down significantly but still barked sporadically. The intercom at the gate buzzed, and my dad instructed us to remain in place while he verified if it was the security company. Indeed, it was them. He opened the gate, and the ordeal came to an end. I recall rising to my feet, my knees trembling from the adrenaline that coursed through my body. The armed security personnel somehow managed to notify the appropriate police for our area, and everyone began to examine the garden. They discovered 7 distinct sets of footprints, revealing that these intruders had scaled the spikes on our wall and climbed over. We speculated that there must have been 2 other individuals lurking in the shadows, unnoticed by my father, which was unsettling in its own way. Violent crime in South Africa is alarmingly severe, and it is disturbingly common for horrific acts, including torture, to occur during home invasions. I was obviously quite young at the time. I was once unaware of the world's horrors, only fearing for my family's safety. Now that I'm older, the mere memory of 4 women being in the house while my mom wore nothing but a bath towel still sends shivers down my spine. The police mentioned that the presence of numerous men, rather than just 1 to 3, suggested they might have harbored sinister intentions. I am endlessly grateful that nothing happened to my family and remain thankful for my dad's quick thinking concerning the emergency button. I'm also relieved that my father understands Zulu, which allowed him to steer the situation in our favor. Ultimately, my family will always owe a debt of gratitude to our loyal dogs who alerted us that night. A terrifying and life-altering incident would have undoubtedly occurred had it not been for our incredible canine companions. From that day forward, my dad always gave them leftover rice or meat with their meals. I'm convinced there's a special place in heaven for those angelic creatures. I once picked up a hitchhiker who turned out to be genuinely unhinged, and I will never repeat that mistake. Hopefully, my experience serves as a warning to you. I live in a foreign country, and while I don't know about your country's health measures against the epidemic, at that time, we were no longer under lockdown. This incident took place in September 2 years ago. I was driving from my parents' house to a friend's apartment near a college campus, which was an hour and a half away. We had planned to spend the weekend together after not seeing each other for months, even though the incident is not connected to my friend. In no way did I realize how perilous the situation truly was until it struck me later. When I began recounting the events to them, I recalled one friend exclaiming that it must have been the most harrowing 45-minute drive of their life. At the time, I laughed it off, but now I understand the truth of those words. I had departed quite late that evening. At around 9 p.m. the sun had already set, and the thought of arriving late was unappealing, though I was accustomed to this route, having traveled it frequently. To provide some context, it was a 90-minute drive, and I would typically pause halfway at a McDonald's parking lot to have a cigarette before continuing onward. Keep this detail in mind for later. I encountered the hitchhiker shortly after leaving my parents' house. I had driven roughly 10 to 15 minutes when I spotted him at the exit of a roundabout. He was a tall, slender man carrying one of those small shoulder bags slung across his chest. I assumed he was in his 20s, perhaps recently dropped off by friends after a party. Or something similar. That assumption was foolish, considering it was still too early for a party to have ended. Nevertheless, that wasn't my initial thought. Instantly, I felt a wave of sympathy and decided to stop. I rolled down the passenger window and inquired about his destination. It became apparent right away that he was much older than I had initially guessed, likely in his 30s. His face was exceptionally pale, and the way he looked at me genuinely unsettled me. He was headed in the same direction as I was, to the town where I usually paused for a break midway through the journey. In hindsight, I'm not sure what I was thinking. I simply reacted on autopilot. It seemed like he understood, but I could tell he wasn't satisfied with my response. I tried to keep my focus on the road, but his presence was unsettling. As I continued driving, he started mumbling under his breath, sometimes whispering to himself and other times speaking directly to me. Each time he spoke, I felt a shiver run down my spine. I kept reminding myself that I had to remain composed. Despite his strange behavior, I couldn't afford to panic. I decided to keep the conversation light and avoid any topics that might provoke him. He commented on the music playing in the car, saying he liked the song but couldn't remember the name of the band. I nodded, pretending to be interested, though my mind was racing with thoughts of how to safely end this ride. Eventually, he shifted the conversation back to his girlfriend, lamenting about their issues and how he feared losing her. He asked for my advice, but I deflected, suggesting that perhaps he should focus on making things right with her. As the minutes dragged on, I felt the tension in the car ease slightly, and I hoped we were nearing the end of this nerve-wracking journey. Finally, we reached the McDonald's I had mentioned earlier. I pulled into the parking lot, relieved to have arrived. I told him we were here, and he thanked me, albeit reluctantly, for the ride. As he stepped out of the car, I couldn't help but feel a flood of relief wash over me. Watching him walk away, I realized how tense I had been the entire time. Once I was sure he was gone, I took a deep breath and drove off, grateful that the unsettling ordeal was finally over. He mentioned that he used to be quite different from how I am now, at least until he got arrested. He twice insisted that we were being followed by cars. When he asked if I smoked, I replied that I didn't. He offered me a cigarette, and I politely declined, telling him it was a nice gesture but unnecessary. Despite this, he left a cigarette on the dashboard. At one moment, he took out his phone, eager to show me a photo of himself and another of his mother, whom he described as beautiful. I stole a quick glance at the screen, but the phone was damaged, displaying multiple straight black lines of broken pixels. The left side had a reddish tint, while the right was yellowish, making the picture appear rather eerie. He became upset because I only took a brief look and began raising his voice, accusing me of not caring about what he was saying. I calmly told him that I was listening but couldn't focus on the images while driving. He immediately settled down, apologized, and expressed his desire to show me another picture. He inquired if the car was mine, and I told him it belonged to my parents. I didn't want him to think I had wealth or any financial resources. I'm just a young student with no money, hoping to be left alone. To distract him, I fabricated a story about hitting a deer the previous week, explaining that I was concentrating on the road to avoid damaging my parents' car. I wished he would stop talking at some point, but he kept staring at me. Suddenly, he muttered, "Poor thing," then quickly corrected himself, pointing frantically to a road sign and claiming he meant the sign, not me. Honestly, at that moment, I couldn't help but think that if he tried anything, I might just crash the car into a tree with both of us in it. Because if I couldn't find a way out, neither could he. I'm embarrassed to admit it, but I didn't want him to escape this situation effortlessly. He shouted that his name was Archangel Michael and inquired about mine. I gave him a false name. He persistently asked if I remembered his name, then suddenly crouched down in a state of panic, pacing back and forth, insisting that I should recall his name. I simply responded with, "Okay." Honestly, that was all I could manage to say. Eventually, when we reached the city where he needed to disembark, he requested a ride to the train station. It was nearly 10 p.m., and I was aware there were no trains, no lights, and certainly no other vehicles or people around. I reminded him that we had agreed to stop at McDonald's, and he nodded, saying, "Yes, yes." He mentioned that I was kind and placed a coin on the dashboard next to the cigarette. I pulled into the parking lot but didn't park. I just stopped right there in the middle, feeling the most vulnerable. He exited, saying, "See you later," and I sped away quickly. I never saw or heard from him again. This incident took place during my university days, while I was returning from a trip with a friend. I suspect I must have misinterpreted the map or taken some sort of shortcut, as we ended up lost somewhere along the mountain roads. My friend was driving, and I was supposed to be navigating. It was the one task I had. Although it was around 8 p.m., it was already quite dark because we were in the shadow of the mountains. I noticed a white truck ahead and suggested to my friend that if we followed it, we might get back on track. Our pace. We were determined to reach a main road swiftly, and I initially thought our plan was solid, given our complete lack of familiarity with the area, not to mention the mountain we found ourselves on. We trailed the truck for some time, only to gradually realize that it was leading us further and further away from the main road and deeper into the barren mountain paths. As the pavement turned to dirt and narrowed to single-lane tracks, the truck, clearly more adept for such terrain, accelerated, and soon vanished from our view. Its sudden disappearance seemed strange and improbable, leaving us alone on the bleak, grimy mountain roads. The oddity lingered in my thoughts, but our key objective remained to find our way back to a main road. I flipped through a map, a flashlight clamped between my teeth, as there was no cell service. We continued down the road, and I noticed lights appearing in the rearview mirror. Glancing over, I saw the same white truck trailing us again. I informed my friend of my observation, and we both kept a watchful eye on it through the mirrors. This situation began to unsettle us more and more. Without warning, the truck switched off its lights. How could anyone possibly navigate these twisting mountain roads in complete darkness? The situation was becoming increasingly unnerving. My nerves were on edge, and I could sense that my friend was even more anxious than I was. I voiced what was on both our minds. "I think that truck is following us." As soon as the words left my mouth, I started cursing under my breath. My friend shifted uneasily in his seat and accelerated, trying to confirm our suspicion. The truck mirrored our speed, keeping pace with us. With its lights still off, we were at a loss for what to do, and the tension quickly escalated as we began to argue. Suddenly, the truck behind us seemed to vanish, leaving us feeling utterly hopeless. Whoever was driving clearly knew the roads well. I regretted our decision to follow that person. As we pressed on down the narrow, single-lane road, we kept a lookout for any opportunity to turn back, exchanging sarcastic remarks about how to extricate ourselves from this predicament. Then, from seemingly out of nowhere, the truck swerved into our lane once more and abruptly hit the brakes. My friend reacted just in time, and once again, we found ourselves trailing behind the white truck. He remarked that if we didn't act quickly, the situation would end disastrously. It was the worst I had ever felt. My stress levels were through the roof. A few moments later, we reached a section of the road that widened, and my friend seized the opportunity to make a U-turn. The space was tight, and in our haste, the car scraped against the guardrail during our escape. We noticed areas along the road where the truck could have disappeared and then reappeared in front of us, which solved the mystery of how it was possible. However, we were still left with the perplexing question of why. Why was this individual tormenting us? We realized we were headed back towards civilization, so my friend accelerated while I anxiously glanced over my shoulder to check if the truck was tailing us. I kept urging him to drive faster, but I knew he couldn't, and that truck could emerge out of nowhere at any instant. We continued down those dirt roads until eventually, they transformed into. Once more, I found myself staring at the illuminated windows of people's homes, and it wasn't long before we stumbled upon an independent gas station. My companion swiftly drove in and brought the car to a screeching stop. He dashed inside and urgently grasped the clerk's arm, desperately explaining our predicament. He implored the man to call the police and asked for directions to escape these mountain roads. The clerk appeared indifferent to our urgent request, so we managed to coax him outside. My friend then asserted, "Believe us, someone is pursuing us, all right? And if a white truck with all its lights turned off shows up any moment now, will you believe us then?" No sooner had he finished speaking than the truck appeared, its lights still extinguished. It came to a halt just a few meters from the gas station, then slowly turned around and disappeared back into the shadows. We couldn't make out the driver, but we noticed something peculiar, a logo and some writing on the side of the vehicle. The clerk at the gas station suddenly said, "Oh, now I get it. You're talking about the guys from the church, or perhaps, cult, is a more fitting term." I pressed him for more details, and it turned out that the entire mountain was essentially their domain. They owned a village where both the leaders and their followers resided collectively. While I understood the concept of cults, I couldn't grasp why the truck was tailing us. I inquired about their pursuit, and according to the elderly gentleman at the gas station, there are frequent escape attempts by cult members who have second thoughts. As a result, the cult is extremely vigilant. Cautious of vehicles approaching their community, they exhibit reckless driving and pursue anyone who nears the village with relentless determination. This behavior is said to have caused numerous mishaps in these mountainous regions. I recall the cult being prominently featured in the news and media coverage a few years back, but it seems to have gone silent since then. I suspect the man who trailed us was a lookout, either for escapees or for families attempting to rescue their loved ones. It was an unnervingly eerie experience. My name is Alex, a 20-year-old graphic designer residing in Denver. I've always been captivated by the serene solitude of late-night drives. There's something about the stillness of the world at night that helps me clear my mind and escape from the daily grind. However, a few weeks ago, what was supposed to be a routine drive transformed into a harrowing nightmare that continues to haunt me. It was a Saturday night in early June, and I had been working long hours on a major project at the office. I was utterly drained and needed a break from staring at my computer screen. So, around midnight, I opted to take a drive on Route 54, a highway that winds through the countryside just outside of Denver. It's a route I've traveled countless times before, and although it's remote, it has always felt safe and familiar. As I left the city, the lights of Denver slowly faded behind me, and the road unfurled before me, illuminated solely by my headlights. The radio was set to a low volume, playing some soothing tunes, and I experienced the usual sense of tranquility that accompanies driving through the night. Through the stillness of the night, about an hour into my journey, I observed something peculiar. A vehicle was parked on the roadside with its hazard lights flashing. My curiosity was piqued, so I eased my foot off the accelerator. The car was a battered sedan, appearing as if it had been abandoned there for quite some time. Although I saw no one nearby, it was unusual to encounter a vehicle in such poor condition in this remote area. Should I pull over and check if someone needed assistance? I pondered. Naturally inclined to help others, I found myself hesitant due to the isolation of this stretch of road. Reluctantly, I continued driving, convincing myself it was likely nothing. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered, as if something was amiss. As I pressed on, I began to contemplate how late it was and how distant I was from any sign of civilization. The darkness felt thicker, more suffocating, and the silence weighed heavily, punctuated only by the gentle hum of my engine and the occasional whisper of leaves in the breeze. My eyes kept flickering to the rearview mirror, half expecting to see the sedan trailing behind me, but the road remained vacant in my wake. A few miles later, headlights emerged in the distance, growing closer from behind. A sense of relief washed over me at the sight of another vehicle, and I hoped its occupants might shed light on the situation with the stranded sedan. As the headlights neared, I discerned it was an old pickup truck. It sped past swiftly, yet something about it unsettled me. The driver did not even glance in my direction, which was odd given that we were the only two vehicles on this desolate road. I attempted to dismiss the unease, redirecting my attention to the drive ahead. As I navigated the winding road, a sudden wave of unease washed over me. Ahead, the path was obstructed by a sizable makeshift barricade composed of wooden planks and worn-out tires. There was no way to bypass it, and it seemed deliberately placed to block passage. "What the hell?" I murmured, feeling my heart rate accelerate. I halted the car, shifted it into park, and tried to devise a plan. With no cell signal in the area, calling for assistance wasn't an option. I was utterly isolated. I switched off the engine and stepped out of the vehicle to examine the blockade. It was roughly constructed and appeared to have been erected only recently. My heart thumped loudly as I contemplated how to dismantle it. Just as I was about to begin moving the planks, I heard a sound emanating from the woods, a quiet, shuffling noise, reminiscent of footsteps dragging through the underbrush. My breath caught in my throat as I scanned the trees, but the darkness rendered it impossible to discern anything clearly. I tried to remain calm, but the noise grew louder and nearer. Suddenly, the pickup truck I had spotted earlier reappeared, moving slowly as it seemed to circle back. My initial reaction was to retreat to my car and lock the doors, yet I knew I had to address the barrier if I wanted to escape. I stood immobilized, torn between the fear of the unknown and the practical necessity of clearing the road. The truck halted behind my car, and I watched as the driver emerged. He was a man in his mid-40s, sporting a grizzled beard and a weathered face. He regarded me with a curious expression and then shifted his gaze to the barrier. I felt a blend of relief and suspicion. "Need some help?" he called out. His voice was gruff, yet it carried a hint of friendliness. I paused before responding, "Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to move it." The man approached and began assisting me with the barrier. We worked in silence, though I was clearly on edge. A glance at the truck revealed a toolbox in the back, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss about the entire situation. As we moved the last of the planks, the man began speaking. "This area's been having some trouble lately," he remarked, "strange things happening." "What kind of strange things?" I inquired, trying to keep my voice steady. He shrugged. "Just rumors. People say there are gangs out here causing trouble, taking things that aren't theirs, breaking into places they shouldn't be. It's enough to keep folks on edge." A chill ran down my spine. I saw a car back there with its hazard lights on. "Do you know anything about that?" I asked. The man's face tightened, and he looked away. "Nope, haven't seen it." We finished clearing the road, and he offered to follow me until I reached a main route. I was appreciative, but still uneasy. As we drove, I kept glancing at the rearview mirror, half expecting to see the sedan or the man's truck trailing behind me. Eventually, we reached a more populated area with streetlights and a gas station. I thanked the man and continued on my way, avoiding looking back, not wanting to see if he was still following me. When I finally arrived, returning home, I was both exhausted and unsettled. The entire experience felt surreal, reminiscent of a scene from a horror film. My mind kept replaying images of the broken-down sedan, the enigmatic barricade, and the man in the pickup truck. In the subsequent days, I attempted to make sense of the event. I inquired around, but no one seemed to have any knowledge of unusual happenings on Route 54. I contemplated informing the authorities, but what exactly could I report to them? Looking back, I'm still uncertain about what I encountered that night. The only conclusion I could draw was that there had been some kind of trouble in the vicinity, prompting the man in the truck to set up the barrier to control traffic along the road. The recollection of that drive still sends chills down my spine. I've learned to be more cautious and to trust my instincts. Late-night drives once provided my mind with a favorite escape, but now they serve as a reminder of how quickly things can take a turn for the worse. I'm Jamie, a 32-year-old freelance photographer from Portland. I've always found solace in late-night drives. There's something soothing about being alone on the road, with the city lights fading behind you and the open space stretching ahead. However, just a few nights ago, what I anticipated to be a relaxing drive morphed into a nightmare I can't seem to shake off. It was a Friday night, around midnight, when I decided to take a drive out of town along a rural route I often use to unwind. The road is renowned for its tranquility and natural beauty, and I thought it would be an ideal way to decompress. Initially, the drive was smooth. The city lights vanished, leaving only the beam of my headlights slicing through the darkness. The road was narrow and sinuous, bordered by dense trees. Typically, the solitude felt tranquil to me, but tonight, something was amiss. I couldn't quite pinpoint it, but the night seemed more oppressive. Midway through my journey, my car began to sputter. At first, I assumed it was a minor issue, but then the engine lost power completely, and the car coasted to a halt. I attempted to restart it, but nothing worked. My phone had no signal, rendering a call for roadside assistance impossible. The situation was beginning to feel dire. I took a deep breath, grabbed my flashlight, and locked the car before starting to walk. My aim was to reach the nearest town, which I knew was several miles away. The woods on either side of the road seemed to close in on me, with only my flashlight for company. I trudged onward, trying to ignore the growing sense of isolation with each step. After a couple of hours, I noticed a distant light. It was faint but visible, offering a glimmer of hope. I quickened my pace, my exhaustion momentarily forgotten. As I got closer, I realized the light emanated from an old farmhouse. I felt relieved yet apprehensive, as the place appeared abandoned and dilapidated. With no other options, I knocked on the door, my heart racing. After a few moments, the door creaked open, revealing a man in his 60s with a grizzled beard and a weary expression. His sharp eyes scrutinized me carefully. "Can I help you?" he asked. Inquired in a gruff tone about my situation. I clarified that my vehicle had malfunctioned and that I had been walking for hours to find assistance. The man introduced himself as Earl, and he appeared to be sympathetic toward my plight. He agreed to lend a hand and mentioned that he would drive me back to my car with his tow truck. As we made our way to the location where my car was stranded, I attempted to engage in light conversation to alleviate the tension. Earl maintained a courteous demeanor, yet remained somewhat aloof, his eyes frequently glancing at the road behind us. A sense of unease began to creep over me. I wondered why he seemed so on edge. Upon reaching my car, Earl began the task of attaching it to the tow truck. I observed, feeling vulnerable due to my fatigue. Earl worked efficiently, yet his actions appeared almost too rehearsed, as if on autopilot. My apprehension grew stronger. As he was finishing the job, he suddenly paused and turned toward me. "You know," he said, "it's not safe out here after dark. Many people have encountered problems. You're fortunate I came along." I forced a nervous laugh, expressing my gratitude. "I'm just thankful I found you." Earl's eyes narrowed as he replied, "You're very lucky. There are things out here you'd rather not come across." I was about to inquire further about his warning when the sound of an engine rumbling in the distance reached us. Earl's demeanor changed abruptly. He became tense, almost anxious. "We need to leave," he stated urgently. Before I could react, Earl pushed me towards the tow truck and quickly settled into the driver's seat. I barely had a moment to grasp what was happening before the truck surged forward, towing my car along with it. "What's happening?" I asked, my voice quivering. He didn't respond immediately. Instead he kept his focus on the road, his hands firmly gripping the steering wheel. "We've got to reach town. There's no time to explain," he said. The journey was tense and silent, and every so often, I glanced in the rearview mirror. I could see the truck in the distance, pulling up to the exact spot we had just left. A growing sense of dread crept over me. Who were those people, and why was Earl so determined to avoid them? As we approached the outskirts of town, Earl finally broke the silence. "They're the reason I keep my distance from others, why I live in solitude. They're dangerous," he explained. I was bewildered. "What do you mean? Who are those people?" Earl shook his head. "It's better if you don't know. Just stay away from this area. It's not safe for someone like you." He dropped me off at a gas station on the town's edge. I thanked him, though my gratitude was overshadowed by confusion and fear. Earl didn't wait for my response. He drove off swiftly, leaving me with an unsettling feeling that lingered. I eventually got my car towed to a nearby mechanic and made my way home. Exhausted and shaken, the night's events replayed in my mind. I tried to make sense of what had happened, but the fear I felt was still vivid. I didn't know what I was hiding from or who those people were, but I was certain that night was more than just a series of unfortunate events. I've learned to be more cautious during my night drives and to avoid that area entirely. That stretch of road is no longer my peaceful place. So, thanks for the help that night, but I wish you had been more forthcoming. Forthcoming events should be noted by anyone venturing out there. Exercise caution, as some mysteries are best left undiscovered, and certain paths should be avoided, especially when the darkness conceals more than one could ever anticipate. This unsettling experience unfolded approximately 4 years ago, yet it has lingered in my thoughts nearly every day since it occurred. I'll begin by mentioning that I was quite young at the time, single, and eager to embark on my first romantic encounter. I spent a considerable amount of time browsing through dating apps and chatting with a few individuals until I finally connected with a guy who seemed intriguing. We shared numerous interests, so I believed meeting him in person would be a good idea, especially since we'd been conversing for nearly a month. Although I was young, I wasn't naive or foolish. I was, and continue to be, a cautious and wary individual. However, for some inexplicable reason, I made what could possibly be one of the gravest mistakes of my life. I invited him to spend the night at my place. With my parents away for the weekend, I had the house to myself, making it seem like the ideal opportunity for him to visit. He lived about 3 hours away from my location, yet he was enthusiastic and almost desperately eager to come over. He set out immediately after finishing work, which was around 11 a.m. Throughout his drive to my place, I was overwhelmed by a nauseating sense of impending disaster, as if something was destined to go terribly wrong. I nearly texted him several times to call it off and tell him I was no longer interested, but I hesitated. After all, he was only 10 minutes away. As soon as I heard his car pull up, I jumped up in anticipation, expecting to be welcomed with a smile when I opened the door. Instead, he barged in, staring at me vacantly, while my two French bulldogs, who never behave aggressively towards anyone, started snarling and growling at him. This immediately struck me as highly unusual. He quickly followed me to my bedroom and wasted no time in forcefully undressing me. I reluctantly went along with it, as this was my first intimate encounter with anyone. He was nearly 6 years my senior, which made me quite anxious. Fast forward a couple of hours, he suddenly asked if he could sleep in my room. This puzzled me, as it was only 5 p.m., but I told him it was fine and decided to continue watching movies by myself downstairs. After about an hour, I heard noises that resembled furniture being moved around, along with the sound of him talking. Curious and concerned, I made my way upstairs and opened my door, only to find him crouching in the middle of my room, breathing heavily. When I asked if he was okay, he gestured for me to get on the bed. He sat me on his lap and proceeded to place a blindfold over my eyes, wrapping his hands around my neck with a lively grip. I was already feeling extremely uneasy, and my discomfort intensified as he tightened his hold on my throat. He asked if anyone knew he was there, whether my friends were aware of who he was and what he looked like. I immediately lied, claiming that my sister and friends knew he was present, even though I don't actually have a sister, and my friends were not aware. I was unaware of it at the time, but something deep within compelled me to speak up. After a few minutes of awkward silence, he rose to collect his belongings. I noticed that his backpack contained tape, rope, and handcuffs. Initially, this didn't alarm me, as I knew he was into those sorts of things. However, in hindsight, I suspect they were meant for something far more sinister. Suddenly, he announced, "I think I'm going to head home. I have a long drive and I'm rather tired." I didn't hesitate to see him out, as I was already feeling extremely uneasy. As he departed, he didn't even glance back at me or say goodbye. He sped off down the street as soon as he got into his car. I hurried back to my room to check if he had left anything behind, since he had departed in such a rush. On my desk, I discovered a note with the words, "Being nice is what saved you." At the time, I had no idea what it meant, but now I seriously believe he harbored very malicious intentions toward me. I remain angry with myself for allowing a stranger into my home, which was clearly a grave mistake. I immediately blocked him on all of my social media accounts. I am incredibly fortunate to have escaped unscathed. All I know is that he is now somewhere back in America. I never quite understood why he was living in the UK when I met him, but I am profoundly relieved that he is many miles away from me now. After finishing school, I lived with my older brother for about 4 years. We shared the rent on an apartment because neither of us could afford a place on our own. However, during the 4th year, my brother's, he had started earning a better income and intended to move out once our lease expired. I wasn't earning much, so I realized I couldn't cover the apartment expenses on my own. I spent a few months searching online for a roommate but ultimately decided it was best to relocate to a more affordable place. I continued my search up until the last month of our lease. By then, my brother had practically cleared out all his belongings, and I was under significant pressure to find a new place quickly. However, with my very limited budget, the task proved challenging. Eventually, I came across a listing from a homeowner offering a room for rent in his house. The homeowner's name was Evan. I sent him a message expressing my interest and kept looking around. Within minutes, he replied, and we arranged a call for later that day. During our conversation, he outlined all the details. Evan mentioned that he lived alone and was renting out his spare bedroom, but I would have access to the rest of the house. It sounded perfect, so I decided to take it. A couple of weeks later, I packed all my belongings into a U-Haul and drove to the house. During that time, Evan and I had been exchanging texts and calls, and he had sent me numerous pictures, but I hadn't yet seen the place in person. I arrived around noon and parked in the driveway. The house was indeed small, but it appeared pleasant from the outside. Evan stood in the garage, waving me over. He gave me a brief tour and then assisted me in moving my things into my room. Evan seemed to be an ordinary man in his mid-30s, which was quite reassuring. He was almost 10 years my senior, but I didn't really mind. He wasn't much for conversation and was somewhat reserved. After we finished moving everything inside, I returned the U-Haul and took an Uber back home. By the time I arrived, it was nearly 8 p.m., and exhaustion had set in. Evan was lounging on the couch, absorbed in a television show, so I mentioned I was heading to bed early and retreated to my room. Overall, the place seemed decent, and I felt satisfied with it. I continued unpacking a few more things before setting up my bed. Now, around 9, I was finally ready to sleep. I approached my door to lock it and switch off the lights, but as I extended my hand, I noticed the doorknob was devoid of a lock. Puzzled, I opened the door to find the lock on the exterior side. I made my way to the living room and inquired with Evan about the bedroom door locking from the outside. He appeared perplexed and admitted he hadn't noticed it before but promised to reverse it the following day. I shrugged, said it was fine, and returned to my room. Though weary, I wasn't overly concerned, but it was certainly a peculiar discovery. I climbed into bed and soon fell asleep. In the middle of the night, I was roused by the sound of someone stirring in the kitchen, which I assumed was just Evan fetching a drink of water. I shut my eyes once more. Moments later, I heard footsteps approaching down the hallway, but as they reached my room, they said. I opened my eyes and glanced at the door. He stood there silently for about 15 seconds before I heard a click. He had locked my door. My stomach sank, and I felt my face grow cold. Evan's footsteps echoed down the hallway as he headed to his room. The instant I heard the click of his bedroom door closing, I quietly rose from my seat and approached the door. I attempted to turn the handle, but it refused to move. I stood there, momentarily frozen, as the reality sank in. This man I had only recently met had locked me inside a room. My initial fear swiftly morphed into anger, and I shouted for Evan, demanding that he open the door. It took mere seconds before I heard Evan exit his room and approach my door. I heard the faint sound of his hand resting on the door, but he hesitated briefly before unlocking it. I flung the door open immediately. What the hell was that? I confronted him. Evan stumbled over his words, explaining that he simply wanted to ensure his own safety because he didn't know me well enough yet. While I understood his concern, locking someone in a room was certainly not a sensible way to address it. I informed him that I intended to pack my things and leave in the morning. I spent the entire night on the living room couch, waiting for the U-Haul store to open at 9 a.m. I glanced down the hallway, noticing that Evan's bedroom door remained closed, hopefully indicating he was still asleep. I then drove straight to the store, rented the U-Haul, and returned to the house. Upon entering, I saw Evan's bedroom door wide open. "Evan?" I called out as I walked over to his room and peeked inside. The room was empty. I scanned the room in disbelief, realizing that things were becoming increasingly strange. I backed out and immediately began moving my belongings. I pushed through 2 hours of hauling boxes and disassembling furniture. As I stood by my bed, I realized I only had 2 boxes remaining. I dashed inside, grabbing another one, and hurried to the front door until Evan appeared in the doorway. "Move," I said. He stared at me, devoid of any emotion. After a few moments, he stepped aside. I rushed past him and placed the box in the U-Haul. The final box contained a mishmash of food I had saved from my old pantry at the apartment. I decided to leave it behind, as Evan was unnerving me, and I wanted to distance myself from him as quickly as possible. I began to close the back of the U-Haul when Evan interrupted, saying, "You forgot this," while holding out the last box. "Oh, yeah, thanks," I replied, taking it from him and climbing back into the truck. I felt his gaze on me as I stacked the box, and when I turned around, he had his hand on the door, attempting to pull it down and trap me inside. I managed to stop him before the door was even halfway closed. I shoved him to the ground, but he quickly got up and ran, not into the house, but into the trees, away from the property. I was bewildered but unconcerned. I swiftly shut the back door and drove away. My brother graciously allowed me to stay with him until I found a new home. I'm not sure what transpired at that house or what might have happened, but there was undoubtedly something very wrong. My roommate was away for the week, so I had the place to myself. It was spring break, and my college classes were on hold. I had no plans or pressing obligations. On Monday, I found myself essentially confined indoors due to a massive storm sweeping through our city. This kind of weather was typical for this time of year, yet it always seemed to feel more intense each time it happened. The trees appeared as though they were ready to be swept away, and the house would shake and creak incessantly. Knowing sleep was out of the question, I decided to just stay awake. I switched on the Xbox, loaded my video games, and immersed myself in play for well over an hour, probably until about 11, when the doorbell suddenly rang. Pausing the game, I stood up, but then remembered the raging storm outside. Who could possibly be out there right now? I approached the front door and peered through the peephole, but saw nothing. Opening the door, I was immediately hit by the wind and rain, but even after looking around, no one was there. I closed the door, thinking perhaps the wind had somehow triggered the doorbell. It sounds silly now, but what else was I supposed to think at the time? I returned to my game, but only a few minutes later, I heard a loud crash in the backyard. Things were toppling over and breaking. Instantly, I realized it was our patio furniture, so I dashed over to the back door. Everything was strewn about the yard, being tossed around by the gale. Hurriedly, I put on my shoes and went outside, pushing each piece of furniture against the back of the house. The wind was so fierce that it stung whenever the rain hit my face. I was moving as quickly as possible when I noticed someone standing at the edge of the backyard, watching me. I glanced back at them briefly, then grabbed the last piece of furniture and rushed inside to escape the downpour. As I dried off, I glanced at the back door, but whoever had been there was already gone. Between that and the doorbell ringing earlier, I felt a bit uneasy. I settled in the living room this time, aimlessly scrolling through my phone, tired of all the interruptions. After a while, I struggled to keep my eyes open. I grabbed a blanket and lay down on the couch. I didn't feel like heading upstairs, where the storm's noise was even louder. It took some time, but I eventually drifted off to sleep. A few hours later, still deep in the night, I was jolted awake by a sudden gust of fierce wind outside, shaking the house. I pushed the blanket aside and sat up, placing my feet on the floor, intending to check if the outdoor furniture was still secure. But as soon as my feet touched the ground, they were soaked, jolting me fully awake. I glanced down and saw a puddle right next to the couch, and then noticed another, forming a trail across the floor. Inside the puddles were faint, muddy shoe prints. Heart pounding in my chest, I stood up and dashed to the corner of the room. After a moment of hearing nothing but the wind outside, I cautiously followed the shoe prints. They led throughout the house, both upstairs and down, but it was clear they had entered through the back door, which I had foolishly forgotten to lock in my hurry to escape the rain. I locked it now and took out my phone to call 911. But then a chilling thought crossed my mind. What if the intruder was still inside? I remained silent and moved towards the corner of the house where I felt safest. I hid in the most secluded part of the house and waited quietly for them to arrive. When they finally did, they scanned the area, observing everything I had seen, yet nothing more. They remarked that it appeared to be a personal attack since nothing was missing, and their attention was clearly directed at my house in particular. Strangely enough, they approached me as I slept, seemingly doing nothing but watching, which was incredibly unsettling. However, it didn't make much sense because if they intended to harm me, they would have done so at that moment. After pondering this, I began to suspect that whoever it was had actually come for my roommates. They noticed me, glanced around the entire house, and then left, doing absolutely nothing. If this was indeed a personal attack and my roommate had been present, I believe the situation could have turned out much worse than it did. A few years ago, I was renting a house in Northern California. The neighborhood was situated just beyond the suburbs, offering what seemed like the perfect combination of having enough space and friendly neighbors nearby to avoid feeling isolated. The area lacked streetlights, making the nights especially dark, particularly when clouds obscured the moonlight. This didn't bother me, though, as it gave my lit TLE house an even more serene feel on dark nights. One midwinter evening, I returned home from work. It was a cloudy night, so as I pulled up to my house, only my headlights and the faint glow of the porch light provided illumination. As I stepped out of my car, I caught the scent of cigarette smoke. This was peculiar, as I had never noticed that smell around the house before. I didn't see anyone nearby either, which made it even more puzzling. Close. I hesitated for a moment, listening intently to the noises echoing through the house. It was eerily quiet except for the thudding footsteps that had just ascended the stairs. My heart was racing, pounding in my chest like a drum. Earlier, I had brushed off the strange sensation of being watched when I arrived home. Exhausted from a long shift that included a few hours of overtime, I had been too weary to pay much attention. It wasn't even 7 p.m. yet, but I was already ready to call it a night. After a quick shower, I went to bed, hoping to recharge. I awoke abruptly, convinced I had heard a disturbance inside my house. Initially, I wasn't alarmed. My friend often dropped by to use my shower after his work, en route to his evening classes. I had even given him a spare key for convenience, allowing him to visit even in my absence. He was usually diligent about texting me beforehand, but I hadn't heard my phone buzz. Reaching over to my bedside table, I grabbed my phone to check for any messages. The screen's brightness was almost blinding in the darkness, a stark reminder of the days before phones had sensors to adjust the display light in dim environments. This phone was so luminous it could double as a flashlight. Squinting, I discerned that it was a little after 9 p.m., but I couldn't immediately tell if I had any unread messages. Setting my phone aside, I called out my friend's name. A few seconds of silence followed before the sudden, loud sound of footsteps echoed as someone dashed across the wooden floor downstairs. I sprang out of bed and dashed towards the closet. By the time I reached the door and stepped inside, whoever it was had already made it up the stairs. The house had 3 rooms on the upper level, 2 bedrooms flanking the hallway and a bathroom at the end. Both bedroom doors were shut, but the bathroom door remained slightly ajar. The door creaked open, and I heard someone storm down the hallway past my room and into the bathroom. Thank goodness they did, as it granted me just enough time to access the attic entrance in my closet ceiling and pull myself up. I had barely begun to hoist myself when the intruder rushed out of the bathroom. My feet had only just made it into the attic when my bedroom door flew open. I listened intently as footsteps entered my room, halting when they found it empty. The intruder then dashed back into the hallway and into the adjacent room, which was filled with stacked boxes, some weights, and a table where I painted my miniature models. They must have concluded that if anyone was hiding, it would be in the bedroom, as they charged back into my room and flicked on the light. Moments later, the closet door was wrenched open. I crouched in the attic, just a foot or so from the entrance, prepared to stop them if they attempted to climb up. From my vantage point, I could only see from about their knees down. They wore filthy blue jeans with frayed cuffs and work boots. After a few moments of searching the closet, they stepped away, and I heard a loud crash emanating from my room, followed by a scream of frustration and rage. That scream was the most unsettling aspect of the encounter for me. It eerily reminded me of my stepfather, who had screamed in a similar manner when he lost his temper. Eventually, he was admitted to a psychiatric hospital due to several mental disorders that led to unpredictable and violent behavior. As soon as I heard the man in my house retreating down the stairs, the air filled with the sound of crashes and clatters as items were tossed around and furniture was overturned. I remained crouched in the attic, having left my cell phone behind when I dashed to the closet. I wasn't sure if I could descend without him hearing me. Eventually, the commotion subsided, and I began to count slowly. When I reached 1,000, I decided it was safe enough to climb down and contact the authorities. The first thing I noticed upon exiting the closet was that the intruder had overturned my bed, presumably in an effort to locate me. That must have been the loud noise I heard after he moved away from the closet. Unable to find my cell phone, I went to the landline by the bed and dialed the police. I stayed in my room until I heard their voices calling from downstairs. The ground floor was in disarray, just as I had feared. Chairs were toppled, the sofa was overturned, and books, pictures, and knickknacks from my shelves were strewn across the floor. The kitchen cupboards had been opened, and all the boxed and canned goods were scattered on the ground. As far as I could tell, the only thing missing was a single knife from the wooden block in my kitchen. The police conducted a thorough inspection of the house from top to bottom and discovered that the side door had been forced open with something akin to a crowbar. Along the fence line, they found a few cigarette butts, some foil, and an empty pen, items they indicated are often used to smoke meth. This led them to believe that he had been watching. Upon returning to my house, I realized he must have been outside smoking a cigarette when I arrived home. The police gathered the evidence and advised me to stay with family or friends that night and have the door repaired as soon as possible. Instead, I decided to stay awake. I moved a shelf to block the broken door and spent the following few hours tidying up. Frequently, I would go to the window with a flashlight and shine it along the fence line, where the police had found the cigarette butts and foil, but I didn't notice anything unusual. The next day, I arranged for the door to be fixed and had motion sensor lights installed at the back and sides of my house. I ran a phone line up into the attic and added a landline, determined never to be trapped there without a phone again. Nothing else occurred at that house, and I lived there for another 3 years without any incidents. One more precaution I took was practicing escaping from my bed, moving to my closet, and climbing into the attic as swiftly and silently as possible. I even practiced this routine at my new place, although now I retreat to a crawl space at the back of the closet instead of the attic. I try not to dwell on what might have happened if I had been a bit slower reaching the attic or if he hadn't first entered the bathroom at the end of the hall. To preface this, I must say that I love driving. I enjoy going on lengthy drives to nowhere, with no particular destination in mind, just me, my music, and the road ahead. Living in Nebraska, I often take back roads or isolated highways, weaving through the countryside. Driving through the countryside, I would often journey from small towns to bustling cities, typically opting for nighttime excursions due to the lighter traffic. I've been doing this ever since I obtained my driver's license 5 years ago, and during that time, I never encountered any problems or faced any trouble. That was until a few nights ago. For context, I am a relatively petite 22-year-old woman, and as I mentioned earlier, I usually embark on these trips entirely on my own. They serve as an excellent way for me to clear my mind when I'm feeling stressed, upset, or overwhelmed, or to devise a plan to resolve personal matters. I also used to take these long, solitary drives to escape the toxic environment of my home when I lived with my parents, as a way to cope with their alcoholism. Now that I have moved out and am in a much better place mentally, I don't feel the same urge to hop in my car and drive aimlessly. However, on the night this incident occurred, I was feeling particularly overwhelmed, stressed, and anxious due to a myriad of personal issues I prefer not to delve into. I felt restless and irritable around my boyfriend, unable to concentrate on anything else, so I decided to take a drive to clear my head. My boyfriend was understanding, advising me to be cautious and not to stay out too long since it was already quite late. I agreed, gave him a goodbye kiss, and left. I drove around our city for approximately 30 minutes, but the unease over everything happening in my personal life lingered, so I decided to drive further. Heading north along those familiar dark, winding, single-lane highways, I maintained the car at a steady 65 miles per hour, taking the curves more slowly in case a deer suddenly leapt out from around the bend. As I drove, I couldn't help but admire the vast, empty darkness of the snow-covered fields and the barren trees. It was, to be honest, a bit eerie being completely alone, with no other cars in sight, seemingly in the middle of nowhere. The few houses set miles back from the road appeared lifeless, and the dead cornfields were gradually being swallowed by the snow. It was reminiscent of a scene from a horror movie, and I half expected to see a ghost appear in my rearview mirror or someone emerge from the thickets of trees dotting the horizon. The only illumination came from my headlights, and even with them, I struggled to see through the thick, inky darkness of the night. By now, it was just past 11 p.m., and I had decided that once I reached the familiar roundabout, one that could either lead to a small town or back towards the city, I would head back to the city and home. The roundabout was still perhaps 15 to 25 minutes away, but aside from my imagination conjuring up the worst scenarios, I wasn't particularly worried. After all, I was alone and didn't have to be concerned about other drivers, right? Wrong. As I navigated another bend, I noticed a vehicle with its hazard lights flashing, possibly a quarter of a mile ahead. It appeared to be some sort of dark-colored sedan, positioned so that only part of it was on the shoulder while the rest jutted out onto the road. They had to pull over quickly, but they didn't quite succeed. The driver's side door was wide open, and as I decelerated and steered my vehicle towards the opposite lane to pass, I noticed what appeared to be blood on the interior of the open door. There was no one visible on the road or in the car, and I was the only driver in sight. In this rural area, cell phone reception is usually poor, and often, no matter how fervently you wished, you couldn't get a signal. This was precisely the case when I glanced at my phone to check for any service. So here I was, a woman alone on the road at night, stopping near an abandoned vehicle that seemed to show signs of a struggle inside, with no cell service. I'm no fool. I've watched countless episodes of Investigation Discovery and Criminal Minds and have read far too many true crime books to recognize a dangerous situation when I see one. However, a small part of me was concerned that something awful might have happened to whoever was in that car, and I felt compelled to offer assistance. These roads aren't heavily traveled at night, and the temperature was well below freezing. If someone was injured or in distress, there was no one else around to help them. Despite my caution, I continued driving, albeit more slowly, and as I neared the vehicle, I rolled down the passenger window slightly, turned off the music, and called out, "Hey, is anyone there? Are you okay?" I didn't hear a reply, which made me worry that they might have passed out somewhere. However, I wasn't about to step out and search for them. I decided to give it one more try. If I didn't hear a response, I'd leave, and as soon as I got reception, I'd report it. If someone did a NSWER, I'd figure out my next move then. So, once again, I shouted, "Hey, what happened? Are you okay?" There was silence for a moment, but then I heard rustling in the shadows among the trees, followed by a gruff voice replying to me. Initially, I felt relieved and was about to say something back or even stop my car and get out, but I noticed three things almost simultaneously. As I slowly moved past the front of the sedan, I realized there was no damage to the hood or any other part of the vehicle, which struck me as odd given the blood on the inside of the door. In my rearview mirror, I caught a glimpse of someone emerging from behind the sedan, quickly making their way toward my car. This person had no blood on them and didn't seem injured in any way. They were wearing a mask. Not a typical face mask or a ski mask, but one of those masks you might see in the Purge movies, and they were holding something in their hand. I couldn't clearly identify it, but based on its length and shape, I guessed it might be a tire iron or a crowbar or something similar. Needless to say, I floored the gas pedal as soon as I noticed these details and drove like my life depended on it. Like a bat straight out of hell, my heart was pounding wildly in my chest, and my entire body trembled uncontrollably. The car window remained open in my haste, and the music was still silenced, allowing me to distinctly hear someone, definitely a man, shouting at me. Although I couldn't decipher what he was saying, I knew without a doubt that I had to leave immediately. As I sped away, I glanced once more in the rearview mirror, mainly to check if they were getting into their sedan to give chase or if they had stopped pursuing me. The man with the weapon remained standing in the middle of the road, watching me intently. Just before I averted my gaze from the mirror, I noticed a second man emerging from the trees that had been rustling earlier, also donning one of those eerie masks, with no sign of blood on him. I likely broke every speed limit that night, but my only goal was to distance myself from those men as quickly as possible. Once I reached the roundabout, I headed towards town and parked in the Walmart parking lot, which, thankfully, still had several cars from what I assumed were workers closing up for the night. There, I succumbed to a complete meltdown. After regaining my composure, I called my friend Troy, who is a police officer, to recount what had happened. He was visibly concerned for my safety and, after checking if I was okay, where I was, and if they had followed me, he explained that since the incident occurred outside the city limits, there wasn't much he could do himself. However, he could contact the local police or sheriff's department within that jurisdiction to take my statement and investigate further. I agreed, expressed my gratitude, and while I awaited the arrival of the police, I managed to call my boyfriend through my hysterical sobs. Despite my distress, I succeeded in recounting the events that had transpired less than 10 minutes earlier. Naturally, he was deeply concerned for my well-being and insisted that I either return home immediately or allow him to come and drive me back himself. I explained that the police were on their way to take my statement, so I couldn't leave just yet, but reassured him that I was all right. I remained on the line with him until I spotted the familiar police cruisers pulling into the parking lot. After providing the officers with my statement, they assured me they would revisit the location to investigate and attempt to apprehend the individuals responsible. However, without surveillance footage or a detailed description of the men, I was doubtful of their chances. In my panic, I hadn't even noted the license plate number, a detail I only realized was missing when the police asked about it. All they had to go on was a dark-colored sedan and two men wearing masks. Once my statement was given, I returned home and stayed closely nestled with my boyfriend throughout the night, anxiously listening to every creak and sound the house made, fearing those men might arrive at any moment to finish whatever they had intended. Since that terrifying incident, I haven't received any updates from the police regarding potential leads, and I remain uncertain if they ever will. I am simply grateful to be here today and that I didn't stop my car or step out of it. I often wonder what might have happened if I had. Countless questions without answers linger in my mind. What were they planning? Was that BL on the interior of the car was merely a ploy to draw more attention? If it had truly been blood, had they harmed someone else? What might have occurred had I stopped my vehicle? Needless to say, I won't be embarking on any more late-night drives, and I sincerely hope I never encounter those odd individuals again. It all began on an ordinary day at work. At the time, I was employed at a small grocery store, where my responsibilities included rounding up shopping carts in the parking lot and bagging groceries. The typical minimum wage tasks. It was raining that morning, and naturally, I was assigned to collect carts. About 2 hours into my shift, I noticed a man hurrying to load his groceries into his car. I ran over to assist him with his bags. "Mind if I help you get out of the rain?" I asked. "Yes, thank you so much," he replied. As he was closing his trunk, he gave me a very surprised look, lowered his eyebrows, scrutinized me from head to toe, and smirked. "Are you a new hire?" he asked. "No, I've been here for a couple of months," I responded. "Oh, you are very pretty," he said in a strangely suggestive tone. "Thank you, have a good day," I replied, shutting down the conversation as I wasn't interested. As I walked back to the store to hide until he left, I could feel his gaze on me while I walked away. Nonetheless, I continued my work, not giving it much thought. After my lunch break, I was at the register bagging groceries and noticed that same man from earlier entering the store. I pretended not to see him and kept bagging. He approached the register and purchased a single chocolate bar. I didn't offer him a bag. He stood towering over me and asked, "Are you going to bag my item?" I apologized, explaining I hadn't realized he wanted a bag for just one item. I placed his chocolate bar in a bag and wished him a pleasant day. He inquired, "Are you off work, sweetheart?" Uncomfortable with sharing that information, I hesitated. He persisted, "That's okay. You've been here, what, 5 hours? You're probably off around 7, right?" He smiled, glanced at me, and walked away. Feeling uneasy, I reported the encounter to my manager, who advised me not to work in the lot anymore and suggested I have someone accompany me to my car. At the end of my shift, a male coworker walked me to my truck. Together, we scanned the parking lot for the man's car but didn't spot it. My coworker returned inside, and I started my truck. I called my mom to recount the events, and as soon as she answered, I left the parking lot. The moment I turned onto the road, I noticed his car pulling out behind me. I informed my mom that I thought he might follow me, and she advised me to drive around to try and lose him. I spent about 20 minutes circling my town. When I stopped at a red light, he pulled up beside me, shouting something through his open window. I pretended not to notice him but could still hear his words. "You'd bear some good kids for me," he yelled. "You'd make a great slave for me, little lady." He began to make very explicit threats about what he would do if he caught me. I told my mom I was going to call 911, and if I walked. I hadn't been home for an hour when I decided to call the police. While trying to reach them, a man suddenly accelerated past my truck and began brake-checking me frantically. I waited until I reached the nearest intersection, then turned onto a different street. During the turn, my phone slipped and fell under my seat, so I chose to head to the closest open establishment, where I could hide and ask someone else to call for help. The nearest open place was a convenience store at a gas station. I quickly pulled in, parked, and dashed inside, fearing for my life. Once inside the store, I urgently explained the situation to the clerk. She escorted me to the break room and locked the door behind us. While processing the possibility that I might have survived this terrifying situation, I suddenly heard the store's front doors being violently rattled. Before I fully comprehended what was happening, the clerk joined me in the break room, locking herself in as well. She was on the phone with the police, who were on their way. We sat in silence, trembling in the dimly lit room. A wave of guilt washed over me for involving another woman in my worst nightmare. My mind raced with questions. Did I lead him on? I only wished him a good day. Had he been following me before tonight? How did he know what car I drove? Would the police arrive in time, or were we in dire danger? Finally, the small room was bathed in red and blue lights shining through the crack beneath the door. We heard a voice over the intercom, assuring us it was safe to come out. The clerk, still shaking, took out her keys and unlocked the door. We stepped out and provided our statements. After the police left, I turned to M. My unexpected savior appeared, and I expressed my profound gratitude, tears flowing as we embraced. She then accompanied me to my car. The following evening, I returned with some food and an Amazon gift card to show my appreciation. I've been in near fatal car accidents and stood just 10 feet away from a mountain lion in the wild, but I can honestly say that I thought my life was ending during this encounter. Thank you for reading, and remember to stay vigilant, cautious, and safe. This incident occurred a little over a decade ago, when I was around 26 years old. Although I can't pinpoint the exact year, it was roughly 2012. At that time, I often spent weekends out with friends, visiting bars and parties, and staying out quite late. My friend's house, where I frequently visited, was located on a side street close to a main road lined with popular and bustling bars and restaurants. Parking was on the street, and during busy weekends, it was common to park several blocks away. While the area near the bars was pleasant, heading a few blocks in the opposite direction led to a somewhat sketchier neighborhood at night. After an evening out, I had to walk back to my car, which was parked several blocks away in the less secure area. It was winter, so I was dressed in a heavy sweater or pullover and a beanie hat. This detail is relevant because, in the dark, it would have been difficult to discern much about my appearance from a distance, aside from my general height. As I moved further from the bars, the streets grew increasingly deserted, and the absence of street lights left the road shrouded in darkness. While I strolled along the sidewalk, a car began trailing me slowly, matching my pace. It pulled up next to me and came to a halt. The car window rolled down, revealing an attractive young woman behind the wheel. She commented on how cold I looked and kindly offered to give me a ride to my destination. Her demeanor was very friendly. I mentioned that my car wasn't parked far away and thanked her for the offer, but I intended to keep walking. She then made a concerted effort to persuade me to get in the car with her, given the chilly weather. She didn't engage in any small talk to learn more about me or to ensure I wasn't some kind of oddball. She just persistently urged me to accept her offer based solely on my attire and the darkness around us. It seemed unlikely she could have seen me well enough to find me attractive, and even if she had, I knew very few women who willingly pick up a male stranger after midnight while alone in their vehicle. Considering there were about 10 bars nearby, she could have easily met someone there if that was her goal. I couldn't fathom why she would resort to driving around, offering rides to strangers. She continued to drive alongside me, repeating her offer, which I declined once more. I quickened my pace, and she eventually drove away. As soon as she was several blocks away, I reached my car and ensured there was no one lurking nearby. The entire situation felt strange and didn't make any sense to me. Later, I discussed it with my friends, and all the women agreed they would never offer a ride to a random guy, especially at night, in such a scenario. Even if the guy resembled Ryan Gosling or Channing Tatum, they wouldn't consider it. I suspected there might have been someone lying in the back seat, hidden from view, perhaps armed and waiting to rob anyone who accepted the ride. I couldn't fathom any legitimate reason for her to offer rides to complete strangers in the dead of night. It seemed incredibly unsafe for her to randomly pick up unknown people. I assumed something sinister was happening in that car, and I often wonder what might have occurred if anyone had just climbed in with her. When I was 18, I was house-sitting with a girl I was studying with. The family we were house-sitting for attended the same church as she did, although I didn't know them well. My role was more to keep her company in a large house. It was 1997, a time when the average teenager like me didn't have a cell phone. During that week, there was a brief break in the school calendar, explaining why the family was away and why the streets in the area were quieter than usual. My apartment, as well as the house we were sitting in, was not far from the university. My apartment was just a 3-minute walk, and the house was about a 5-minute drive, making it a typical student neighborhood. The week had been unusually quiet, yet the first odd incident occurred while I was staying at the house. I had a dream in which I was navigating through a shadowy forest along a winding, unpaved road, with no illumination except for my car's headlights. As I began descending a hill, the lights abruptly went out, plunging everything into darkness. The car gradually came to a halt and stalled. When I awoke in the morning, I discovered my car wouldn't start, despite having functioned perfectly the previous day. I had to call a mechanic to repair it, and it turned out to be the starter motor. That was the initial unsettling event of the week. About a day later, on Friday, I intended to drive back to my parents' home, located in a smaller town approximately 45 minutes away. I packed my belongings at the large house and planned to stop by my apartment to gather whatever else I needed for the weekend. The journey between the house and the apartment, as mentioned, was merely a 5-minute drive. Since it was winter, darkness had already fallen by the time I departed at around 7 p.m. While driving away from the house, I noticed in my rearview mirror that the car behind me was following uncomfortably close. Each time I turned, it mirrored my movements. I was cautious, though not excessively so, but I was alert enough to recognize that something unusual was happening behind me. However, as I approached a traffic light, the car was no longer there, giving me a brief sense of relief. Unfortunately, that relief was short-lived. The car had now pulled up beside me. Glancing to my right, I saw a man sitting alone, smiling at me, his gaze fixed on me. Like a frenzied driver. In that instant, I thought, wow, maybe I should really drive while wearing a beanie or something, so people can't tell that I'm a petite woman. Just 5 feet 2. With long blonde hair cascading down to my waist. I reassured myself, thinking, well, he's in the lane to turn right, so I'm safe. As I drove off, those lights reappeared in my rearview mirror, trailing me once more. What a jerk, I muttered to myself. Who drives like that? Thankfully, my turn was approaching on the left. After enduring another minute or two of this relentless tailgating, I slowed my car strategically, refrained from using my turn signal, and made a sudden, sharp left into my driveway. The automatic gate swung open, and I swiftly drove inside, the gates closing securely behind me. I released a sigh of relief, believing the drama had come to an end. As I gathered a few belongings from the car to take with me, I noticed a man standing at the now closed gate. He remained on the other side while I was at the far end of the parking lot. Even from that distance, I could tell it was the same guy from the tailgating car. He was jumping and shaking the gate with absolute fury. Knowing I was safely inside, I wasn't completely overwhelmed with fear. Besides, there was a group of students nearby, causing a commotion as they arrived for a party or something. I headed towards the stairs and began ascending from the ground level to the first floor. As I rounded the stairs on the first floor, I noticed someone sprinting across the parking lot towards the staircase. In hindsight, I still can't comprehend why I didn't immediately grasp the situation. I suppose it's because, deep down, I knew that a group was being guided through the pedestrian gate just as I was rounding the staircase between the second and third floors. Suddenly, someone touched me, causing me to spin around. It was a man who had slipped in with the small crowd. He said something, and I responded with a sassy remark, telling him to get lost. I turned away from him to continue climbing the stairs to my apartment on the third floor. He grabbed me from behind, pulling my back against his chest, his left arm wrapped tightly around my neck. I felt something pressed against my right side, a knife. He began leading me downward. I remember thinking about the broken light on the bottom level and how this couldn't end well, yet I remained surprisingly calm. I resisted slightly, which made him tighten his grip, and soon I felt short of breath. I started to feel like a dead weight, and he began to lose his hold on me. As I dropped to his groin level, I managed to elbow him, making contact. He released me but quickly spun around to face me. He tore the front of my button-down shirt, then suddenly paused, looking at someone behind me, someone taller than him. His eyes widened in fear, and he turned to flee. I screamed and turned around to see who had come to my rescue, but there was no one there. However, people emerged from their apartments afterward, and the police were called. This was the second time the police had been there that night. It turned out something else strange had happened earlier. My dad had already seen the police when they had passed by an hour before. My mom had felt uneasy all evening, persistently pestering my dad with the feeling that something bad was going to happen to me. She had been right, as it turned out. It turned out they apprehended him, and I identified him during a lineup. He was a known repeat offender in the area, accused of attacking approximately 14 women. One of them had even thrown herself out of her first-floor apartment window to escape from him, resulting in a broken leg. Weeks later, the police contacted me before his trial, informing me that his cell door had been left open and he had vanished, seemingly due to an inside job. Throughout my life, I've experienced several unsettling incidents, but this one still makes me contemplate how quickly things could have taken a turn for the worse. I'm a 20-year-old woman, and this narrative unfolds back when I resided in southern Indiana, in an extremely isolated area. It was a weekend night, and my best friend and I were returning home after working a late shift at a local waffle restaurant. She decided to pick up her dog from her house so we could spend the night at my place, which becomes relevant later. As we made our way into the rural countryside where I lived, we had to navigate a long, narrow dirt road to reach my house. About a mile in, we noticed the headlights of a truck. As we approached, we realized it was a nice vehicle, probably from around 2018. I can't claim to be knowledgeable about cars, so please cut me some slack. The truck was parked sideways, obstructing the entire path. Perplexed, I exited the car and inquired if the driver was all right. He appeared hopeful upon seeing me and responded, "I'm just waiting for a friend to come get me. My truck is stuck." He smiled, but I observed that his pupils were nearly fully dilated. He glanced back at my car and noticed the presence of my friend and her dog. As I sat with someone beside me, I noticed a dog poking its head out of the window. The man's smile swiftly vanished as he commented that pit bulls are aggressive and unpleasant. With that, he turned away and got back into his truck. I returned to my companion and suggested we put the car in reverse, using any driving skills we had to get us out of there. We backed up in my old, '95 Cadillac, which really shouldn't have been on a dirt road, and managed to return to the main road, feeling a sense of relief. We decided to take an alternative route home, but to our astonishment, the same man was parked on that road, standing off to the side, smiling and staring into our headlights. We were on the edge of panic and pressed the gas pedal down for the rest of the drive home. I couldn't figure out how he got there before us or what his intentions were, but I was grateful I wasn't alone. Being a rather naive college girl at the time, I believed the presence of the pit bull possibly kept us safe from that man. Ironically, the dog later unexpectedly turned on my friend a few months after, inflicting serious injuries. It had always been a good dog, and I knew she was a responsible owner, so I suppose it's just an instinctual thing with pit bulls. They can be unpredictable at any moment. When I was 19, first was a Marine and foolishly used my military benefits to obtain a home loan, purchasing my first house. I moved a room's worth of belongings from the barracks into this place that felt like a mansion to me. Naturally, I went out and bought some bar stools, a futon to sleep on until I got a bed, and some used coffee tables for my TV. I had my dog with me as I began unpacking my scant belongings in the living room when I noticed a car pulling into my driveway, effectively blocking me in. Curious, I stepped outside to find a man standing there, offering to sell me a home security system. The man was clad in khakis and a polo shirt, adorned with a name tag that eludes my memory, and his car bore no company logo. This should have been a warning sign, but I assume some employees don't use company vehicles. He handed me his card, though I can't recall the company's name. He claimed to represent Q, the amiable salesman, and launched into his pitch about acquiring a system and the advantages of being able to monitor my home's exterior at any time. As a low-ranking military member, I knew I couldn't afford yet another expense, so my mind raced with ways to persuade him to leave. I even considered some sort of self-defense move, or whatever it is that we Marines do in hand-to-hand combat, just to get him to depart. However, I'm a rather passive person, too nice, you might say, or let's call it polite. I wouldn't dream of being rude to someone just doing their job, having been in customer service myself. I can empathize. I attempted to decline his offer courteously after he tried to show me some things on his iPad, but you know how tenacious these salespeople can be. I'll admit my own foolishness in responding to his questions, possibly revealing too much. "Do you live by yourself?" "No," I answered. "I live here with my wife and our 3 GE dogs. At least I mentioned the size. In truth, she and her dogs hadn't moved in yet, and hers were just. Though they were more aggressive than my own loyal dog, 2 women living together probably appeared to be easier targets. During the conversation, I mentioned my experience as a Marine. When he heard this, he seemed a bit taken aback, but it didn't discourage him. "What kind of security system do you have?" he inquired. I responded, "My dogs and me," which wasn't the most reassuring answer I could have given. I wasn't particularly intimidating. Of course, I'd be frightening if I had a firearm or something similar. I've been using them all my life and have never missed a target, whether living or inanimate. He suggested multiple times that if I allowed him inside, He could show me the best places to install cameras. Each suggestion increased my unease, making me suspect he might be planning a robbery. Not that I had much worth stealing, even though I had been a victim of assault in the past. All I could think about was the possibility of a burglary, so I ensured we stayed away from my house during our conversation. We were outside for about 15 minutes, and I spent most of that time trying to courteously extricate myself from the interaction and retreat indoors. I was overwhelmed by the social pleasantries and eventually just walked away, leaving him standing alone in my front yard. I entered my home and locked the door. He got into his car and drove off. I dismissed the incident and thought no more of it. After unpacking, I found myself unable to organize much due to a lack of storage. I snacked on some junk food and assembled the futon, adorning it with my fluffiest blankets. I ensured all doors and windows were secured before settling down in the living room. In hindsight, I'm not sure why I did that. I decided against placing it in a bedroom since all of them had blinds, and reaching those rooms required a bit of effort. I wanted to be close to an exit. To provide some context, my back door is a double glass pane door, and at that time, I didn't have curtains for it, although there were blinds on the kitchen window. My kitchen, living room, and dining area were interconnected, though a wall in the living room cleverly positioned my futon so it couldn't be seen from the back doors or the front door window. Call me paranoid, but that's how I preferred it. After lying down for a few hours, around 11 o'clock, my dog got off the futon and headed toward the back doors. He is a large dog, resembling a Rottweiler, yet he has never harmed anything in his life. He greets strangers at the door with a wagging tail and rarely barks. He stood by the door for a while, whining softly a few times. I dismissed it, thinking it was probably just a squirrel. However, he soon began to growl, a deep, unforgettable sound that sent a wave of terror through me as I sat alone in the darkness. I had only experienced such fear once before, when a mountain lion's scream reminded me of my helplessness against nature. These sounds are meant to terrify, and they certainly did. I was paralyzed by fear, wanting to hide or call the police, but I realized that if someone was outside, they would definitely notice the light from my phone and pinpoint my location. So, while my dog remained vigilant at the back door, I mustered just enough courage to get off the couch and investigate. Still petrified, I crept into the kitchen and grabbed a knife. The only tools I possessed were in my grasp as I stealthily approached the kitchen window. Crouching low among the cabinets to remain unseen from any windows, I mustered the courage to peel back the blinds. My mind was racing with irrational thoughts, as if the horror stories I had read were springing to life before me. I was on the brink of chickening out. I am not a courageous individual. After all, my background is in communications, far removed from any life-threatening scenarios, especially those involving intruders in my home, the one place I should feel secure. My eyes were my only shield against the potential danger lurking outside. A deep-seated fear of home invasion has haunted me since an incident in my youth, one that doesn't bear further mention here. The crux of the matter is, if someone breaches my sanctuary, it ceases to be a haven. Just when I thought my fear couldn't intensify, I noticed a male figure in my backyard, causing my heart to leap from my chest. He stood not far from the window I was peering through, brazenly exposing his face, his blonde hair glinting in the moonlight. It took mere moments for me to identify him as the security salesman, standing at the edge of my porch, his gaze fixed on my back door, watching my dog. In a sudden burst of action, I scrambled over the bar counter, switching on the lights as I headed toward the back door. My hope was to release my barking dog, in the vain hope he might at least scare the intruder away, if not injure him. But it was futile. The instant the lights flickered on, the man had just enough time to leap over the lower part of the fence to safety. Before my dog even left the porch, I didn't get a wink of sleep that night. My dog sat beside me on the futon, as serene as could be, having fulfilled his duty. The following morning, I filed a police report, but I couldn't provide them with the man's name or the company he represented since I had misplaced the card he gave me. They dispatched some patrols through the area, and I learned that all legitimate salesmen should have identification available upon request. That evening, I had 2 friends stay with me, prepared for his possible return. We suspected he might have orchestrated the entire scenario to scare me into purchasing home security. He never returned, and I haven't seen him since. This incident took place yesterday while both of my parents were at work. For context, my father is a mailman, and my mother is an RV saleswoman. They're constantly on their feet, making it difficult for them to answer their phones quickly. I do have an older brother, but he's away at college, 2 hours from here, so he's not relevant to this story. I was sitting in the living room with my dog when I heard people conversing in the hallway. This wasn't unusual, as I live in a third-floor apartment, and there's a boisterous family next door that frequently has friends over. Additionally, it was a Saturday, so I wasn't expecting complete silence. Naturally, I ignored the conversation since it wasn't particularly loud, and I had headphones on. However, my dog became alert and moved toward the door with a vigilant stance, his hackles raised, something he rarely does. This concerned me, so I removed my headphones. That's when I heard the voices again, belonging to two adult men who were shouting very loudly. As I stood in the hallway of my apartment, the loud noises echoing outside startled me. Instinctively, I pushed my dog away from the door, ensuring it was securely locked, and cautiously moved closer to determine if the commotion was near my unit. Peering out, I couldn't spot either individual, but knowing that the only blind spot in my peephole was directly to the right, I realized they were at my neighbor's place. Leaning against the door, I felt it tremble as the men pounded on my neighbor's door, shouting things like, "We can hear you," and "Come out." Not wanting to reveal my presence, I quickly grabbed my dog and retreated to my room, attempting to call my dad. Fortunately, he answered after a few rings, advising me to remain quiet and stay in my room, assuring me that the men would eventually leave. I mostly stayed put, but I called my best friend for company, as my dad couldn't keep talking. My room, situated furthest from the door, was a safe haven where I could whisper to my friend without being overheard. After about 5 minutes, the banging subsided. I informed my friend that I was going to check if I could hear anything else. Venturing out cautiously, I no longer heard the pounding, so I moved closer to listen. Looking through the peephole, I saw one of the men pacing. Panic surged through me as I retreated back to my room, just in time to hear one of them say, "Maybe we got the wrong house." This realization sent me into a full-blown panic attack, especially since my identical apartment door was only 5 feet away from theirs. All my neighbors and others were in the hallway, but they hadn't figured out the exact apartment number. They showed no hesitation in pounding aggressively on an apartment door, and I realized they might come to my door as well. Once more, I hurriedly guided my dog into my brother's room, as it had a lock, and settled in there. I waited for about 10 minutes before the banging finally subsided. From my hiding spot, I couldn't hear any conversations, so I started texting a friend who also lived in the building to explain the situation. That's when the banging resumed, this time targeting my door. They followed the same pattern, but with increased ferocity. I could hear them pounding, kicking, and striking my door while shouting for some guy to come out. Later, I called my brother, and he assured me that he couldn't be involved, especially since he's only 19, and those men appeared to be at least 25 years old. In a state of panic, I called my dad again, and he urged me to leave the room and tell them that there were no men in the apartment, just a girl. Instead, I told him I would call the police. I knew they weren't simply trying to break down a door. They were after someone who had wronged them, but I still hesitated to confront them. First, even if they were looking for someone else, I had no idea if they were armed, and in their furious state, they might inflict harm. Moreover, they had information about me, which led to my second concern. I'm a high school freshman, 5 feet 4 inches, and weighing less than 100 pounds and truthfully lacking any fighting spirit. I found myself in a situation that filled me with dread. Knives terrified me, so I chose to keep a bowling pin from my room for protection. Caught in the throes of a panic attack, I was clearly no match for two grown men at my doorstep. Revealing that I was a teenage girl alone at home seemed unwise. I sat beside my locked bedroom door with my dog, making a call to the police. Throughout this ordeal, I tried my utmost to keep my dog silent to avoid arousing any suspicion. I also refrained from speaking to my friend while I was out of the room, opting instead to move quietly and on tiptoe, so as not to reveal anyone's presence apart from the dogs. Despite their shouts claiming, "We know you're in there," I was fairly certain they were unaware of anyone being home, as they had earlier appeared uncertain about the address. I spent several minutes on the line with the police before noticing a gentle knock at my door. It dawned on me that I hadn't been so shocked as to miss the cessation of the banging. The operator informed me it was the police, so I hung up and answered the door. The officers explained that the intruders had fled just before they arrived. They proceeded to ask me some questions concerning male family members and any possible connections to the incident. I feel compelled to recount the tale of the time my family's home was broken into, a truly eerie experience. It occurred one gloomy evening in October while I was still in high school. Back then, my routine upon returning home from school involved heading straight to my room and lying on my bed. Dee spent the afternoon engrossed in comic books on the day of the break-in. I was alone at home because my family had gone shopping. Retreating to my room, I immersed myself in my books, which was a delight. However, I eventually needed to use the bathroom, so I left my room. That's when I noticed something peculiar, the distinct scent of tobacco smoke. This was incredibly unusual since neither I nor anyone in my family smokes. I had never encountered this smell in our house before. Intrigued and a bit alarmed, I decided to trace the source of the odor. I started my investigation in my little sister's room, noticing that the door was slightly ajar. Gently, I pushed it open and switched on the light. To my shock, I found a fully grown man in her room. A complete stranger was in our home, holding his shoes in one hand while rifling through my sister's drawers with the other. It seemed he had removed his shoes to move stealthily. My heart nearly stopped, and a chill ran through my body. Despite my fear, I somehow managed to ask, "What are you doing in here?" He began to stammer, offering a series of nonsensical excuses, none of which made any sense. It was utterly surreal. My heart was pounding, and I felt paralyzed, unsure of what to do next. Mustering my courage, I grabbed him by the arm, determined not to let him escape. He didn't resist or utter a word in protest. Fortunately, my grandfather lived nearby, so I led the intruder to his house. Upon our arrival, my grandfather promptly called the police. After a while, the officers arrived and briefed us on the situation. Once they had questioned him, it became clear that the Ma.N. resided in one of the apartments across the street, with a direct view into our home. Things took a chilling turn when he informed the police that he had entered our house on multiple occasions. He admitted to enjoying breaking in, even when people were present. Despite the police interview, the man broke down and confessed. He revealed that his primary reason for trespassing was his attraction to my sister, admitting to having an obsession with her. He told the authorities that on the day I caught him, he was searching for some of her underwear to take back to his apartment. He stated that he chose my sister simply because she fit his type. He admitted to entering other people's homes as well, targeting anyone who matched his preferred type. He explained that the only reason he went unnoticed by the residents was his meticulous care in not disturbing anything or stealing. No one realized when he was coming or going. It became evident that this individual had a keen understanding of our family's routines and schedules. He had clearly been observing our house and family for a long time, identifying an easy point of entry. He had committed this intrusion many times without being caught, and I suspect he began to grow careless, which is how I managed to catch him. I only detected him due to the lingering smell of cigarette smoke. I can't fully express how terrifying it is to encounter someone standing in a dark room of your house at that age. I am truly at a loss for words to describe the fear I felt. Naturally, we disposed of all my sister's underwear. We decided she should get new clothes. After all, how could she ever feel comfortable in anything that man had touched? I believe my sister has suffered greatly because of this, and it's something I don't discuss with her. I'm simply relieved I caught him. Who knows what else he might have attempted? Perhaps stealing the clothes was just the start. I don't even want to imagine it. My roommate was away for the week, so I had the apartment to myself. It was spring break, and my college classes were on hold. I had no particular plans or pressing tasks. On Monday, I found myself essentially trapped indoors due to a massive storm sweeping through our city. This was typical for this season, yet it always seemed more severe each time. The trees appeared as if they might be uprooted, and the house would shudder and creak continuously. Realizing I wouldn't be able to sleep, I chose to stay up. I turned on the Xbox, launched one of my video games, and played for well over an hour, probably until about 11 o'clock when the doorbell rang. I paused the game and got up, but then I recalled the raging storm outside. Who would be out in this weather? I went to the front door and peered through the peephole, but saw nothing. I opened the door, and the wind and rain hit me immediately, but as I glanced around, I didn't see anyone. I shut the door, thinking perhaps the wind had somehow triggered the doorbell. I know it sounds foolish now, but what else was I supposed to think? I returned to my game, but a few minutes after settling down, an enormous crash echoed from the backyard. It sounded like things were being toppled and shattered. Instantly, I realized it was our patio furniture. I dashed to the back door and saw the entire yard in disarray, with items being swept around by the blustery wind. Hastily, I put on my shoes and ventured outside, pressing each piece of furniture against the back of the house for safety. The wind was so fierce that the rain sometimes stung as it hit my face. I hurriedly continued my task until I noticed someone standing at the edge of the backyard, observing me. I glanced back at them briefly, then seized the last piece of furniture and rushed indoors to escape the downpour. As I dried off, I glanced at the back door, but the mysterious figure had vanished. Between that and the doorbell ringing earlier, I felt a bit uneasy. I settled into the living room, scrolling through my phone to unwind, tired of the constant interruptions. After a while, I found myself struggling to keep my eyes open. Grabbing a blanket, I lay down on the couch, not wanting to head upstairs where the storm's noise was even more deafening. It took some time, but eventually, I drifted into sleep. A few hours later, still in the dead of night, a sudden gust of strong wind jolted me awake as it rattled the house. I pushed the blanket aside and sat up, intending to check if the furniture outside remained in place. However, the moment my feet touched the floor, they were immediately drenched. This sensation startled me awake, and I looked down to find a puddle. I noticed a puddle on the ground right beside the couch, and then another, followed by yet another, forming a trail across the floor. Within the pools were faint outlines of muddy footprints from shoes. My heart pounding in my chest, I stood up and hurried to the corner of the room. After listening intently for a minute, hearing only the wind howling outside, I cautiously traced the shoe prints. They led me throughout the entire house, both upstairs and downstairs. However, I could clearly discern that the intruder had entered through the back door, which I had foolishly neglected to lock in my haste to escape the rain. I quickly locked the door and took out my phone to call 911, but then a chilling thought struck me. What if the intruder was still inside? I remained silent and retreated to the most concealed corner of the house, where I felt secure. I waited quietly for help to arrive. When they finally did, they surveyed the scene, observing everything I had seen, but nothing more. They suggested it seemed like a personal attack, as nothing was missing, and the focus appeared to be specifically on my house. Yet, the fact that someone had approached me while I was asleep and seemingly did nothing but watch was unnerving and bewildering. If their intent had been to harm me, they had ample opportunity at that moment. After some reflection, I began to suspect that the intruder might have been targeting my roommate. They had seen me, scanned the entire house, and then left without taking any action. If this had indeed been a personal attack and my roommate had been there, the situation could have turned out much worse. This occurred last year when I was 17. I experienced something unforgettable. I was home alone for the weekend while my parents attended a work convention out of state. I was upstairs in my room, engrossed in a game of Rocket League with two friends, chatting with them through my headset. Suddenly, I heard a thud coming from downstairs. This wasn't out of the ordinary, as my two cats often made quite a ruckus while wrestling with each other. I continued playing but lowered the TV volume slightly to listen for any further disturbances. About 2 minutes later, another thud echoed, this time accompanied by what seemed like a grunt. I mentioned the noises to my friends, who encouraged me to investigate. Reluctantly, I began descending the stairs, assuming my cats were being rougher than usual. However, halfway down, I froze in place. I distinctly heard the sound of men whispering to each other from the living room. Carefully crouching to sneak a glimpse into the room, I saw 3 large figures clad in black, moving around. The sensation in my chest was indescribable. With painstaking slowness, I crawled back up the stairs, my heart pounding. In a moment worthy of a horror movie, the very last step creaked loudly. The house fell into an eerie silence, and I was certain they had heard it. Thinking quickly, I dashed quietly to my room, donned my headset, and frantically instructed my friends to call the police and send them to my house. They sounded bewildered, asking for details, but I just urged them to act swiftly, tossing my headset onto my bed. As I reached my door to close it, I heard 2 sets of footsteps approaching. Hearing footsteps ascending the stairs, I realized that locking myself in my room would only reveal my location. Therefore, I left my door ajar and stealthily crept into my parents' room, intentionally keeping the door open to avoid arousing suspicion. Mere seconds later, I heard the thud of heavy boots striking the wooden floor upstairs, accompanied by an additional set of footsteps. The sounds grew louder as they approached my door and halted outside it. A loud pounding echoed through the room, followed by a resonant voice demanding, "Open up before I break this door down." The ominous threat sent shivers down my spine. In a rush, I dashed to my parents' bedroom window and quietly slid it open. However, I must not have been silent enough, for I heard the heavy boots advancing further down the hallway just as I was halfway through the window. Suddenly, a man appeared in the doorway and shouted as he charged toward me. In that moment, I leapt out the window, and the man seized my ankles, attempting to haul me back inside. Fortunately, I managed to wiggle my feet free, slipping out of my shoes and landing on the small roof above the back door. The pursuer followed me through the window, while another appeared there as well. In a state of panic, I jumped off the roof, landing awkwardly on my left ankle. The uproar upstairs alerted a third man, still downstairs, who spotted me through the porch window and sprinted outside to pursue me. I reached the backyard gate, hobbling on one foot, before the man caught up to me and dragged me back into the yard. As I attempted to scream, he clamped a hand over my mouth, just as the other two men descended from the window. All three men surrounded me as I struggled, and attempted to drag me back inside. As they succeeded in bringing me into the house, I was relieved to hear the approaching wail of police sirens. The men exchanged glances and, before shoving me to the floor, dashed out the back door. Hobbling on one leg, I managed to pull open the front door and shouted to the officers that the men were escaping through the backyard. 3 officers rushed to the rear of the house while another guided me to a police vehicle. They apprehended one of the perpetrators, but the other 2 managed to scale the fence and get away. The captured man was thrown into a separate police car as the officers began to question me. Shortly after, my 2 friends, with whom I had been playing earlier, arrived in the driveway on their bicycles and hurried over to check on me. I reassured them that I was fine and expressed my gratitude for their quick thinking in contacting the authorities, which likely saved my life. The man who was caught faced charges of burglary and attempted kidnapping. As discovered that the intruders had entered through a basement window. I felt fortunate to have escaped with my life and only a sprained ankle that night. The incident taught me a valuable lesson. Always trust your instincts and never dismiss any unusual noises when you're home alone. My name is Christine, and I was 23 years old when this unforgettable New Year's Eve experience occurred. I was out with my cherished dog, Max. It was just a few hours shy of midnight, so I decided to take him for a brief walk before preparing for the party. Max was typically obedient and comfortable without a leash, so I let him roam freely for a moment to savor the brisk air as we wandered through the neighborhood. In our neighborhood, the evening was brimming with anticipation. Residents throughout the town were preparing for the imminent New Year's celebrations. The streets were adorned with vibrant decorations, and a palpable excitement permeated the air. As Max and I strolled along the sidewalk, he joyfully sniffed around, relishing the essence of the night. The evening was still in its infancy, and there were no signs of disorder yet. Little did I know that everything would drastically change in the next moment. Suddenly, the first firework burst into the sky, illuminating the darkness with vivid colors and a thunderous bang. Instinctively, I reached for Max, pulling him close, but it was already too late. The sudden noise startled him, and in an instant, he broke free from my hold and dashed down the street. I called out his name frantically, but he didn't respond. The barrage of fireworks drowned out my pleas, and I watched in panic as he vanished into the night. My heart raced as I realized I had to find him amidst the chaos of the festivities. I spent hours driving around the neighborhood, searching for my dog. The fireworks continued to illuminate the sky, and the noise was overwhelming. It was challenging to concentrate with all the bright lights and explosions, but I was determined to find him. If I was distracted by the fireworks, then he was probably terrified. At every corner I turned and down every street I drove, I called out his name, desperate to bring him back home and keep him safe from the fireworks. The celebration enveloped me, but all I wanted was to find him. And my furry companion. I informed my friends and family that I wouldn't be coming out because I was searching for my dog. A few of them offered to help look for him, but even if they found him, I wasn't sure he would go with them. Finally, as I turned onto a dimly lit street, I noticed a crowd gathered around a public bus, as if there was some sort of commotion. My heart leapt with hope. I parked the car and hurried toward the throng. From the conversations and body language, I could tell they were reacting to an animal on the bus. I maneuvered my way to the door and climbed aboard. There he was, hiding in a corner and barking frantically at every firework that whistled through the sky. I spoke to him softly, and he recognized my voice. The fireworks continued to explode, but I didn't care. I reached down and picked him up, cradling him in my arms. He nestled against my chest, seeking solace from the terrifying night. I thanked everyone for trying to help and quickly took him back to my car. Holding Max securely, I got back into the vehicle. The drive home was somewhat quieter, with the sound of fireworks gradually diminishing. Max had been found, and the evening could finally continue with both of us safe and sound. Sitting in the car with Max, I watched the fireworks through the window. The brilliant lights that had once frightened him now seemed to sparkle in celebration of our reunion. It was a New Year's Eve we would never forget, one that sent me on a wild late-night drive in search of my best friend. Earlier this year, I borrowed my dad's Tesla to go visited my aunt who resided in the countryside. I'm a 24-year-old man with a passion for driving, especially in my father's car, so I was thrilled when he allowed me to take it for a spin. The road trip led me through some rather isolated regions, yet the drive was quite smooth. On my way, I passed through a small town that featured a charging station for the car. While recharging the Tesla there, I drew quite a bit of attention. The presence of electric vehicles in the area was rare, and the locals had numerous questions for me. The rest of the journey proceeded without incident, and I spent several days with my aunt before eventually deciding to return home. On a sunny afternoon, I embarked on my journey back around 3 o'clock. The initial segment of the drive took me through a bustling town, followed by some tranquil suburban neighborhoods. However, as I retraced my route, I soon found myself once more on the long, narrow highway that seemed to stretch and wind endlessly. It was serene, but as the hours slipped by, I began to feel increasingly fatigued. To combat my drowsiness, I cranked up the radio, hoping the loud music would help keep me alert. I squinted at the road, trying to concentrate, and that's when I spotted a faint glimmer of light in the distance. It was the reflection of my car's headlights on another vehicle parked along the roadside. As I drew nearer, it became clear that the car was abandoned. The darkness and tinted windows added to the eerie atmosphere of the remote location, and the prospect of being stranded there was disconcerting. The closest town was an hour's drive back. Continued my journey, remaining vigilant in case someone was nearby. A few minutes later, an intensely bright light caught my attention in the rearview mirror. The glaring brilliance made it impossible to discern the vehicle itself, only their blinding headlights. As they seemed to be drawing nearer, I decreased my speed, assuming they would soon overtake me. Continuing down the road, I was startled by a disturbing sight ahead. Another car was stationed directly in the middle of the road, completely obstructing my path. Its lights were off, and I only noticed it when I was almost upon it. I slammed on the brakes as soon as the situation dawned on me. The lights in the rearview mirror grew even more intense, and the sound of an approaching vehicle reached my ears. Instinctively, I decided to turn my car around to flee the scene, but when I glanced back, I saw another car parked behind me, effectively cutting off any route for escape. Suddenly, everything became clear in my mind. I heard the sound of car doors opening and closing, and panic surged through my veins. Without a second thought, I swerved off the road and plunged into the trees, trying to bypass the barriers and reach the other side of the road past the stationary vehicles. I was so focused on dodging trees and preventing my car from getting stuck that I didn't even check to see if anyone was in pursuit. About 10 seconds after leaving the road, a gunshot rang out. I glanced back and saw that they were indeed chasing me. The bullet struck somewhere in front of my car, and fear mixed with adrenaline coursed through me as I continued to navigate the winding dirt path, another gunshot echoed through the air, striking the rear of my vehicle. I was driving like a madman, careening at full throttle through the dense forest, desperately attempting to shake them off my trail. Remarkably, my Tesla was adeptly managing the near off-road escapade I subjected it to. Eventually, I realized I had evaded them, Yet I didn't ease up until I reached the highway once more. It took roughly 10 minutes of driving before I regained sufficient cell phone reception to contact the authorities. The assailants never caught up with me, and as far as I'm aware, they were never captured. To this day, I can't help but speculate about their intricate scheme. Had they spotted me arriving in an expensive car and hastily concocted a plan? Were they possibly the individuals I had conversed with charging my car? I had mentioned to them that I would be passing through again in a few days. It unnerves me not knowing the truth, but as you might guess, I'm no longer permitted to drive my dad's Tesla. My name is Danny, and I was 19 when this incident occurred. I lived with my parents and aspired to move out, so I had purchased a car with the money I had saved and eventually secured a job through Breeds. Their advertisements were everywhere, promising easy money with flexible hours. All that was required was to cover fuel costs. Several friends had praised how good it was, so I decided to go through the sign-up process and give it a try. However, the reality was quite different. The job was rather stressful, driving around on a tight schedule, and the earnings were not as promising as they had seemed. If you didn't manage to snag the orders with generous tips or payouts, the earnings were often just a few dollars, barely enough to cover the cost of fuel. Being a teenager, my financial responsibilities were limited to my car payments and insurance, so I wasn't aiming to make a fortune. However, it did feel as if I was being shortchanged, given the amount of time and effort involved. I pushed the idea of searching for another job to the back of my mind, partly out of laziness. But everything shifted after a certain incident. I accepted an order from KFC and set off to deliver it to the customer's address. It was a sizable order, likely sufficient for 4 or 5 people, yet the payment for this delivery was significantly higher than usual, with a tip of $20, something practically unheard of. The app informs you of your earnings when you accept an order, so I knew the payout while en route to the destination. While on my way, I received a text through the UBS app from the customer, inquiring about my whereabouts. The app indicated the estimated delivery time to be around 30 minutes, and I was on track to arrive in roughly 15. They could see my live location on the app, so their question puzzled me. I didn't see the need to stop and reply, as I was just 5 minutes away. Nearly seconds later, they sent another message, impatiently questioning why it was taking so long. I had picked up the order only a few minutes prior, and this was visible on the app, so it wasn't like I was running behind schedule. I dismissed the odd messages, assuming it might have been a misunderstanding on their part. Perhaps they were playing their part, intoxicated, or just following a typical pattern. I was somewhat familiar with the area, though I had never truly ventured into this particular section of town. It was situated in what one might describe as the inner city, a neighborhood that had a reputation for being quite rough due to gang activity and a noticeable absence of law enforcement. Most people knew better than to visit, but having driven through on a few occasions, I understood it wasn't excessively perilous. The address pointed to an apartment complex, and as I drew closer, I observed numerous onlookers casting curious glances my way. After parking my car, I checked my phone, only to find another message laden with harsh language, urging me to hasten. Usually, I keep my phone on the stand to view delivery instructions easily, but sensing it wasn't wise to leave it exposed, I decided to carry it with me. The instructions indicated I was to enter and deliver the order directly to the customer's apartment, which struck me as a bit unusual. Perhaps they simply preferred not to come downstairs. I pressed the button corresponding to the apartment number, and upon being buzzed in, I ascended the stairwell. Yet, an unsettling feeling clung to me, as if something was amiss. People loitered throughout the building, and I had to carefully step over a passed-out woman on the stairs. The urge to abandon the delivery and flee was strong. When I finally arrived at the apartment door, a voice from within beckoned me to enter. I hesitated briefly, puzzled as to why they couldn't just come to the door and retrieve their order. Nevertheless, conscious of time and eager to complete the delivery, I stepped inside, and the door closed behind me. As I came to my senses, I realized the error of my ways. The room was enveloped in darkness, with the only illumination coming from the enormous television mounted on the wall. Scanning the area, I noticed a few dubious-looking figures. I offered them the bag, and they regarded me with disdain. The man who seemed to be in charge signaled for someone else to take it from me. He began to circle me as I stood there, utterly paralyzed. I had no clue what I had gotten myself into or how I had ended up in such a perilous predicament. Without hesitation, he began prodding me, questioning where I had come from. I told him I just had the food and needed to leave. He chuckled and instructed me to sit down. At this point, I was utterly out of my depth. He started interrogating me about why I had taken so long and what I could do to compensate for it. I suggested I could refund the tip, which seemed to set him off. "Tip? What tip? I didn't give you any tip," he exclaimed. Foolishly, I pulled out my phone to show him the $20 tip he had entered. He snatched the phone from my hand and declared that he would be taking the refund. The others burst into laughter. I was being utterly humiliated in front of these people, and I felt completely helpless. I timidly asked for my phone back, but I wasn't exactly the most imposing figure, and I was genuinely trying to avoid any harm. When he denied my request, I resigned myself to the situation. He sat down and began rifling through the bag, selecting the food he wanted. Glancing over at me, he demanded to know why I was still there, suddenly brandishing a knife as he spoke. I hastily apologized and swiftly made my way out. I dashed to the door, hurtling down the stairs so quickly that I nearly tripped over the unconscious woman in my path. Once outside, I jumped into the car and drove faster than I ever had before. I headed to a safe location and, upon arrival, broke down in tears, my entire body trembling uncontrollably as I hyperventilated. I was an absolute wreck. What on earth had possessed me to walk into someone's apartment, especially a place like that? I had been explicitly warned never to enter such places. Yet, all I could think about was the substantial tip promised. Upon reaching home, I confided in my parents about the ordeal. They were incredibly supportive and relieved that I was unharmed, but they were furious that I had ignored their warnings about venturing into hazardous areas. We managed to have the phone locked remotely, likely rendering it unusable for the person who took it, but I accepted that I would never recover it. Weeks later, upon acquiring a new phone, I discovered that Uber had suspended my account. They claimed the order was undelivered, and from their perspective, it appeared as though I had vanished with the delivery, never to return. As a result, the customer received a full refund, free food, and my phone. Losing both my phone and my job was a bitter pill to swallow, but I was thankful to have escaped unharmed. I had no desire to continue working as a delivery driver after that incident, so I secured a position at a restaurant instead. This unsettling experience took place when I was about 10 years old. My sister and I were at home by ourselves during the summer. Our mother and grandmother were occupied with other commitments, so they couldn't stay with us. We were accustomed to being on our own during the summer months. So it wasn't a big deal. The only thing we couldn't do was step outside or open the door if someone knocked. That day, I had woken up and started playing The Sims 2 in our kitchen, while my sister was absorbed in watching TV. A few hours into my gaming session, I thought I heard the doorbell ring. Initially, I assumed it was a sound from my GA. But I had already muted it. So, I asked my sister if she had heard the doorbell. She answered that she hadn't and suggested it was probably just a sound from the show she was watching. I dismissed it and returned to my game. Roughly 10 minutes later, I noticed a reflection on my computer screen of a man in a suit, cupping his hands around his eyes to look through the glass doors behind me. I turned around, coming face to face with this unfamiliar man. I had no clue how long he had been observing me. He waved at me as if he recognized me from somewhere. I quickly called out my sister's name, as she hadn't yet noticed the man. She immediately grabbed the house phone to call our grandmother. We had encountered salespeople before, but none like this one. He wore a complete black suit that didn't fit him properly. If it wasn't strange enough that this man wore a suit in 99-degree weather, he was also carrying a briefcase. Every other salesperson I'd seen only had a clipboard or maybe a few flyers, but this man had a briefcase. The next red flag was when he walked around our house to approach the back door. During his little journey, he must have noticed there was no car in the driveway, indicating no one was home, just as I was getting. To conceal the man, he reached down and seized the door handle, attempting to jiggle it forcefully. Fortunately, the door was securely locked. He looked at me with a grin and motioned for me to come and unlock the door for him. All the ruckus he had been making had now set off our 75-pound Labrador mix, causing her to go wild. There was no way she would allow this intruder to get to us if he managed to break in. My sister informed me that our grandmother was on her way and suggested we hide at the back of the house in her room until she arrived. She handed me the phone and dashed into the kitchen to grab the largest knife we owned. I could hear her shouting at the man that we had called the police. She returned to the room with me, and we shut the door. She explained that after she lied to him about the police, he began laughing as if she had just told the funniest joke he'd ever heard. A short while later, we heard the door open and our grandmother calling for us. We emerged to meet her, and she informed us that she hadn't seen any man in sight. She had walked around the entire house before unlocking the door. She also found it odd that if he had been a salesman, he would have left a note saying, "Sorry we missed you." She decided to take the remainder of the day off to stay with us and keep watch in case the man returned. It has been 11 years since this incident, and I still have no desire to know what was inside his briefcase. This unsettling event took place nearly 5 years ago, shortly after I moved into my current residence with my husband. During our first week in the new house, I had just completed graduate school and was actively searching for a job. Our home is relatively modest, yet it boasts 2 stories with both bedrooms and a bathroom located on the upper floor. It's a back house that faces an alley, while our landlord and his spouse reside in the front house. One morning, as my husband was about to leave for work, he suddenly returned inside and asked, "Did you try to remove a screen from a window downstairs?" Confused, I assured him that I hadn't. He insisted that I come outside, so I quickly got dressed and followed him. To our alarm, the screen covering the large window downstairs was bent at a sharp angle, as though someone had attempted to push it up from the bottom. The most disturbing aspect was the clear, prominent handprint on the glass, indicating that an intruder had tried to lift and open the window. Fortunately, all our downstairs windows are secured with wooden rods wedged in the top half, effectively preventing them from being opened too far. Our old-fashioned security measures had unexpectedly protected us. Additionally, we noticed that another window screen was slightly cut open at the corner. We immediately contacted the police, who arrived and dusted the handprint for fingerprints. Unfortunately, this didn't lead to any breakthroughs at the time. Break-ins during the middle of the workday were not uncommon in our neighborhood, as most residents would be away from their homes. However, what truly unsettled me was the realization that our would-be intruder had chosen to attempt a break-in during the middle of the day. Of the night when we were both at home, sound asleep. My car was parked right by the tampered window, a clear sign that someone was inside. It was a brazen and reckless act on the intruder's part, especially since they left behind an almost flawless handprint on the glass. Now, although it may not seem like it, this incident occurred quite some time ago, likely over a decade. I was in my later years of high school and was home alone. My parents were attending a wedding that required them to stay overnight at a hotel, and my brother was working the night shift. At that time, my family resided in a well-known city on the East Coast, in a working-class neighborhood that was starting to decline. As a teenager, I tended to be a bit of a loner, not a nerd or anything, just a big guy with friends who went on dates. However, being naturally introverted, I treasured the rare moments of solitude I could find. That weekend, I was eagerly anticipating indulging in my usual empty house routine, playing PlayStation on the large screen TV, ordering a late-night takeout meal like pizza or Chinese, and enjoying it while watching episodes of Dragon Ball Z. Then, around 2 a.m., I would drift off to sleep on the couch with my old dog, Cecil. Cecil was a beagle, as ancient as the hills, and had been part of our family for about 8 years. He was quiet and serene, spending most of his time begging for scraps and sleeping. Unlike most beagles, Cecil never howled or barked. He was perfectly happy to rest his head on your lap and stay there throughout the night. Anyway, back to the story. It was approximately 1 a.m. That morning, I had just finished the last slice of pizza and was starting to nod off on the couch when I heard a loud noise echoing from the back alley. I didn't give it much thought. Anyone who has lived in a city knows that sounds occur at all hours of the night. Cecil's head jerked up from my lap, and the fur along his spine bristled. He had always been a little jumpy, so I soothed him and began to drift off again. But not even 2 minutes later, another loud noise resounded, and Cecil did something I had never witnessed before. He leapt off the couch and sprinted like the wind toward the door leading to the basement, barking and growling with the ferocity of a dog twice his size. The expression on his face reminded me of a German Shepherd from a K9 unit. I had never seen him act that way, and it sent my adrenaline surging. Through the dog's barking, I could now discern a persistent banging. There was a rarely used door in the basement that opened to our back alley. It was old, rusted, and difficult to open even with a key, making a lot of noise. I suddenly realized that someone was attempting to break into my house through the basement door. For those unfamiliar with living in a rough neighborhood, here's a quick bit of context. If someone tries to enter your house and leaves after realizing the door is locked, they want your belongings. If someone is persistently trying to get in despite the door being locked, well, they want you. With this understanding, I hurried upstairs to retrieve the heavy wooden baseball bat I kept under my bed for situations like this. Then, I descended into my basement, probably when I should have sprinted. Yet, as a macho teenager with a tough guy attitude, I had nowhere else to escape to. While I was making my way down the stairs, Cecil dashed past me with the speed and ferocity of a dog half his age. Suddenly, I heard a man's voice uttering, "Oh," and the banging ceased. I didn't alert the police or anyone else, which was likely the most foolish decision I've ever made. Instead, I stayed up for the remainder of the night, clutching a bat in my hand. When my brother returned home the following morning, I recounted the events to him. Together, we approached the basement door to inspect it, and when we tugged at it to open, the entire door collapsed. This lunatic had been just one firm push away from entering my house, but old Cecil had frightened him off. I'm convinced that the chubby, lethargic dog saved my life. When I share this story, some dismiss his actions as merely a dog being a dog. But let me assure you, Cecil had never barked or moved with such speed before in his life. Take that as a certainty. It was as if he sensed the urgency, as if he knew the door was about to give way. A few years later, we had to put him down because he had grown too old and was in immense pain. Before the injection, I spent a moment alone with him, expressing my gratitude one last time for his friendship and for what he did that night. By then, I was a grown man with a wife and children. I'm convinced none of that would have been possible without old Cecil. Thank you, buddy. I miss you. This all occurred back in the 80s, long before cell phones were a thing. During my high school years, one evening after dinner, my mom proposed that we take a stroll around the block. My brother and dad were engrossed in watching TV and chose to stay home, leaving just us girls to venture out. We lived on the outskirts of the suburbs in a semi-rural subdivision. By this, I mean there were houses, but no streetlights or sidewalks. Everyone had septic tanks because there was no sewer service. The houses were set back from the road, and the lots were wooded. As we walked around the block, a route that totaled about 1.5 miles, we found ourselves almost back home. The night was pitch black, with no moon to illuminate our path, so we had a flashlight ready for use when necessary. Without it, visibility was limited to barely a foot around us. We primarily used it as a signal whenever a car passed by, but given the lack of people around, we kept it turned off and simply walked and chatted. Just as we rounded the corner onto our street, we suddenly heard footsteps behind us. It struck us as odd because we had just come from that direction and hadn't seen or heard anyone walking on that street or coming down a driveway as we passed. We assumed it was a neighbor also out for a walk whom we had failed to notice in the darkness. I turned around to look and switched the flashlight on to see who it was. Strangely, they immediately turned on a flashlight too, blinding us with the light, so we couldn't make out who was holding it. They remained silent. We continued walking, but the footsteps behind us began to quicken. Now they sounded heavy, so we thought it was someone in a hurry. As the man accelerated, I did the same and switched my flashlight back on, noticing he quietly mirrored my actions. We were both too frightened to call out. As we approached our driveway, I hurriedly urged my mom to go ahead. The driveway was steep and long, so once she got started, I dashed up after her. As I did, I heard the footsteps veer off to the opposite side of the road and continue. The person never spoke a word, and no one else was around, not even drivers passing by. When we reached the house, my dad suggested it was likely just a neighbor. My brother and I decided to get in my car and drive around to investigate who it might have been, but we found no one. We circled all the surrounding roads, yet there was no sign of anyone walking. Given the time frame, there was no way this person could have left the area so quickly. Eventually, we discovered it was a troublesome neighbor who took pleasure in frightening us before slipping back into a house. He even boasted about it to some neighbors, who happened to be friends with my dad. We plotted our revenge on him, though I can't disclose exactly what we did. As for my job, I'm a security guard for an alarm response company. We respond to alarms for both businesses and private homes. 99% of the time, it's a false alarm, perhaps triggered by a cat or a restaurant forgetting to disarm their system before the delivery truck arrives. On this particular occasion, I was dispatched to a house where the back door alarm had been triggered, as if someone had opened it. The homeowner was out of town but had been notified via her app, and her mother met me at the location. We proceeded to check the door. It was locked, and we speculated that perhaps someone had tried the door, but it didn't move, triggering the alarm. However, there was a light on inside. The mother mentioned this to her daughter during a phone call. The daughter said she wasn't certain whether she had left the light on or not. Although it was wise to make it seem like someone was at home, she just couldn't be sure. This gave me an uneasy feeling. The mother wanted to enter the house to check, but she didn't have a spare key. The neighbor did, but they were asleep, and the mother didn't want to disturb them. So, I completed my paperwork and returned to my regular patrol duties. An hour later, the same house sent out another alert. Being the only officer in the area, I responded once more. When I arrived, the police and CSI were already there, speaking with the mother and the now awake neighbor. They were reviewing video footage sent by the daughter. I watched the footage and saw 4 men, armed and wearing masks and hoodies, emerge from the bathroom just a minute after the mother and I had left. They proceeded to rob the place, having broken in and locked the door behind them to maintain appearances. They were the ones who had turned on the light. The mother informed me that 3 men had robbed her daughter's home a month earlier. Somehow, they knew when the daughter would be out of town. They seemed cunning, aiming for a quiet theft without confrontation, but they brought guns, indicating they were ready to fight their way out if necessary. The mother might have entered if she had a key or if she had awakened the neighbor to get the spare. We would. That it was just the gray cat making its usual rounds, trying to sneak in for a late-night snack. Although the noise startled me initially, I managed to brush it off with a sense of relief. I realized I was incredibly lucky not to have been harmed when those guys showed up at work. My job doesn't provide me with Kevlar vests for nothing. If I ever receive another house call and someone is inside, I'm determined not to enter, no matter what is expected of me. I consider myself fortunate that the path was obstructed this time, as I was recklessly ready to rush in and verify if the 1% of calls where something is genuinely wrong was occurring. It has never been as dreadful as this particular incident. This all transpired just last night. I live alone with my 2 cats, much like a stereotypical Reddit user. This event might seem trivial, yet in reality, it was genuinely unsettling. I don't frighten easily, for whatever that's worth. There's a cat door on the sliding glass door at the back of my condo, which faces the woods. My cats enjoy supervised outdoor time, and I use a nanny cam to ensure they're checking in regularly. Among other things, I can monitor them from my computer or phone while I'm busy doing other tasks. Occasionally, neighborhood cats wander in for a snack. My male cat adores the company, while my female cat despises it. Anyway, this one particular gray cat visits every few days, comes inside, munches on some food, and I eventually shoo it out. It's not a big deal. Recently, though, it had been arriving really late at night, scratching at the locked cat door. Initially, the sound terrified me because hearing it in the middle of the night was unnerving. However, I managed to solve this mystery quite easily just by paying attention. My cats would rush to the sliding door. My female cat would hiss while the male would meow, and then I'd hear something scamper away. I reassured myself that it was merely the gray cat making its routine visit, trying to sneak in for a midnight meal. Although the noise startled me at first, I successfully convinced myself to let it go with a sense of relief. It was merely a neighborhood cat stopping by for a late-night visit, and it probably couldn't get inside anyway. My nanny cam is equipped with automatic night vision that activates when it gets too dark. However, my cats were with me indoors last night, so the cat door was securely locked. The patio light outside the sliding door was turned off, and I was just settling into bed. As I nestled under the covers, I heard a scratching and rustling noise at the locked cat door. I opened the app and saw no sign of a cat. The night vision, which makes everything appear incredibly eerie, certainly didn't help, but I was still thoroughly spooked. A disheveled-looking person was crouched on my patio, fiddling with the locked cat door. My female cat hissed, and the person stood up and laughed. I suppose it could have been a woman. I never saw a clear face and only caught a few frames as my blood ran cold. It seemed like they were wearing a baggy t-shirt. I called the police, and fortunately, a patrol car was nearby. The officer drove through and checked the area behind my place. It was late, so I didn't provide a statement or meet with the officer, but I did see his flashlight as he walked along the train line. Thankfully, that was the end of the incident, although my cats refused to use their door for several weeks afterward, as if they could still sense the strange intruder. I'm a woman, and this unsettling event took place in 2008 when I was 13 years old. I'm now 27, but I recall it as vividly as if it happened yesterday. At the time, I lived in Cincinnati, and it was January. My middle school had been canceled due to a snowstorm the previous night, and I was home alone because my dad and stepmom had to go to work. My little sister was at daycare, and my older brother had a dentist appointment. My dad worked in lawn care and would occasionally come home for lunch if he was nearby. So, when I was awakened by noises coming from the basement, I assumed it was him sifting through things during a lunch break. I didn't pay much attention to it as I got out of bed, still hearing what I believed to be my dad in the basement. However, as I neared the stairs, an unsettling feeling crept over me. I'm not sure what prompted me to do this, but instead of shouting, I whispered, "Dad, is that you?" There was no reply, so I quietly went to the front door, peered through the small square window, and saw two men trudging up the snow-covered hill toward my backyard. Later, I discovered there was a third man involved, and he was the one who had shattered the basement window. It dawned on me that the sounds I heard were actually from the basement window directly beneath my bed being broken. I hurried back to my room, swiftly hid in my closet, and called my mom. When she answered, I explained the situation, and she contacted my brother to see if he could come home, knowing I had a history of being frightened when left alone. Neither of them truly believed there were intruders in the house. Before my brother arrived and right after ending the call with my mom, I contacted the police. Initially, the dispatcher seemed skeptical, repeatedly asking if I was certain there were people in the house. There were individuals attempting to break into my house while, at the same time, 3 men had already made their way inside and were sprinting up the stairs from the basement. After I informed her of this, I immediately noticed a shift in her tone. She advised me to remain calm and inquired if I was in a secure location. I assured her that I was in my bedroom closet, although the door wouldn't shut completely because my room was only tidy due to the fact that I had tossed a lot of clutter into the closet. Consequently, I had to physically hold the closet door closed. The dispatcher instructed me to inform her if I could hear anything. I told her I could hear them conversing with one another in the living room, but I couldn't decipher their words. Shortly after, I heard them forcefully breaking down the door to my father's bedroom, which was adjacent to mine. Not long after that, I peeked through the gap of my closet door and saw one of the men enter my room. A few moments later, he exited, clearly realizing it was a child's room and that he wouldn't find anything of value there. Moments later, one of the men shouted, "He's home," and they all began to flee. To provide some background about the house, it was quite old, so to open any of the windows, including the basement ones, you had to use a lever to open or close them. This was unlike the glass block windows that couldn't be broken or seen through. Additionally, the front door wouldn't open because the house had settled too much, making it impossible to unlock. As a result, there was a couch placed in front of it. Since the front door was non-functional, we used the side door for entry and exit. I'm not entirely sure why, but the side door required a key to unlock from the inside of the house in order to exit. Everyone in the family, except for my little sister, had a key. Consequently, the men attempting the robbery had to leave the way they had come in, which was through the basement window. After the dispatcher informed me that the police had surrounded my house and it was safe to come out, it took me quite some time to muster the courage to leave my hiding spot in the closet because I wasn't entirely convinced they had left. Once I finally gathered the bravery to emerge, I grabbed my key and dashed to the side door to let the police inside. I couldn't see my brother anywhere, so I had no idea if something had happened to him or if he was even involved. Shortly after I let the police in, my brother walked into the dining room. I leapt up instantly and gave him the biggest hug I had ever given him. When the police asked us to recount the events, I heard my brother explain that upon arriving at the house, he approached the side door as he usually would. Just as he was about to unlock it, he encountered one of the intruders through the window. He described how the man raised his gun, pointed it at the glass, and said, "Hey." My brother admitted that he froze, but when he finally regained control of his legs, he sprinted up the street, knocking on doors. After trying 3 houses, he reached the 4th, where a little girl answered. He asked her to fetch her mom, explaining that there were men inside their house. When my little sister was inside, she immediately contacted the police, while my brother informed our grandparents to confirm that I was indeed telling the truth. Shortly after, the township reached out to my father and invited us to visit the town center about a week following the break-in. Upon our arrival, I found myself encircled by the officers who had apprehended the intruders. They honored me with a certificate of bravery for remaining calm and aiding in their capture, along with a small gift bag filled with feminine items. Roughly a month later, we attended the court date of the men involved. In the waiting area, we encountered a woman and her son, whose home had been burglarized a week prior to ours. Coincidentally, they had stolen one of her firearms. It turned out that the 2 men possessed 3 guns, but only one was loaded. Overwhelmed by the prospect of facing the men again, I was grateful when the judge permitted us to remain in the waiting area until the hearing concluded. Ultimately, 2 of the men received 7-year prison sentences while the T. Road was sentenced to 12 years for brandishing a firearm at my brother. They have since been released from prison, and for a period, I feared they might return, especially since my father still resides there. However, nothing has transpired since their release. I had always heard stories about home invasions but never imagined it would happen to me. I'm truly thankful that I was mature enough to know how to handle the situation, and that the men remained unaware of my presence in the house until the court proceedings. Who knows what they would have done if they were aware. This story took place approximately 2 years ago when I was 19, and my foster sister was 16. It was the summer before I was set to start college, and I predominantly resided with my mom and sister, except for every other weekend when I'd stay with my dad. Summers in our area tend to be exceedingly hot and humid, so we developed the habit of walking the dogs around 7 p.m. when it would be cooler, yet still light outside. On this particular evening, Mom wasn't expected to return home until late. She frequently engaged in choir practices, Bible studies, youth group activities, and more, so it wasn't unusual for my sister and me to be left alone until 8 o'clock or 9 p.m. Consequently, it was our responsibility to walk the dogs by ourselves. Although we lived in a rural area, we decided to drive 20 minutes to a park for a change of scenery. Allow me to clarify the park's layout. The park isn't very large, but it's popular due to its mile-long looping road with attractions such as playgrounds, ponds, and a small country hall spaced out on the inner side. The outer side consists solely of grass and trees, with a single playground at its end. It's customary to pass people walking the loop at least twice if you're going in opposite directions but not if you're heading the same way. Any cars on this road can only drive in one direction because it's a one-way road. Everything about our walk began routinely. We parked the car, leashed our dogs, and started walking the loop. Occasionally, we would pause so I could take pictures of our dogs. During our walk, my sister was struggling with our larger dog, who seemed determined to pull as though his life depended on it, eager to sniff everything in sight. During one of these pauses, a man in his 40s strolled past us, heading in the same direction. He smiled at my sister, commented on our dogs, and continued on his way. We thought nothing of it. After all, exchanging pleasantries is quite common in the park. However, just 10 minutes later, this man passed by us again, this time from directly across where we had first seen him. He greeted us once more with a smile and a friendly, "Hi." We exchanged glances, silently acknowledging the oddity of this encounter. It was peculiar how he managed to loop back to us so swiftly, cutting so close to my sister that he nearly brushed against her. Not even 5 minutes passed before the same man appeared again, passing us even closer and offering yet another greeting. This was when I decided that it was time for us to leave. It was unusual to encounter someone 3 times in quick succession on this circuit without them taking a shortcut or significantly altering their route. We quickly made our way back to our car. As we approached, we noticed a vehicle creeping along behind us. We paused to let it pass, but it halted as well. When another car came along, the first vehicle sped away. We hurriedly loaded the dogs into our car and drove home. Once we were home and settled in for the evening, around 9:30, we were relaxing in the living room when we noticed the ceiling briefly illuminate, as if lit by car headlights. We shrugged it off, assuming it was Mom returning home. A few minutes later, the motion sensor light on the porch flicked on. Shortly thereafter, we heard the storm door creak open, yet no one stepped inside. Our dogs abruptly began barking fiercely, and suddenly, the storm door clattered shut. My sister, courageous as ever, ventured outside with a kitchen knife in hand to investigate. To her alarm, she glimpsed the silhouette of a man near the old dog kennel. She hurried back inside, and we promptly locked the door behind her. I called my mother, who advised us to make sure all doors were secured, and the dogs were safely inside. When she returned home and we recounted the incident, we contacted the non-emergency police line. The officers who arrived found no one and seemed to think we were overreacting. To this day, we remain convinced that someone with sinister intentions was lurking near our house, possibly the same man from the park. Whether or not this is accurate, the ordeal taught us always to trust our instincts. If you sense that someone is paying undue attention to you, do not head straight home. Stay aware of your surroundings and remain in public areas if possible. You never know who might be observing you. Around 12 years ago, when I was 9 years old, I was home alone with my 12-year-old brother. We were supposed to head to our aunt's house for lunch and wait for our mother there. We rose at 10:30 a.m. I took a shower first, and then my brother followed suit. Afterward, we were both in the bathroom, brushing our teeth and wrapping up our morning routine, when we heard a knock on the door. Since every time someone knocked, it usually turned out to be a salesperson or a Jehovah's Witness, we decided to wait for them to leave. After a few minutes, I went to check. If they were still outside, we glanced through the window and noticed no one was there, which brought us a sense of relief. We carried on with our preparations when we noticed a shadow glide past the bathroom window, a small pane of frosted glass. We paused, observing, thinking it might just be a bird flying by. Suddenly, a hand smacked against the glass, startling us immensely. We were unsure of what to do, but my brother had his cell phone, so he quickly dialed the police. As the call was connecting, a loud crash echoed from the door. Someone was attempting to force it open. Whether they were kicking or ramming it, it was undeniably one of the most terrifying sounds I had ever experienced. My brother instructed me to lock the bathroom door, which I promptly did. It took 5 forceful hits before the intruder finally broke through the door. The police operator answered, and I distinctly recall my brother's whispered words, his voice barely perceptible. "Hello, there's someone in our house, and I believe they're stealing. We're at 1249 Maple Street. I'm here with my younger brother, and we're locked in our bathroom. Please, come quickly." Throughout this ordeal, I sat against the wall, clutching my knees. It was one of the most anxiety-inducing experiences I had ever endured. I could hear the intruder rifling through our belongings, emptying drawers, moving up and down the stairs, and opening cabinets. He even shattered several cups and plates. Then, I heard the familiar sound my cell phone makes when it powers down, and it dawned on me that I had left it on the kitchen table. I felt so foolish for having left it there. The situation continued for several more minutes as we heard him attempting to open the bathroom door. My brother grabbed a large metal rod we had lying around. The man began kicking the door, shouting, "Who's there?" We remained silent. Another kick followed, then another. I felt on the brink of an anxiety attack. My chest started to hurt. I had chills, and it was unbearably hot. I tried to stay calm, but it was overwhelming. Eventually, he stopped, and we heard the door open, followed by silence. We waited nearly 10 minutes before venturing out of the bathroom. The living room was in complete disarray, with papers and books strewn across the floor, cabinets open, and cups and plates scattered about. In our mother's bedroom, the nightstand and closet were open, and their contents were scattered everywhere. Upstairs, in our room, it was the same chaos. In about 5 minutes, the man had rifled through everything we owned, leaving a trail of disorder. Afterward, my brother called our mom, who instructed us to head to our aunt's house immediately, so we did. Upon arrival, I felt a bit more at ease. My aunt was waiting for us with ice cream, likely because my mom had informed her of the situation and she wanted to help calm us down. We returned home around 5 o'clock. My mom had told her boss she had a home emergency, so she left work early. She tidied up the house, cleaned up, and restored everything to its original state, allowing us to relax. I truly appreciated her effort and my aunt's attempt to comfort us and ensure we didn't dwell on the incident. According to my mom, the police arrived at our house after. She arrived approximately 3 to 4 hours following the incident. She recounted everything in detail, but due to insufficient evidence, nothing could be done. The man was never apprehended, and frankly, I doubt they even attempted to search for him. In the subsequent days, my mother stayed home with us. Now, I recount the story as an amusing anecdote. Fortunately, no one was harmed, and he only took items of little value. However, at the time, it was genuinely frightening. For a 9-year-old, an experience like that can leave significant scars. I'm fortunate it never reached that point for me, and I managed to overcome it after a few weeks. Currently, I'm 29 years old, and this event occurred when I was 14. I had just entered 8th grade. I grew up in southeast Texas, where, as many of you know, autumn remains very much part of hurricane season. It was a Friday evening, and only my mom and I were at home, as my dad was away on business. I initially planned to spend the night at a friend's house, but a tropical storm was approaching, and my mom decided at the last minute that she preferred me to stay home that night. I was quite displeased, as tropical storms were often not taken seriously enough. I genuinely thought she was overreacting. Of course, this was my 14-year-old perspective, believing I was so mature. My mom felt guilty, so we rented several movies, ordered a pizza, and stocked up on ice cream for a fun night ahead. My parents' bedroom was located on the opposite side of the house from mine, which is relevant for later. We lived in a split-level house, constructed in 1950, which was postmodern in style. Frank had always loved the design of their home, where the entire rear section was dominated by floor-to-ceiling windows, each towering between 8 to 9 feet high. Imagine an enormous glass wall. The whole residence embraced an open floor plan. The kitchen was the first distinct space on the ground level, enclosed by walls, and my bedroom was situated directly off this area. My parents' room, meanwhile, was located upstairs. I apologize if this layout is hard to picture. This was a modern-style house, and it's tricky to put into words. That evening, she had gone to bed around 10 p.m., and I retreated to my room to enjoy a couple of films I had rented for myself. The storm was really starting to worsen. The wind was howling, and rain lashed horizontally against the windows. I was midway through watching The New Guy, when I glanced at my clock, which read 12:53 a.m. Fatigue began to creep in, and my eyelids grew heavy. Given the ferocity of the weather, I consoled myself with the thought that missing the sleepover wasn't such a terrible thing. I must have drifted off because the next recollection I have is of a tremendous crash. One of the large windows, either in the dining room or living room, had shattered. Our neighborhood was nestled in a heavily wooded area, and I assumed a tree or branch had succumbed to the storm, breaking the glass. I left my room and passed through the kitchen. Just as I reached the entrance from the kitchen to the dining room, I noticed my mom descending the stairs. To my horror, I saw a man standing in our dining room, drenched in blood. From where he stood, I couldn't reach my mom. A young man, in his early 20s, was drenched and without shoes, having literally burst through our window. He was bleeding profusely, with shards of glass protruding from his skin, and stood barefoot amidst the shattered glass. It took him a moment to notice both my mother and me, but once he did, he immediately launched into an explanation. He claimed he was being pursued by someone who intended to kill him and insisted we needed to call the police. My still somewhat naive 14-year-old mind didn't question his story at all, but my mother regarded him with suspicion. We moved into the kitchen, where my mom grabbed her purse and held onto my arm to keep me close. I had picked up a kitchen towel in an attempt to help with his bleeding. My mother took out her cell phone and began dialing the neighborhood patrol. Observing this, I discreetly went to call the police from our landline. We both completed our calls, and then we simply waited. The guy couldn't remain still, continuously getting up to peer through our kitchen windows and pacing back and forth. He seemed oblivious to the fact that he was cut up and bleeding everywhere. He started muttering under his breath. What happens next unfolds rapidly and becomes a bit hazy, but the doorbell rang. It was the neighborhood patrol my mom had contacted. The sound of the doorbell sent the man into a panic. He leapt up and suddenly grabbed me in a chokehold, while my mother began screaming, pleading with him to let me go. He started looking around frantically, dragging me through the dining room and living room. As I headed toward our staircase, the doorbell rang once more. My mother, still pleading for my release, was unable to help as the intruder held me at the stairs. She was faced with a difficult decision. Either rush to the front door to answer it or follow us up the stairs. Choosing the door, she sprinted just as he tugged me up the final step. Suddenly, our alarm began to wail. Typically, we arm it at night, requiring the code to be entered before any door is opened. He dragged me into my parents' bedroom, but as soon as we arrived, he released me and started to panic. Evidently, the lights were to blame. He began smashing lamps, frantically trying to extinguish the lights, screaming that they were burning him. My parents' room opens onto a small garden, which is illuminated by garden lights at night. In his frenzy, he grabbed a chair and hurled it at the glass door in an attempt to shatter it, seemingly to reach those lights. While he was preoccupied, I crawled into a corner, trying to distance myself. When he turned away completely to seize another chair, I seized my opportunity and dashed down the stairs. By then, the police had entered the house and were stationed at the foot of the staircase, weapons drawn. One officer reached out, grabbing my arm to pull me aside once I reached the bottom, escorting me outside to an ambulance where my mother awaited. As the adrenaline began to subside, the reality of what had transpired hit me. I started trembling, and a sharp pain surfaced around my throat, a painful reminder of the chokehold he had used on me. From inside, I could hear loud yelling and shouting, and then, perhaps 10 minutes later, the tension escalated further. A few minutes later, the police emerged with the man in handcuffs. As he caught sight of me, he attempted to lunge in my direction, which was truly frightening. My windpipe was bruised, but apart from that, I was unharmed. I later discovered that the man was a 20-year-old chemistry major at one of the local universities. Alongside some friends, also chemistry students, they had concocted their own batch of PCP. He had never experimented with PCP before and suffered an adverse reaction. They were on their way to get food when he began behaving erratic. Ally, paranoid and agitated. At the drive-thru, he demanded to be let out of the car and took off. Believing you're being pursued is a common hallucination during a bad trip, and heightened sensitivity to light is another typical side effect of being high. Despite the incident, he wasn't inherently a bad person. He had never been in trouble before, was a diligent student, and was probably the last person you would expect to do something like this. Our house was the only one on the street without a complete fence, which is how he managed to reach the back and those windows. As I grew older, I realized just how easily someone could become that person. I had friends who also became chemistry majors and experimented with their own creations. Fortunately, that night didn't turn out worse, although it certainly could have taken a completely different course. A few years earlier, I had just acquired my first bicycle. As a young female rider, I often drew unwanted attention, and people couldn't help but notice me as I glided through the streets. It was thrilling, and I relished the sensation. The allure of the wind and the liberation of the open road were what drew most bikers I encountered, and they were typically very kind and welcoming. There exists a remarkably strong community among them. However, there were occasions when the attention I received went beyond acceptable boundaries. One evening, while I was making my way home after an exhausting day, the sun was descending, casting a warm glow across the sky. The road was serene, just the way I preferred it. My motorcycle purred beneath me, and for a brief moment, everything felt perfect. Yet, as I pulled into a gas station to refill my tank, I noticed a young man on another motorcycle, possibly in his 20s. He parked beside me, and our eyes met. I gave him a polite nod, anticipating that he would continue on his way. Instead, he removed his helmet and began conversing with me. He had a friendly smile and an easygoing demeanor, and although his self-assurance was admirable, something about his persistence made me uneasy. We chatted for a few minutes about our bikes and the exhilaration of riding. He seemed genuinely interested in getting to know me, but I couldn't shake the feeling that he was being somewhat too forward. I nodded and kept my responses brief, hoping he would eventually lose interest and ride into the sunset. However, that was not his intention. After refueling our tanks, he mounted his bike again and revved his engine, signaling that he intended to follow me. A sense of anxiety began to infiltrate my thoughts as I realized this stranger wanted to ride alongside me. This wasn't entirely unusual. I had ridden side by side with other bikers a few times until we parted ways. But I was heading home, and I didn't want to be followed. As the miles stretched ahead, my unease grew. As he continued to ride alongside me, he occasionally tried to impress me with a wheelie or a sudden burst of speed. It wasn't excessively creepy, just persistent. I decided it was time to shake him off. Familiar with my bike and its capabilities, I twisted the throttle and sped away from him. The wind whipped past me as I pushed my bike to its limits. When I glanced back, I saw him in the distance, desperately trying to catch up. Adrenaline surged through my veins as I navigated the winding roads, but the relentless rider wasn't giving up. He was closing in rapidly, and the roar of his engine grew louder. I realized I had to make a decision. Once he caught up again, I understood I wasn't going to lose him that easily. I chose to pull over, and he came to a stop beside me. He looked immensely pleased with himself, removing his helmet to reveal a wide grin, as if we had been engaged in a playful game. I informed him that I was heading home and that I'd see him around. He continued to smile at me and assured me he'd ensure I got back safely. I wasn't in the mood and somewhat snapped, telling him firmly that I was fine and didn't need an escort. Just as I was about to leave, I waved one last time, hoping to make it clear that I was saying goodbye and wanted to be left alone. He rested his helmet, which delayed him a bit in getting ready. This allowed me to put some serious distance between us. When I glanced back again, I saw him far behind, still trying desperately to catch up. The adrenaline continued to pulse through my veins as I weaved through the winding roads, but the relentless pursuer showed no signs of surrender. He was gaining ground quickly. The roar of his engine grew louder, and I realized I needed to make a crucial decision. Up ahead, the road curved sharply, requiring me to decelerate to navigate it safely. At that moment, he seized the opportunity to overtake me, revving his engine and surging forward. However, he misjudged the curve, and before I could fully process what was happening, he collided with the wall with a deafening crash. My heart thudded in my chest as I watched in shock. He was thrown over the barrier, vanishing into the shadows. Without a second thought, I screeched to a stop and rushed to the edge. I pulled out my flashlight and shone it into the water, frantically trying to locate him. The darkness was nearly impenetrable, and I could barely gauge how far he had gone. I only knew he had flown straight ahead, landing in a river that was both wide and barely visible. I called out for him while fumbling with my phone to request assistance. The river's current was swift. He could have been miles downstream by the time help arrived. I remained there for hours that night, searching for this stranger, desperately hoping we'd find him. A terrible sense of guilt weighed on me. One moment, I was fleeing from him. The next, I wanted nothing more than to see him alive and well. I still grapple with the notion that it might have been my fault. I never gave him a chance to explain why he was following the same route. They never recovered his body, and that river has claimed many lives over the years. I can't shake the feeling that I contributed to it. I had been chatting with this girl online for weeks, and she seemed like the perfect fit for me. So, when she proposed that we meet at her place, which was situated in the middle of nowhere, I couldn't resist the allure of the adventure. My GPS navigated me through a maze of back roads with the promise that I was approaching her location. However, as I turned yet another corner, I found myself in the midst of what appeared to be an abandoned jungle yard. Rusted old cars and dilapidated buildings loomed in the shadows, illuminated only by my car's headlights and the moonlight. Confusion quickly morphed into fear as I realized I had arrived at the wrong place. Panic set in when the harsh brightness of headlights suddenly appeared behind me. A group of burly men, their faces hidden by the darkness, blocked my path and surrounded my truck. One of them, evidently the leader, approached my window with eyes brimming with suspicion. "What the hell are you doing here, boy? This is private property," he demanded. My words stumbled out in a hurried explanation of my situation, that I was meant to meet someone nearby, but my GPS had misguided me. They exchanged glances, their suspicion evolving into a sinister grin. Sure, the leader replied, "but you see, we've been having some trouble with trespassers lately. Can't be too careful, you know." His companions chuckled ominously. Without another word, I threw my car into reverse and backed out of there as fast as I could, my heart pounding wildly. I turned the car around faster than I thought possible and fumbled with the GPS, desperately trying to instruct it to take me home. The yelling continued as I sped away, but my troubles were far from over. My GPS struggled to keep up with my rapid escape, leading me onto an even narrower path. Darkness enveloped me as I ventured deeper into the woods, my anxiety causing my legs to tremble violently and my hands to struggle with even the simplest tasks. With no cell service and no signs of civilization, I was utterly lost. Suddenly, as if to mock my desperation, a deer leapt from the shadows onto the road. Panic surged through me as I slammed on the brakes, screeching to almost a complete stop. The deer barely reacted, continuing to prance slowly down the road. Just then, I realized the men from the junkyard had caught up, their truck now dangerously close behind me. They leaned on the horn, shouting obscenities, and I truly began to fear I wouldn't escape this alive. Desperation drove me to follow the deer. I crept along, praying the creature would move aside, but it stubbornly dominated the road in front of me for an agonizingly long time. As it continued to run ahead, it began to resemble a demonic figure, like something from Norse mythology. Its antlers looked like human arms reaching into the sky. My heart raced as I watched its every move. The men were relentless, inching closer, their voices growing louder and angrier. The suspense was unbearable. I was trapped behind the deer, with nowhere to go and a sense of impending doom closing in. A group of hostile men was closing in on me from behind, and the narrow road ahead seemed to stretch endlessly. With each passing second, I couldn't help but imagine all the gruesome possibilities of how they might end my life. The men in the truck trailing me were beginning to nudge the back of my car, and I could hear their engine roaring, eager to shove me off the road. Panic surged through me, and I began honking at the deer. I even considered abandoning my car and fleeing into the night, but I knew that would be futile. They would catch me in no time. As we continued our dreadful journey along that terrible road, the deer suddenly bounded to the side, vanishing into the thick underbrush. I seized the moment and accelerated. When I glanced back in my mirror, I saw the deer leap out again, right in front of their truck. They screeched to a halt, frantically shouting at it to move. While I'm sure they had no qualms about killing a deer, hitting it with their truck at such a low speed would likely just infuriate it and wouldn't be worth the potential damage. Without a second's hesitation, I sped down the rest of the road, hitting every bump without a care for my car's condition. I drove for what seemed like hours, my heart still racing, until I finally stumbled upon a small town. There, I regained my bearings and eventually made it to the nearest motel. It was only when I locked the door behind me that I felt secure enough to breathe. As I lay in bed, trying to process what had transpired, I couldn't help but ponder about that deer. Was it just a coincidence, a bizarre twist of fate, or did it somehow know what it was doing? Could it sense my fear and decide to lead me away from danger, preventing them from pursuing me? I had nearly completely forgotten about my date. When I checked the app to explain what had happened, I discovered she had unmatched me. I had mixed feelings about the entire situation. Was she a catfish all along, luring me into danger? Or did she believe I had ghosted her, prompting her to unmatch out of embarrassment? A part of me suspected she had set me up, either as a prank or as part of the junkyard group. What their true intentions were, I couldn't be certain, but I've since abandoned dating apps. On a bitterly cold winter night, I found myself in a situation that would send shivers down any parent's spine. My 2 young children sat trembling in the back seat of our car as I struggled to maintain my composure. We were stranded on a snow-covered road, isolated in the middle of nowhere, far from the nearest town. The car's engine had sputtered and gasped its final breath some time ago, and my phone was without signal. Desperation hung in the frigid air as I tried to reassure my children that help was on the way. I had called for a tow truck, but what felt like hours had slipped by since then, and the icy darkness was relentless. Just when I was on the brink of losing all hope, a pair of headlights appeared in the distance, gradually growing brighter. Relief washed over me as a man pulled up in a pickup truck, his frosty breath visible in the cold night air. "Looks like you folks could use some assistance," he called out, his tone amiable, yet something about the encounter set me on edge. I hesitated, but the thought of my children enduring hardship in the cold compelled me to accept his offer. "Yes, thank you," I replied, striving to mask my uneasiness. "We've already contacted a tow truck, but it's taking a while." Without delay, the man opened the hood of my car and began fiddling with the engine. His hands moved skillfully, almost too swiftly, and I couldn't shake the sensation that something was amiss. As the minutes dragged on, feeling like an eternity, he shifted his focus to my children. "It's pretty darn cold out here," he remarked, casting a warm smile in their direction. "Why don't you let them sit in my truck? It's cozy and warm inside." I hesitated, glancing at my kids, who were turning nearly blue from the freezing air, their teeth chattering uncontrollably. "No, thank you, we're okay," I stammered, attempting to summon some courage. Yet the man persisted, insisting it was the best option for them. "It won't be long, just until I get this fixed up," he said, his smile unwavering. "I've got hot chocolate in the truck. They'll love it." The children began to whine, their small voices laden with misery, and I felt a lump rise in my throat. "All right, just for a little while," I conceded, my heart pounding in my chest as my son and daughter climbed into the stranger's truck. I watched anxiously from a distance as minutes stretched into what seemed like hours while the man continued working on my car. Despite my efforts to remain calm, a persistent sense of dread gnawed at me, whispering that something was terribly amiss. My mind raced with ominous possibilities. Meanwhile, the children, nestled in the stranger's blankets, seemed blissfully unaware of the uneasy atmosphere enveloping us. They giggled and chatted, marveling at how comfortable and warm the truck felt. My daughter even mused about how pleasant it would be to spend the night in a cozy bed rather than enduring the chill of the car. Just then, the stranger, who had been tinkering with my car engine, glanced up and remarked, "You know, the nearest town is only about a 30-minute drive from here. I'd be more than happy to take your kids there, give them a hot meal, and a place to sleep for the night. It's not safe for them to remain here." A surge of anxiety coursed through me as my children's faces lit up with excitement. They began to implore me to let them go, their voices brimming with innocence and trust. "Mom, please, it'll be fun," my son exclaimed. Despite the biting cold that continued to grip me, a different kind of chill crept down my spine. I was filled with an intense aversion to the entire situation. My instinct was to safeguard my children, yet allowing them to depart with a stranger was clearly not an option. Nor was the prospect of us freezing out here. Their eagerness only complicated matters further. I despised how naive they were, and how they disregarded my attempts to communicate the seriousness of our predicament with a stern look. The stranger's persistence, paired with my children's mounting enthusiasm, placed me in an excruciating predicament. I summoned all the courage I had to address the situation. I mustered all the politeness I could and responded, "Thank you so much for your offer, but the tow truck should arrive shortly, and then we'll be on our way. We wouldn't want to inconvenience you any further." The man's expression shifted, his eyes narrowed, and he looked at me with a trace of frustration. "Ma'am, I'm Zhu T trying to help. It's not safe out here for your kids in the cold. I assure you, I'm a good guy," he insisted. The standoff lingered, my heart racing in my chest as the tension grew thicker. The stranger's persistence clashed with my maternal instincts, and an increasing urgency to shield my children from whatever danger might be lurking beneath this seemingly kind gesture welled up inside me. As the minutes ticked by, the kids continued to shiver, despite the warmth of the stranger's truck. I could no longer ignore their discomfort. Trying to maintain a calm demeanor, I told them, "It's time to get back into our car. The tow truck should be here soon." The children reluctantly agreed, and we climbed out of the stranger's truck, expressing our gratitude for his assistance as we headed back to our vehicle. The man's eyes followed us, appearing disappointed but not pressing the matter further. I hurriedly bundled the kids back into the car and locked the doors. Just as we settled in, the distant sound of a tow truck's engine reached our ears. The tow truck arrived, its lights piercing the darkness like a beacon of hope. The driver, a burly man with a friendly face, jumped out and began working on my car. As he did so, he glanced at me and the stranger. "You're lucky I got here as quickly as I did," he remarked. "I did," he confirmed, his tone grave. "You know this road isn't safe after dark. It's best to remain in your vehicle." The stranger's demeanor shifted abruptly. His once amiable smile disappeared, replaced by a steely resolve. Without uttering another word, he climbed into his truck and sped off into the pungent night, leaving me with an unsettling sense of foreboding. With my children safely beside me in our car, heading toward recovery, the earlier dread that had enveloped me started to dissipate. The late-night drive home, although still brisk, seemed far less menacing than the eerie encounter we had just endured. When I was 20 years old, I returned home for summer break from college. My good friend Becky and her boyfriend had recently secured new jobs and had a house entirely to themselves, perched atop a very steep hill. A bit about Becky. She tends to be quite nervous and anxious most of the time. I also experience anxiety, but I've adapted to living on my own and managing my concerns. Becky, however, wasn't accustomed to it at all. Their house featured a back door in the kitchen, and if you sat on the sofa in the living room, you could see straight into the kitchen. Just outside the kitchen door, at about shoulder height, there was a light that activated with any movement. It's crucial to note that Becky's backyard was elevated. To access the yard from the small walkway in front of the door, you had to ascend a few steps. The yard was designed this way so that it wrapped around to the front of the house. Becky found herself alone, because her boyfriend was working his first or second night shift, and she found it difficult to fall asleep. They were trying to save money, so all the lights in the house were off. Suddenly, she noticed a light shining through the kitchen window. It was the motion-activated light. This startled her, but she attempted to brush it off. However, the light continued to activate at various times. This light would only illuminate if something moved along the walkway, not for any animals in the yard. The yard itself was small, with dense woods extending from its edge. She called me early, around 3 a.m., until I finally answered. I spoke with her over the phone, trying to soothe her nerves until her boyfriend returned in the morning. He had the next 3 days off, and during that period, the light remained inactive. Her father had advised her to be cautious, suggesting it could have been burglars scoping out the house, especially since there had been recent break-ins on a nearby street. The next time her boyfriend had to work a night shift, Becky asked if I could stay over, and I agreed. The evening began quite typically. We watched movies until around 11 o'clock, then decided to drive to the nearest store to grab some food from McDonald's. We live in a rather remote area, so the round trip took nearly an hour and a half. We returned home around midnight and set up the air mattress in the living room, where we planned to sleep. At about 1 a.m., that same motion-activated light outside flickered on again while we were seated on the mattress, and I attempted to reassure her by suggesting it was likely just a creature, perhaps a bat or something similar, passing by. Becky remained unconvinced. The light flickered off, only to illuminate once more, lingering this time. Becky decided to head upstairs to retrieve her boyfriend's gun. We sat there, on edge, with the window ajar so we could catch any sounds from outside. She humorously yelled, "I've got a gun and I'm not afraid to use it," trying to coax a laugh out of me. Yet, just after she uttered those words, the light switched off. It remained dark for about 3 hours, as if we had frightened someone away. Sleep eluded us after that. Around 4 o'clock in the morning, I went to the kitchen to fetch some water. When I turned back to speak to Becky, she suddenly screamed for me to return. I whipped around, and the light was on once more. We observed the light flickering on and off repeatedly until dawn began to break. Then, as abruptly as it began, it ceased. We considered contacting the police, but we were concerned they might think we were prank calling and get us into trouble. The light never seems to malfunction when her boyfriend is home at night. I still feel quite uneasy staying alone at her place during the night. I'm convinced someone had malicious intentions that night, whether they were planning a break-in and decided to frighten us upon realizing the house wasn't vacant, or if their intentions were even more sinister. It was a chilling experience. Flashback to 2012. I sat down with my girlfriend, and after 18 months of dating, I confided in her about my family's deepest. 3 weeks after discovering her darkest secret, I returned home from work to discover that all of her belongings had vanished, with a breakup letter left on the kitchen table. I chose to confide only in my sister about the situation, but I feel that if I don't occasionally unburden myself, it will slowly eat away at me from within. I've managed to endure by speaking with therapists, but at this point, I regard therapy much like an atheist might view confessional booths. A pleasant idea but ultimately insignificant. The internet, however, is an entirely different entity. It allows me to remain anonymous while strangers online can freely share their thoughts. Just as it enables me to express things I would never say face to face, it also allows you to offer your candid and unrestrained opinions, no matter how harsh they might be. I'm comfortable with that, and it's the reason I'm writing this. I don't seek forgiveness, I seek judgment. I was 12 years old when I made my discovery, and throughout that summer, I was utterly consumed by a single obsession: Pokemon Red. I dedicated countless hours to capturing and training all 150 of the original Pokemon. After defeating the Elite Four and completing my Pokédex, I would simply erase my saved game and start anew. My passion for Pokemon provided my parents with an effective means of punishment whenever I misbehaved. They were generally wonderful parents, and my frequent mischief was mostly harmless. However, whenever I failed to complete my chores or was disrespectful to my sister, their go-to disciplinary measure was confiscating my Game Boy. It typically went like this: they'd hide my Game Boy. I often managed to find my Game Boy, only to get caught playing it and have it confiscated once more. This led to me spending considerable time rummaging through their bedroom and my dad's office. Since it was still summer vacation, I had ample opportunity to indulge in this activity. During one of these exploratory escapades, I stumbled upon a hidden compartment in my dad's office. He usually kept it locked, but one afternoon, while snooping around, I discovered the key. My dad owned a large, antique cabinet where he stored all sorts of odds and ends, and I knew he occasionally hid my Game Boy in there. After having no success elsewhere, I decided to search the cabinet. I remember reaching into one of the lower cabinets, leaning a bit too heavily, and then hearing a muffled crunch as the back wall of the cabinet unexpectedly gave way. Hoping I hadn't caused any damage, I peered inside and noticed a small concealed space. Due to the dim lighting, the first thing I identified was a gun, but there was also something resembling a letter and, more intriguingly, an object shaped like my Game Boy. I reached out to grab it, but as soon as I touched it, I realized it wasn't what I was seeking. It felt leathery, unlike the familiar plastic I expected. Driven by curiosity, I pulled it from the hiding spot to examine it. It turned out to be a journal, an old-looking, leather-bound journal. As I opened it, I recognized my dad's handwriting. Although I recognized his penmanship, I certainly couldn't comprehend what was written inside. Much of what was written had clear dates, but what followed was a chaotic jumble of abbreviations, words, and phrases that made no sense. There were also small hand-drawn sketches of what appeared to be beds, accompanied by stick figures with limbs twisted into unnatural positions. I couldn't comprehend what I was seeing, but the fact that it was hidden suggested it was a secret side of Dad he never revealed to us. Consumed by a morbid curiosity, I felt an irresistible urge to investigate further. The first item I examined was the gun. It was significantly heavier than they appear in films, and far more intimidating. I handled it as if it were fragile glass, not even daring to touch the trigger. I then returned it to its place with the utmost caution and care. I saved what seemed to be an envelope for last. I assumed it would be sealed, but when I retrieved it, I discovered it wasn't an envelope at all. It was one of those plastic folders provided by one-hour photo developers, the kind that contains all your photos and negatives. I speculated it might contain pictures of my family since those are the only type I've ever seen emerge from such a folder. However, the only family member featured in the photos was my dad, and this version of him was unlike any I had ever known. The first few images depicted a bed in a place I didn't recognize. At first glance, it seemed unremarkable, but then I noticed the ropes tied around the bedposts, and the unsettling feeling within me began to intensify. The following images depicted an array of tools spread across a wooden table. Among them, I noticed items beyond the usual home improvement necessities: a hammer, a hand drill, and a pair of metal pliers. However, mixed in with these were a scalpel and other surgical instruments, their sharpness so pronounced it made me wince. The subsequent photographs featured my dad, but as I mentioned before, there was something notably unsettling about them. He had taken some self-portraits, focusing obsessively on his eyes, with several close-up shots. It puzzled me why he wouldn't simply examine his eyes in a mirror. Then again, I was completely baffled by his actions and why he felt the need to conceal them from us. When I came across the next image, an intense feeling of dread washed over me. It was clear I was witnessing something he never intended for his family to discover. Although I assumed the first person in the selfie was my dad, his face was obscured by a cloth sack made of black wire mesh, so I couldn't be entirely certain. Even if he could see through it, there was no logical explanation for why he would cover his face lick. That, nor any reason to use it as a blindfold. The notion of him engaging in such behavior filled me with unease. However, as I progressed to the following images, that dread was replaced by confusion. One photograph depicted a young Asian man grinning as he posed beside an art installation in a downtown area. The following image was of my father was grinning beside the same heart piece, and although I didn't recognize the person with him, I found it peculiar that this individual appeared noticeably younger than my dad. The cheerful atmosphere persisted through several more photos, capturing moments of them sharing drinks at a bar and the younger Asian man seemingly caught mid-dance, with smiles illuminating all the images. Abruptly, the mood of the photographs shifted. In the following picture, the younger man stood awkwardly, his arms hanging by his sides, an expression of mild fear etched on his face. The subsequent images depicted him bound to a bed, his gaze directed toward the camera, with the terror on his face growing increasingly evident. The final photograph featured a figure in a cloth mask looming over him. Although I couldn't discern what was happening, the man's legs were tense, straining against the ropes that secured them, as though he were experiencing immense pain. That last image elicited an intensely visceral reaction from me. Hastily, I shoved the photos back into the wallet, attempting to restore everything in the secret compartment precisely as I discovered it. Abandoning my search for the Game Boy, I locked myself in my dad's office and spent the remainder of the afternoon in my room, oscillating between dwelling on the unsettling scene and desperately trying to erase it from my memory. When my father returned home from work, he assumed I was upset with him for confiscating my Game Boy. Only my mother sensed that something more profound was troubling me, yet I was unable to summon the courage to reveal what I had witnessed. Admit what I had seen, it would spell the downfall of my family as I knew it, so I kept my silence. It wasn't that I lacked the desire to confide in someone about the photographs. I simply couldn't fathom how to do so without triggering a catastrophic upheaval in my family. Besides, I wasn't even entirely certain of what I had actually witnessed. I attempted to convince myself that I hadn't seen anything at all, but my relationship with my father was irrevocably altered from that moment on. Every time I looked into his eyes, all I could envision was him in those images, puzzling over what in the world he was doing to that poor, unsuspecting man. I presumed my mother was blissfully unaware of my father's activities depicted in those pictures, and I felt a deep sorrow for her. Simultaneously, I was tormented by the harrowing guilt of being the only one who could alert her, yet utterly incapable of doing so. Afterward, I fervently hoped he wouldn't press me for more information, and I desperately wished to hear the reassuring sound of the door closing behind him. Yet, as the seconds ticked by, the door remained open, and he lingered there, silently staring at the back of my head, saying and doing nothing. When he asked if I was certain, I kept my gaze fixed on the screen, offering him the most casual denial I could muster. Those moments were among the most frightening of my entire life, and even when the door finally shut, I was petrified he might be waiting nearby to have a private conversation with me. Thankfully, he wasn't, which was an immense relief. Nevertheless, as I returned to my game, I began to ponder whether he had truly accepted my word. Then came the day when I walked into my room and posed the question I had dreaded for nearly a year. When he inquired if I had been in his office recently, a shiver coursed through me. Fortunately, I had mastered the art of concealing my emotions, so without lifting my gaze from the Sega game, I simply responded flat, no. Then, like a sudden revelation, it struck me. A seemingly insignificant detail from almost 2 years prior surged back into clarity. When the pressure had become unbearable, I had hastily stuffed the photos back into the wallet. However, I had neglected to rearrange them into their original sequence. Someone intimately familiar with those photographs, someone who had organized them, would immediately recognize their proper order. This realization posed a significant dilemma for me. Yet, as I pondered further, I understood something crucial. He couldn't directly accuse me of examining the pictures. He couldn't openly accuse anyone, for if they were innocent, they'd realize he was concealing something. That small detail was the only thing that spared me from unimaginable consequences for years. Over time, the whole ordeal receded into the background. It lingered there, but the thought of my mother discovering the photographs, witnessing the heartbreak and shame it would bring her, was something I couldn't allow to happen. Don't misunderstand. I lived in almost perpetual fear of my father inflicting harm upon us. But with each passing day, it became easier to convince myself that we were safe. The next time the photographs truly preoccupied my mind, I was in my second year of college, on the opposite side of the country. I was immersed in my studies at USC, pushing myself as far as my academic performance would allow. Leaving home brought with it a fresh wave of guilt. It felt as though I had deserted my mom and sister, leaving them to fend for themselves against the true nature of my father, or at least the man he had once been. I simply couldn't endure it any longer. I had spent 6 years oscillating between anxiety and depression, and it had been years since someone discovered his secret hideaway, as I used to call it. If he was going to harm us while we slept, I reasoned he would have done so by now. With that burden lifted from my life, my mind began to obsessively hone in on minute details. I would lose myself for hours, delving into news articles about missing persons or bodies discovered across the Northwest. I wasn't sure what my father had actually done to that man, and sometimes I regretted not examining the rest of the photographs to know for certain. However, I remembered the man's face and felt confident I would recognize him if his image appeared in any missing person or murder reports. On many occasions, I pondered the futility of spending countless hours sifting through random articles that mentioned victims with Asian-sounding surnames. There must have been hundreds over the past decade, and I didn't even know when the incident in the photograph had occurred. I realized I was searching for a needle in a haystack. But then, one rainy Thursday afternoon, I found my needle. I hesitate to reveal the poor man's name. I won't mention the name, as I want to ensure none of you attempt to contact his family. They've undoubtedly endured enough already. However, as I previously mentioned, I discovered him. I recognized the man's face from a website. It was a smile I'd swear I could identify anywhere, etched into my memory after scrutinizing those clandestine photos. The article provided scant details regarding his last known whereabouts but noted that he had mentioned plans to visit a friend in the weeks preceding his disappearance. They continued to appeal for any information, essentially stating that the authorities were clueless about what had transpired with the unfortunate man I had known for years, though I hadn't fully grasped it at the time. Incidentally, the answer to my obsession raised an entirely new question. What was I going to do with this newfound information? The solution was straightforward: nothing. There was nothing I could do that wouldn't have a catastrophic impact on my mother and sister. My sister was quite young, certainly not at an age to comprehend that her father was, at the very least, implicated in the disappearance of another person. At that moment, there was nothing I could do that I was comfortable with. Yet, now that I had my answer, I could at least begin to plan for the future. I didn't know exactly when or how I would proceed, but I knew I intended to confront him about it, at least before his demise. However, as it turned out, it wasn't my father's impending death that compelled me to act on my plan. It was my mother's passing 2 years after I graduated college. I was living in Charlotte, North Carolina. I received a call from my younger sister, delivering the devastating news that our mother had been diagnosed with terminal cancer. The illness was aggressive, and the doctors gave her only a few months to live. I resolved to spend as much time with her as possible during those precious months. After she passed away, the truth about my father's actions, which could no longer cause her pain, compelled me to take action. I did something I should have done over a decade earlier. I reached out to my father for the first time in what seemed like an eternity, and I issued an ultimatum. I confronted him with the fact that I knew what he had done and revealed that it was I who had discovered the incriminating photos all those years ago. I explained that the only reason I hadn't spoken up sooner was my desire to keep our family intact, allowing my mother to live in blissful ignorance. But now, I was ready to dismantle his legacy. I presented him with 2 choices. He could turn himself into the authorities and do the right thing, or I would disclose everything I had uncovered, connecting it to a missing persons case from the late 90s that I had stumbled upon. The following day, I received another call from my sister, marking the second time she had been the bearer of grim news within just 6 months. Our father had taken his own life. The news was shocking. Although I had considered the possibility that he might resort to such an action before implementing my plan, I had dismissed the thought, believing he wasn't the type. I imagined he might flee, perhaps to Alaska, change his identity, or even leave the country altogether. This incident revealed just how little I truly understood him, even after all these years. Until the day he passed away, the entire issue didn't vanish with him. There remained tasks to complete. I returned home to inspect his office for the photographs, intending to turn them over to the authorities. However, they were missing. I searched the house thoroughly, even checking the trash for ashes or similar remnants, but found nothing. He must have destroyed or disposed of them elsewhere, yet that wasn't sufficient. He must have realized that sooner or later, the police would catch up with him for whatever he had been involved in, so he chose to end it all, depriving his victims' families of the justice they deserved. Regardless, I approached the police and shared everything. Eventually, I received a call back from 2 homicide detectives. They contacted me several times over the following weeks, asking a few questions here and there. I gradually understood the challenging task they faced, especially after DNA swabs from his office yielded no matches to their victim. There was very little they could definitively prove, even if I managed to provide the photographs. The images only showed a man in a mask committing a crime. All they could do was hypothesize, yet in my heart, I knew it was my dad beneath that disguise. I couldn't fathom any reason he would take his own life. Over the years, he curated such a wholesome image, skillfully hiding a past marred by death. No one believed him capable of such deeds. He was far too proud to watch everything he'd built disintegrate before him. But even now, it isn't truly over. My dad has. Over the years, my father has been regarded as a suspect in the vanishing of several young men during the 90s and early 2000s. 2. This day, I have yet to receive any updates from the police or FBI regarding the matter, but it remains under active investigation even now. Confronted with the possibility that my father was indeed a serial killer, I am haunted by the thought that my silence after discovering those photographs may have allowed him to continue his deadly spree. I might bear responsibility for a multitude of unsolved homicides across the Northwest. But when I tell people about it, I'm no longer satisfied with their empty reassurances. So judge me, heap your disdain upon me. I assure you, I can endure it. In my mind, I deserve far harsher treatment. The events unfolded during the summer before my 8th grade year, as I was on the cusp of starting high school. It was truly one of the most memorable summers of my life. I had 3 weeks free from school until I officially became a high school student, and I spent that time immersed in video games, catching up on sleep, or shooting hoops with my friends. I was left alone at home for an entire week, and my parents believed I was capable of managing on my own. I was generally a well-behaved kid, and they trusted me, so it wasn't really a significant concern. Besides, I had a cell phone, so if anything went awry, I could easily call for help. My dad also entrusted me with one of his credit cards for when I got hungry and didn't feel like eating what was available at home. The prospect of having the house to myself was exhilarating. I've had people tell me. They told me it was quite irresponsible for my family to leave me alone for such an extended period, especially since I was only 14. None of us anticipated anything bad happening, nor did I. It was a rare occasion for them to be absent for so long. It wasn't something they usually did. In fact, I still live with my parents now, having just turned 19, and ever since that fateful day when everything unfolded, I haven't been home alone for more than 24 consecutive hours. It was a Friday night, around 11 p.m., when my phone suddenly chimed. I received a text message from an unknown number, and it simply read, "Hey." I replied, asking who they were, but they immediately adopted a passive-aggressive tone, upset that I didn't recognize them. I apologized, thinking it was someone I knew well, explaining that I had recently acquired a new phone and lost all my contacts. Despite this, they remained visibly annoyed and began to harass me. I eventually concluded that they were pranking me, so I silenced my phone and continued playing on my PlayStation. I'm not certain how much time passed, but perhaps after about 10 minutes, I heard a knock on my bedroom window. Initially, I thought I might be imagining things, but I decided to check, just to be cautious. I pulled the blinds aside and peered out the window, but no one was there. I wasn't satisfied, though. I was convinced I had heard a knock and was growing increasingly paranoid. I began looking through several windows in the house, trying to catch a glimpse of whoever might be outside. Throughout my house, I searched to see if I could spot anyone, but once again, no one was there. I can't deny the sense of unease that swept over me. It felt as though something ominous was on the horizon, something truly dreadful. I pulled out my phone to call my mom and noticed a slew of notifications from the person who had messaged me earlier. The most recent message read, "I'm outside." I could hardly believe my eyes, and it was as if my worst nightmares and all the apprehension I had been feeling suddenly materialized. As I attempted to call my mom, I quickly realized that my phone wasn't receiving any service, which was highly unusual. We have excellent cell phone reception at home and rarely encounter any issues with it. At this point, I was utterly terrified and had no understanding of what was transpiring. With no means of contacting anyone, I felt completely trapped. I wanted to respond to that person and tell them to leave me alone, but obviously, I couldn't because I had no service. If you're wondering why I didn't use my Wi-Fi to send an instant message, it's because the person who texted me wasn't using an iOS device. I was pacing around my living room when, out of nowhere, I heard some noises coming from outside. I headed toward the source of the sound, which was near the back patio, and listened intently. Someone was screaming for help at the top of their lungs. My heart began pounding in my chest, and my immediate thought was that this might be a trap. However, feeling courageous in the moment and considering the fact that I had taken boxing classes for years and knew how to defend myself, I decided to stand my ground. And whoever might have been getting hurt, I'm not going to deceive myself. I was really eager to teach a lesson to whoever was tormenting me. Besides, I realized that if I didn't take action immediately, something terrible was bound to happen anyway. So, I did the unimaginable. I stepped outside onto my back patio, where everything was eerily quiet. The only sound was the chirping of crickets. I paused for a moment before shouting out to whoever was there. I warned them that I was going to deal with them harshly, trying to appear much braver than I actually was. Almost immediately after that, an intensely bright light flashed at me from a distance. Our house sits on quite a large piece of land, and we have an enormous backyard filled with numerous trees. Whoever it was directed the light at me, clearly attempting to aggravate me. The light then began to move erratically around the property toward the house for a moment before it suddenly switched off. In an instant, the screaming resumed, the same voice desperately pleading for help. I understood it was now or never. I dashed back inside to the garage, grabbed my old baseball bat for protection, and headed back outside toward the woods, moving directly to where I had initially spotted the flashlight. My heart was racing at this point, as I had no idea what to expect. As I drew nearer, my anxiety nearly doubled. I couldn't believe I had landed myself in this situation, and I suddenly realized that what I was doing was incredibly foolish. Just as I was about to turn around and retreat inside, someone from within the woods, whom I couldn't see, spoke to me. It was so dark that I couldn't see anything. As I scanned my surroundings, all I could discern were the shadowy outlines of the trees encircling me. I called out, my voice echoing through the darkness, demanding to know who was there. That was when a voice ahead of me whispered, urging me to be quiet. He pleaded for my assistance, claiming he was bound to a tree and had been abducted by someone. Naturally, this terrified me to the core. Despite suspecting it might be a trap, my instincts urged me to offer help. Everything will be fine, just stay calm. I'm going to contact the police for you. Hang in there, I reassured him. Suddenly, he began shouting at me, no, help me right now. You don't understand. He'll return in a few minutes and kill me, he exclaimed. I found myself in a precarious situation, torn between my desire to do the right thing and the urgency of the moment. All right, I'm coming. I'm right ahead, just keep moving straight. I can already see you, I called out. My heart was pounding at an unimaginable rate, so much so that I'm amazed I didn't lose consciousness. The whirlwind of thoughts racing through my mind threw me into a panic as I ventured deeper into the forest. After walking for what felt like 20 or 30 seconds, I spotted a dark figure resembling a person about 30 feet away. Hey, man, is that you? I asked, but there was no response. I paused in silence, trying to make sense of the situation. Whether it was him or not, I realized I was in serious trouble because the figure I observed was definitely not tied to a tree. He stood upright, very much alive. In an instant, the person began sprinting towards me. It was precisely at that instant that I began to retreat slowly. Eventually, I snapped out of my daze and sprinted all the way to my house. Somehow, I managed to get inside before he caught up with me. I quickly shut and locked the sliding glass door behind me, and there he was, standing right outside, tugging at the door, trying to pry it open. He was an exceptionally tall yet slender man wearing a wolf mask and wielding a massive hammer. I hesitated only briefly before dashing to my room. I know what you're probably thinking right now. Why didn't I just defend myself with the bat? Well, that was my initial plan, but things took an unexpected turn. I was utterly petrified, and you would be too if you found yourself in the same predicament. I paced back and forth in my living room, desperately trying my phone again, but still, there was no signal. I began experiencing some sort of manic episode, screaming and punching my couch in frustration. I was extremely angry and tired of being the victim. I almost charged out there to confront him myself, but I opted for a different tactic. I waited patiently, and sure enough, after just a minute, he started knocking on my front door. I dashed over to the door and warned him about the consequences if he dared to set even a single foot inside my home. He wouldn't be leaving if he did, that was certain. He responded with laughter, but I remained silent and retreated to my room. The knocking grew increasingly louder, and eventually, he began shouting. I couldn't decipher what he was saying, but I suspected he was mocking me. Several minutes passed, and that's when I heard my living room WI. The sound of the window shattering snapped me into action. I quickly prepared myself and concealed my presence behind the ajar bedroom door, biding my time for his entry. The footsteps grew louder, echoing through various rooms until they zeroed in on mine. Clutching the bat more firmly, I whispered a silent prayer. As he stepped in, I seized the moment and struck him on the head with the bat. He collapsed instantly. To ensure he wouldn't rise again anytime soon, I struck him several more times while he was down. Filled with adrenaline, I sprinted down the road, covering a distance of about 5 or 6 miles to reach my friend's house. Once there, I managed to get them to open the door, and I hastily recounted the ordeal. They allowed me to use their phone to contact the police. Officers were dispatched to both my house and my friend's residence. Then, I called my parents, who were over 2 hours away, so it would be some time before they could arrive back home. I relayed the entire incident to the police, who informed me that I had killed the intruder. I didn't realize he was dead until the officer confirmed it. Fear gripped me, worried that I might face consequences, despite the fact that it was an act of self-defense. Since I was a minor back then, my parents had to be present for the police questioning. Yes, I took a man's life as a teenager, and that experience has profoundly altered my existence. I felt numb, terrified, and anxious ever since. I cannot recount the number of nightmares I've endured about the entire ordeal. Although it happened years ago, sometimes it feels like it was just yesterday. It feels as though it happened just yesterday. I find myself reliving the entire ordeal, the blood, the screams, and, most significantly, the loss of my innocence.